rest. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Hello Nigeria, welcome to the second week of the National E-Soccer League. How are you doing? Hope you guys are having fun. We are back here in the studio. I'm with Slimov all the way from Ghana, and we're going to be bringing to you the best of the best this week. How are you feeling, Slime?
Feeling hyped. I mean, days have passed, but everybody's minds are still on what happened in week one. I've gone through all of the trailers. I mean, people just keep sending me videos of the crazy week that we just had last week. And
multiple highlights we've had.
I think this week might just even be better.
Absolutely. We already have an amazing lineup for this week. We're going to be showing you guys in the next couple minutes, of course. But I can tell you categorically that whatever it is you saw last week is going to be beaten by the highlights of this week. This week is even going to be better, hotter, and even more intense. Of course, the players already know what's at stake. You want to tell them about the prize pool?
Yeah, so right now there's big money at stake. And you know what? Production says we are keeping it a secret. Middle of the stream, we'll announce it to you guys. So there's a big surprise. There's a big surprise coming.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to be having the leaderboard show you guys where the players currently stand. And if possible, we're going to show you guys how past week, game week 1 went. Of course, this is game week 2, day 1. We're also going to be having game week 2, day 2. Now, look at the leaderboard. Killer Freak, of course, is first with that 6 points. That's 6 points.
Yeah, well, he was truly amazing on day 1, scoring 18 goals. By the way, just conceded 2. You can see his goal difference 16
goals
top.
difference.
It was truly special. So there were 5 players on match week 1. If you did join that, I have perfect records unbeaten. So that's Killer Freak with 16 goal difference is first. Rhymes was also very good, also on 6 points. Adefola also in the mix. Farouk Manzo, his games were quite difficult. But Rufai gave us all of the drama of the day.
Yes.
He finishes in 5th with also 6 points. Right beneath the guys who are perfect are Boyd on 4 points. Baji Jr. on 3 points. Game with Josh as well on 3 points. I think for them, their second game was very, very important. They needed those points to go down for them. And
I agree with you, absolutely.
Anif was also very impressive. Mr. Oga, after that difficult game against Adefola, that bounce back against, I believe, Uzo was very important as well. Emerson, we see him in action today. He also has 1 single point. But identical to the top 5 are like how the down 5 are also looking. They do not have any points. They are named 5 players with 0 points so far. Mitchell, I called him, you know what, the tragic story of last week because he faced 2 crazy players and his games were so close, lost by just 1 goal margin.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. I really felt for Mitch because this wasn't a case of him not trying his best, but this was just a case of him facing the freaks, if you permit me to use the word, of the week, of course. And then we had Mitch, I mean, look at the lineup. Mitch and Imagine both have 0 points. I mean, talk about what you can say.
I mean, you can also put Imagine that same bracket of the guys who were kind of unlucky.
I mean,
because he had to play two of the very best around.
Killer Freak and Farouk Manzo in the
yeah.
same game week. It's absolutely mental. Now we're going to be having the fixtures for today. The first game we're going to be showing you guys on stream, of course, is the game between Killer Freak versus Mr. Oga. I'm just going to give you a run through and then we're going to talk about his slides, okay? We also have Imaji versus Blaze. Simply Uzo, the guy who, of course, was the first victim of Killer Freak in game week 1, is going to be going up against NSN. This is a game where both players have to now start taking points. I think, you know, the jitters are already done. Now it's time for them to start taking points. And then the one I'm looking forward to is the game between Farouk and Rufai. What do you mean?
I mean, round 1 looks tasty. And that's what the National E-Soccer League is all about. I mean, the best of the best, 16 players go at it. But if you just look at how the fixtures are looking as we get the other round, Adefola and Nife also being battle. Baji Junior and Ryan should be another really, really fun game.
Yes.
We're bringing you all of that action as well. Boyd versus game with Josh. And then Mitchell versus Bright. Mitchell and the Magi, I'm looking forward to their games because I think they will be the most desperate out there. I'm not sure they were expecting themselves to be that low after match week 1. So I'm expecting huge bounce backs for us. But within the first round of fixtures, what game catches your eye? And I think I know where you're going with that.
I mean, I already told you the one between
Rufai?
Farouk and Rufai, just because of the madness that Rufai presented us with last week. I mean, could we see a continuation of that absolute freak of a game, or do we have a Farouk putting an end to the marching band of Rufai?
It should be special. Yeah, it should be special. But today we don't only have one round. Another round will be going on. Killer Freak will take on Blaze. So every single player will be playing 2 games. Killer Freak's first game you just saw earlier, he'll take on Mr. Oga. Today he'll also be playing Blaze. Mr. Oga, on the other hand, also be playing NSN. Imaji will have another big game on his hands. Rufai. Will it be a positive encounter for Rufai after playing Farouk Manzo? We'll find out pretty soon. Simply Uzo and Anife will also do battle. There's juicy fixtures everywhere. And I mean, I just can't wait for them to happen. Usually, when the games do start, it's fireworks all over. Farouk Manzo, by the way, he's playing Rufai and Rhymes.
So tough fixture for him today. Tough fixture for him today. Say what you may. Rhymes is a very underrated player at this stage. Rhymes is one of those players that is your favorite player's favorite player. You also have Adefola going up against Game with Josh. Baji Junior going up against Bright. But the game I am so eager to watch in this second round is the game between Boyd and Mitchell, because these are 2 friends. These are guys who know each other very well. They have played, I think they are the 2v2 champion, you understand, of Nigeria right now. So they know each other very well. And I want to see how it turns out, it plays out for them, playing each other at this level. Everything to lose, everything to gain, 3 points on the line. There is no friendship in this one. There's no loyalty. Just 2 people going up against each other.
Today we have a bumper harvest for you guys. So many to choose from, and we'll kickstart the rounds pretty soon. We've got a lot on our plate today. And live from Lagos, Nigeria, I'm super hyped for this one. I mean, the first games that will be on broadcast as will be introduced will be Killer Freak versus Mr. Oga. Inside round 1, before I got to hear of Killer Freak versus Mr. Oga, I mean, my mind straight up went to Farouk Manzo versus Rufai because all of those 2 are unbeaten. It looks like it should be a crazy game. But then I had a little bit of a backstory with Killer Freak and then Mr. Oga, which I'll be sharing during the games. I think there's a little bit of a
history.
I wouldn't call it a rivalry, but there's a little bit of a history there. So I'm keenly looking towards that game, and we get to see both of them in action. We see how they fared already in match week 1. Both of them have played 2 games. They've all Killer Freak, we know he's been unbeaten so far. 2 wins out of 2. Mr. Oga, 1 win out of 2 after losing to Adefola. A huge bounce back against Simply Uzo. But just the dynamic of that game, and you knowing that Killer Freak is that good. How do you think the mindset of Mr. Oga is going into that?
Listen, I've been with Mr. Oga. I've known Mr. Oga for a couple of times. He's one of those guys who has mental capacity to withstand pressure. I don't know how it's going to play out for him in this particular game, but I'm telling you, based on what I have seen from him, if there's any single person you're going to put your money on to go toe to toe, I don't know what the results might look like after 9 minutes, half each, but if there's anybody you know that toe to toe, this guy is going to go against his opponent and he has that mental fortitude, it is Mr. Oga. Now, the win probability is very, very interesting. You see Killer Freak running away with it with 72% win probability and a 28% win probability for Mr. Oga. Now, I was talking to somebody earlier today. I was telling them, listen, in a league phase, in this type of competition, you expect everything to happen. You expect
anything.
You expect any and
Expect
everything.
the unexpected.
Expect any and everything, including the very, very regular, what everybody is expecting. Also expect that. I mean, we could go and see a draw, a win for each of these players because they have the capacity.
They do, and in as much as we'll be having top of the table clashes, we'll be having bottom of the league clashes as well. Imagine who suffered those 2 losses will be taking on Blaze, who also had a tough week 1. You can see their stats on your screen. Both of them have lost all of those 2 games. Blaze conceding 5 goals. Imagine are scoring 4 goals and then 5 goals respectively. The win probability currently in favor of Blaze.
Listen, I totally disagree. I totally disagree with this win probability just because, I mean, if there was anybody who spoke about Blaze last week, I was one because I thought he was very erratic. He's the kind of guy you don't know what to expect anytime you go up against him. But listen, imagine is very composed, especially defending, attacking. His game is an all-round type of game. I really, really love watching his games. But I don't know. I would say I would give Imagine the 50% win.
It should be fun. It should be interesting. So those are the first 2 games on the main broadcast. We'll be having our main broadcast will be Killer Freak versus Mr. Oga. Tasty game. And of course, running simultaneously will be Blaze versus Mitchell. Already
versus Imagine, right?
Versus Imagine. Sorry. So we'll be having them run simultaneously. We'll be giving you all of the action elsewhere. When things happen, of course, we're pulling into action just like we did last week. We just want to thank all of the viewers for tuning in. And remember, there are prizes to be won today as well. So get your predictions in. And we want correct score predictions, not just who will win. If Killer Freak is going to win by 5 goals to 1, tell me.
7 goals to nil.
5-1. If Mr. Oga is going to pull off a crazy win, 3-1 or 3-2, tell us. Mr. Oga 3-2. You can also predict for the other game as well. It's all going down. National E-Soccer League. We truly have a blast on our hands. And I mean, for the next 5 weeks, across the next 5 weeks, we are due for something special. And I was speaking to the players really after week 1, and all they were telling me is this is a different format, and it's a kind of a different mindset going into it. I was having a conversation a little bit with Game with Josh, and you almost could feel like it's something that he hasn't really experienced before, and he's taking a different mindset and a different mentality. Well, we'll see if that different mindset and different mentality will help them as we are getting ready for the games and see the players.
Yeah, don't forget to also share and like. If you're viewing us on YouTube, like this broadcast right now and share with your friends. Let's have more people, more gamers who can come see greatness and watch greatness as it is happening live. Of course, this is not just the fact that this is a new format, just the fact that the organization, I have to give kudos to Cade Esports for pulling this off. The organization, the thought that went into this, bringing in some of the best 60 players to come, their hands against each other. I mean, it's something you have to give.
Truly special. I just went into the chat and we've already gotten predictions. Khalifa Yakub says Killer Freak is going to beat Mr. Oga by 6 goals to 2 already.
All right. I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm seeing.
And also, Good Shepherd School also says Killer Freak will win 6-2. Wait. Have you guys dreamt about the game already? What's this?
Why are we going with 6-2?
Nonso Richard also backing. He's actually saying that this game will end in a draw, 3-3. Wow.
Oh, wow. Listen, that is a very bold claim, and this is what I love to see. I love to see things like this. That shows that these guys already understand how this game could turn out. But this is it. We are at kickoff. We're live. Killer Freak versus Mr. Oga. First game. Here we go. Oh my goodness, already Killer Freak.
I mean, Killer Freak, give us time to settle.
Listen,
give us time to settle now.
Come on, man. We literally just kicked off.
Just a minute in. And the man who scored 18 goals on match day 1 hasn't lost a scoring touch at all. It just took him literally minutes into the game. And
just
he's already
1 minute
out
in.
by a goal. So easy on the eye. Mr. Oga, well, I don't think this is the start he would have dreamed of at all. Does it really change the game plan now for him?
Not necessarily. It doesn't. I mean, if you're going to be going up against Killer Freak, you know he has the capacity and the ability to score you at any given time. All you need to do is to be able to get your own shooting and scoring boots on and ensure you take all the chances that are available to you when you get them. This is a 9-minute half game. Of course, you don't expect your opponent not to score at all. All you just need to do is do your own best at each given time.
Try and do your best. If you just tuned in, this is the National E-Soccer League. 16 of the very best from Nigeria going head-to-head in a league format across 5 weeks. We already had match week 1 last week. If you didn't catch all of that action, after this round of games, you can go through our streams here on Cade Esports YouTube channel. You can consider subscribing. We'll be here every weekend tomorrow, same time as well, bringing you all of the live action. Killer Freak already up by a goal to nil. The man who was unbeaten in the first round will be looking to continue in the same fashion. And this has been a perfect start from him. But Mr. Oga has different ideas.
snowball.
All right.
Talk
We
about
already
it.
have a game on our hands.
Absolutely.
He seriously means business now.
You know, I was telling you that this literally changes nothing. Your opponent scoring you the first minutes of the game absolutely means nothing, as long as you can be able to lock in and be very, very composed. And this is what he was able to do in the next couple minutes. After that, here is Killer Freak on another run. Oh my goodness, here's a chance.
In game one, in fact, in round one, when you saw Killer Freak's action, the game that he scored 12 against Simply Uzo, you saw him take so many advantages of the finish shot. And that's why you're seeing a guy like him in Sunday. I realized when he got this chance, he was trying to look for the finesse angle. But I think Mr. Oga has done so much homework on him that immediately got to the finesse angle.
He tried to
also
close
defender
down.
to close that gap. So that's brilliant work. And that's what I love about the league format. You can play 1 week, and then the next week against your upcoming opponent, you have so much time to do the homework.
Absolutely.
And then do all of the learning to go up against him. But against Killer Freak,
defense that is by Mr. Oga.
of course, but against Killer Freak, you can do all of the homework and it still might not work. But we're just 12 minutes in, blessed with 2 goals already.
I was telling someone something over the course of the week about how important this build up for Killer Freak is to his style of play. I was telling someone, and I want you to think about it and notice it. You rarely see Killer Freak go 1v2 when he's attacking you. He's rarely one player against 2 of your defenders. He comes in waves. You know, he knows how to trigger his players. He knows how to bring all of them into the attack as they're moving. And that's one thing that is very, very key to his build-up. That's what makes him so unpredictable when he is in your 18-yard box.
Yeah, the truly unpredictable players do stand out. I've got a first question for the chat, and it's something that I've noticed with both of the players. They're both using the same centre-back. If you've seen it already, Mama Dashvili. Someone who's a goalkeeper in traditional football, because of shifter's item, he is a centre-back, and that huge frame. We're having discussions behind the scenes, and a lot of them seem to say Mama Dashvili is the best defender in the game. Do you agree with this thought? There's Killer Freak again.
Oh, there's that finish shot we were talking about.
Of course. Some way, somehow, it was going to come. I just knew that he just had that sort. Killer Freak going back to what works best. The finesse play style plus coming to play again. Humanson in the right place at the right time. Goal looked easy on the eye, but I think it took so much from him to complete that build.
That gives you an idea of how very complex this guy's system is. He makes it look so easy, but when you're playing against him, you realize that there is nothing about this that is easy at all, because he finds a way to bring every single one of his players into the game. Oh, what a chance that was near post. That was almost 3-1.
I mean, brilliant move from Killer Freak. The disguise into everybody thinking he was going to pass, but the speed boost into the near post finish was just truly awesome. Mr. Olga has to be careful in those situations. You can't give a guy like Killer Freak those kind of spaces. Messi, here's Olga again. That time, the lofted pass, unable to break through that defense. But I like the fact that Mr. Olga is mixing things up a little. I think it was too predictable in game 1, as we've got a huge update in that game. Imagine. Well, after struggling in round 1, we've already seen a goal from him in round 2. Maybe different things to change this time around.
I want to also say, like, you know, in first game week we had Blaze go up twice, and I don't know if he has the ability to sustain it. Only time will tell. But let's see what the next update will be like in that game. Here's Messi for Mr. Olga. Finesse.
Oh, that's an opportunity you should be scoring from, especially in a moment like this. Mr. Olga.
A rare disposal of the ball from Killer Freak.
I think the press from Mr. Olga right now is looking brilliant. He gets another opportunity. It's Owen. Ball into space. There was the moment I was speaking of. You see the anticipate plus. The fairness with anticipate plus are truly special. There was a patch in the game where you almost felt like everybody should be using the block plus play style. But come on now, anticipate is truly OG. There's Killer Freak, and you punish you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this had so much if you're in Mr. Olga's shoes.
You
miss a chance on the other end, and in that same
immediately with same transition, you get punished by your opponent. What a chance that was also. And the player was falling, but he still was able to get that low driven effort on target and into the bottom left corner of the post. You were saying something about the Anticipate Plus.
Yeah, for sure. Anticipate Plus, I think it's the true OG for every defender to have. I get all of those who want to go with Block Plus and all of those things, all the other play styles that defenders have. But for me, Anticipate Plus is truly number 1. But that sequence from Killer Freak is why he is feared. And then maybe a lot of people have him as the number 1 in the country right now. He punishes you every single time. But Mr. Olga hasn't been bad at all in this game. Murillo.
Absolutely, I've been very impressed with what I've seen from Mr. Olga. Aside the couple of mistakes and errors, I've not been able to take that advantage of that chance with Lionel Messi on the right wing. he has been near. That's another thing about playing someone at this level. You're almost perfect, but just because you're almost perfect doesn't mean you're going to get in the win, because your own opponent is in his perfection era.
For the players, there's just a simple rule for them to follow: a 12 million coin budget. So if you're wondering why you're not seeing evils and all of those cards in the game, like we explained last week, evils, we cannot evaluate them. There's no value on them, so they are not allowed in this competition. So the likes of Petacek and Yashinda, all of you guys are using your rivals and champs, you wouldn't not be seeing them here today. There's the speed boost, there's killer.
That was almost another one, but I think Mr. Oga read that pass, and this time around he didn't go for the goalkeeper control, but he went for rushing the goalkeeper out. And I think that's one thing that guys have noticed about Killer Freak's game. Every single time you move your goalkeeper cursor, he punishes you. And this time around, maybe going with the keeper rushing out is even a better option for them. I think we have another goal in the game between Blaze and Imaji.
Yeah, Imaji running down that ring. Maradona, he's been in a lot of squats and he's going down the byline, and that's a sneaky goal, but he'll take that all day long. And I told you, the thing with Blaze is we want to know if he has a consistency to stay on it. But great goal by Imaji, of course, and I was expecting it to be that tough and that tight. And we're back to it here. Mr. Oga going up against one of his fiercest rivals in Killer Freak. There's a game that has seen Killer Freak go up by 3-1, but there's still so much to play for. This is just 37 minutes out of the 9-minute half game. Yeah, look, if you just tuned into the game and you saw the scoreline, I think you'd just be saying, well, that's what's supposed to be happening. Killer Freak dominating all of that. But I don't think that's been the most clearest reflection of the game. I think Mr. Oga has given a good account of himself. But in FCN, in fact, and in life, if you do not take your chances and you're not ruthless, you will be punished every single time. And you know what? Coming into this game, the low-hanging fruit for Killer Freak and everybody watching him is he will dominate possession. He will get all of the pressing in place. And I think he's done that brilliantly so far. But his defense so far hasn't been unlocked.
He goes for the near post finish instead of the opposite. I mean, Mr. Oga, if you've noticed, have never really been comfortable using the precision shooting. Do you think that would also count against it, especially at this level?
Yeah, at this level, you should be able to be comfortable. But I mean, I for one still struggle with it. So I kind of understand where he's from. The lofted pass, a lot of people sleep on it. There it is, splitting up defenses once again. Fernandez, that pink pass,
great defense.
Just couldn't find the intended target, but just the switch and the high level IQ passing from Killer Freak. I mean, it's always difficult to deal with it. And kudos, I commend Mr. Oga for being able to do that. Ronaldo trying to bet into space. That is what a defender like Mamadash really is there to do. We are just about 2 minutes away from ending this first half. This crazy cranked first half in our first matchup of our broadcast here, National E-Soccer League Week 1, brought to you by Cade Esports, where everything flowing seamlessly for Killer Freak at this point in a comfortable 3-1 lead. Or that's Mr. Oga has something up his sleeve before the first half comes to an end.
He should try and get himself into
there's a through ball into Owen. The right back position hasn't been bad at all. I keep playing him in centre back, and I think these guys, they just know better than I do. Look, dribbling this year, it's a little bit different from the past iterations of FC. I feel like if you're using players like Ronaldo for close control dribbling, it's much more difficult because I feel like he's a much more heavier player. It's not as agile as compared to Maradona that Imaji was using. So it's kind of surprising that he's using Ronaldo in that light. But I mean, the situation that he had himself in, he was trying to maneuver his way through.
I mean, I think the reason he's going for the Ronaldo is because he wants to be able to kill off his chances. I mean, Ronaldo is one of those craziest guys when it comes to finishing in game. So unfortunately for him, he was not able to get into proper positioning in that instance, because that would have definitely been slotted into the net had it not been for the very, very keen eye of the defender on Cristiano Ronaldo. But I mean, if you are Mr. Oga, after playing this half, I'm sure like you could see so many positives to take. What would you be thinking to go into the second half?
I mean, the first positive is a lot of people didn't expect him to create chances. Well, he's actually checked that box. He's created chances. And
multiple chances.
You'd agree with me if you are taking those chances, the game would have probably been a draw at this point.
Yes,
he's missed 2 clear-cut opportunities. I know Killer Freak has also made some of his own. But Mr. Oga being an underdog on here, it will have to give him confidence. Even though he's down by 3-1, that will have to give him confidence. And I think he's controlled that midfield battle a little bit. I noticed Scott McTominay has been doing amazing work in that midfield. Just carry on that same way, and I think it will be good for him. But the thing is, once you keep on missing those chances, you just leave room for Killer Freak to do what he does best. being clinical in front of goal, just punishing you throughout. And that's what Killer Freak has done all game long. Just taking the moments and making them be magic for him. That's just been a truly special game so far.
I agree with you. Also, I want to say, I want to give enough credit to Mr. Oga for his pressing in the game. It has been almost perfect. Almost perfect.
Yeah, I think it caused Killer Freak to give away the ball
twice now. You know, it's not something we're used to see. So I have to give credit to Mr. Oga for that one. And here we go in the second half. Mr. Oga currently going down by 2 goals. But there's still so much to play for. Here's Mr. Oga.
Oh, these chances that we are speaking of.
Oh my goodness.
He creates them so well.
Oh my goodness.
And we've said the same thing over and over again. Look, it might be a cliche at this point, but you are home watching with us. You can see it clearly. Mr. Oga has not had a bad game at all. It's just that finishing touch that he's lacking as we speak, and it could come back to bite him. He's just on 3 points on the league log, and taking points off Killer Freak will do him a whole lot of good.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 points, yes, will do any player in this tournament a whole lot of good, but taking it off one of the contenders to win it all is going to be really massive. And that's what precision shooting gets you, right under the goalkeeper. And he takes his opportunity, the same opportunity that Mr. Oga has missed more than twice now. Wow. The scoreline does not represent what we have seen on the pitch at all. And I could feel so much for Mr. Oga right now.
The low-driven come into play once again. If you've been following all of the patches this year in FC25, you'd notice that right now we're in the era of low-driven finishes. My people watching, if you are not finishing with the low-driven finishes, you're missing out on a lot. You'll be missing a lot of those chances that you are supposed to be scoring. Just learn from these pros. Killer Freak in a position, always going for that type of finish. As he's on the attack once again. Stun has really been something special for Killer Freak. There are not a lot of players that are using Son so far in this tournament, but I feel like Killer Freak has just had that one unique moment.
Forward scoop turn, tears apart the defenders, and he took out 3 players with just one skill move, and one of the most basic skill moves to pull off in this FC25. What a goal that was. That now it seems like he's running away with it. It looks like the 6-2 might be coming to play.
Well, I mean, someone actually really predicted 9-1. Could it be possible? There's still a lot of time on the clock.
To be honest, yeah, at the moment there's still a lot of time.
I just hope the rate at which the goals are going in, it's not going to be derailing too much for Mr. Oga. Right now, at this point, you see how well he's created chances, but he's been unable to finish them. Would you advise him to still try to create those chances or go for a little bit of damage control at this point?
No, at this point, you have to try something. Anything is possible. You know, we spoke about it last week, game week 1. All he needs to do is score 2-3 goals, and he can reduce the goal difference. I mean, he's not in a bad position, of course. He has 3 points, of course. So it's not like it is going to be an utter despair moment for him. All he needs to do is ensure that he sees an opportunity or seizes the opportunity to reduce the goal difference. And yes, he was very, very smart there not to fall for that skill move as he did 2 times in a row now.
Killer Freak just showing us all of the dominance that he's got on display. Mind you, this is the same way he did start match week 1, and he's just been truly special in match week 2. No, Mr. Oga himself, he's not a slouch at all. Looking at what he's done.
Can he get it across?
To the Nigerian
team. Yes, he does.
Oh, there's one back.
There's one back.
Are we en route to a crazy comeback? We do find out in the next 30 minutes. But just to magnify what Mr. Oga means to this community, you were saying to me the last time, integral champion, one of the biggest tournaments in the whole of Nigeria. Just speak to me on his impact within the FCC. There's Killer Freak again. This time, can't finish Mr. Oga's impact.
I mean, Mr. Oga's impact is something that has to be said with a loud voice, because when the Integral first came out, the Integral Championship first came out, he was the one who won it. So he became Mr. Integral himself. It's something he's been called.
Oh, he earned that nickname.
Yes, he held the nickname because he was the first to ever do it at such a huge stage. But of course, not just because he did it, but the way and manner with which he did it, beating Boyd in the finals. And Boyd, as that season, that particular year, was one of Nigeria's best. It was Nigeria's hottest player. Attacking-wise, Boyd was on another level. You know, and being able to go there and use the defensive prowess to be able to get that win off Boyd was something insane. Something that we have never seen.
So it was from that tournament that he built the reputation of being like a defensive mastermind and all of that.
I mean, he has always had that reputation, but he had never really won any title with it. Being a defensive mastermind is one thing, but winning a title with that kind of a mindset is where you now be able to cement your name in the annals of time, and that's what he was able to do in that competition. And he goes for the slide. I don't know why he did that.
Well, I mean, I kind of understand that decision there. It almost felt like Hampton was in a great position to shoot, kind of left the imbalance a little bit, and of course it's worked. It ended up being that Killer Freak got a corner out of it, but we are just 13 minutes away from concluding this game. And still 5-2 as we speak.
Moves the goalkeeper, but it's too late. And somehow we are in the 6-2 region.
One more time. Makes him pay. This year, from corner kicks, I think there are so many ways of scoring.
Yes,
you can go direct with an overhead kick. We did see it play out last week. I think Adefola also got a goal from that. But when you play short, is it just me or your defenders feel like they are completely useless?
Especially with defenders. Especially corner kick variations where you use the defenders to take your shots. It looks as though they are always guaranteed to go in. And that's one thing that's happened this year that has made it even more crazy to defend any of the corner kicks in this year's game. Of course, always have corner kicks as an opportunity to score, but just this whole move where you could use any single person at all to score from corner kicks made it so crazy. And here's another opportunity with Mr. Oga. That's finesse, but is it offside? I think it's offside. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe just in that position, just realizing that he had Ronaldo on there and then possibly going for that finesse. So mind you, this is not the only game going on. We currently have another game going on simultaneously still. Blaze currently, who's leading, but we're hearing Emaji getting a crucial, was actually 3-1 in favor of Blaze. He's done a great job so far. And Emaji, we were expecting a huge bounce back from him, kind of struggling with it a little bit, but he's actually gotten a goal back into. That's a lovely touch. That is why you have players like that with a first touch play style plus. Lionel Messi truly something special.
We're getting
updates. Wow. This game, if this one is running away from Mr. Oga, there's a different story in our other game happening concurrently. The National E-Soccer League already starting crazy.
Oh, we have 6-2. My goodness. Look at that smirk on his face. He tells you the story. This man is confident. This man is confident. We have 7-2 rather, not 6-2. Wow. My oh my.
And with a trademark finish as well, you see all of the guys in the studios currently enjoying all of the action from the National E-Soccer League. We're currently live from Lagos, Nigeria, where all of this is being brought to you. You know what, Killer Freak, right? I think when he gets into those finesse positions,
it's almost certain that he's going in.
Yeah, once it's green time, once there's precision shooting on, once it's also with Son, I almost feel like that Son card with a finesse is just truly something special. 7-2. Now I see why everybody in the chat was saying 6-2, 7-2, 9-1. You just know how good this guy is. And Killer Freak putting on an absolute masterclass as we speak. Just about 13 in-game minutes to go. Now would you agree with me that damage control should be coming a little bit?
Again, I'm sticking to the fact that it's a marathon and not a race. But I understand why you're going.
We're about 10 minutes away from ending the marathon, by the way.
Yeah, the problem is, I think at some point, Mr. Oga lost his will to go on with this game, because I've seen the difference between the first half and the second half. He's not doing his best. He's not playing as good as he was in the first half, of course. So that might be a reason for him to go for damage control. But keep the squad tidy if you can. The goal defense is always going to count. As it is right now, he's going to be dropping further down the ranks as it is after this game week.
Mind you, people, in 3 games in the National E-Soccer League, Killer Freak has already logged 25 goals.
My goodness.
How insane is that?
That is mental.
And out of those three games, he's played Mr. Uzo, who's no slouch, had 12 against him. He's played Maji, who he also beat heavily, and he's played Mr. Oga. Mr. Oga as well. Like, these are 3 really good players out of the 16, and he's already got 25. You reckon he can get to 100 once this league closes?
We're talking about it.
At this rate, it's not impossible.
We're talking about a game we can he go unbeaten? But listen, it's still early days, man. It's still early days. This is just match game week.
Well, it seems like he's hunting for more. There's Killer Freak again.
Goodness. Oh my goodness.
This time, make serious business. No finesse at all.
He's counting it on stream. He's counting it. He is counting it, and that is the ultimate trolling you could ever give your opponent. And you know what it is like when you see even Rufai in the studio.
You just can't help yourself but like applaud how good this guy's been. And before the game started, I was like, there's a little bit of a rivalry going on. Actually heard this from one of the guys around. I think Tomido was speaking about it. That Mr. Orga and the Killer Freak had a little bit of back and forth in the group, so I knew this game was going to give us juice. I mean, the juice that he has produced, there has been one-way traffic.
I'm sure it's very bitter juice for Mr. Orga to swallow. This is not the type of juice he was expecting at all, but this is what it is. This is where
I think I saw 8-2 in the predictions. 8 goes to 2. 8 goes to 2. 26 goals already, Killer Freak. But Mr. Orga, I don't think this one derails him too much, in the sense that there are so many games to go within this league. There's still so much time to go.
You're very correct. We have Ekene David who predicted 8-2. Now, I do not know if he just predicted that
I think it was just recent.
Okay, just recent.
The one that we saw earlier was 13-1, 6-2,
yeah, we had a lot of those.
Yeah,
we had.
And then there was also a 3-3 in there. I'm sorry, that 3-3 nowhere close to happening. Maybe to get one back.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that sums up how the game has gone.
Absolutely
for Mr. Orga.
Absolutely,
He missed so many chances in the first half. If you just joined in the second half, you would think this Killer Freak has had a stroke.
Absolutely,
but in the first half, that was not the case at all.
I mean, talking about this, I don't know, maybe we should put it down to composure, or I think we should just put it down to Mr. Orga having a very, very terrible day in front of the post, because this has not been a stroll in the park at all throughout the game. But Mr. Orga, and he's had very, very decent chances.
He has had decent chances indeed, but that's all we've got to offer. And it is a proper mauling. Killer Freak finishing the day 8 goals to 2. And right now, I almost feel like he's the most confident he's ever felt. I was speaking with Tommy Day and Mr. Kumi and all of those guys. They were like, when they found Killer Freak at first, he was this timid guy a little bit. But this is not a timid guy I've seen on my screen now.
Absolutely not.
He's grown out of that timid era, looks a lot more confident, expresses himself really, really well. And what do you make of the growth of such an FC player within it?
Listen, wins give you confidence. This is what it is. Points give you confidence. Wins give you confidence. And he has been constantly winning. This is no longer the guy we saw early last year, when he was coming to his first LAN tournament. He was, very quiet, very shy. He was just trying his best. No, this is a monster. And this monster, we created this monster. we allowed him win.
Oh my goodness!
Games back to back. And this is what it is. Listen, it happens every single time when a player has a great run. We've spoken about Adefola's run, Boyd's run, Mitchell's run, Farouk's run.
I was hearing a guy like Arox. Arox run was also crazy. Arox run was also
Arox run was absolutely insane. He came from nowhere and he dominated, and he was crazy. That's just what happens when a player is winning. He is in the best form of his life. He builds confidence consistently. You cannot take it away from this guy. This guy is winning. He has the confidence because he knows he has what it takes. So give him that. Kudos to this guy.
He is truly at his peak. We just saw a big score line. Killer Freak 8 goals to 2. We're actually about to finish that game. Emergy versus Blaze. We're leaving was 3-3. We're bringing you updates of how that one went down. But already, game 1, if this is the curtain raiser, just have a feel of what is to come in the next few games. We told you we had a platter of great games to bring you. There's still Killer Farouk hasn't played already. Adefala hasn't played.
I just saw before I walked into the studio. So
Rhymes, that tells you him lurking around.
Yeah.
Mitchell, somebody that I want to see today. I think he'll play with fire. I think he'll play with hunger. Losing all of those 2 games in a match week 1, that close. I think he's going back to the drawing board. We'll be seeing a lot of changes from him. National E-Soccer League is truly bringing the best out of these players.
Today has to be redemption day for Mitchell, because the way he lost, the manner in which he lost those 2 games, were something crazy. You're absolutely insane. So I can't wait to see what it looks like. I don't know if you could get some of the updates on the match between Blaze and Emergy. And then also let's get an update on the next game that is going to be happening soon. Now we've seen first round. Mitchell has given us, Killer Freak has given us 3 points and absolutely a dominant performance. What we're going to see about the next game, are we going to see more goals? Going 9 game half is always crazy. It's always crazy. So it gives you opportunity to have all the goals happen again and again and again. So let's see. What do you think about the next one?
This was similar to last week. Killer Freak actually opened us up with 12 goals. And I think Farouk followed it up with, I think, 5 goals.
5, 6 goals?
Yeah. We're probably going to see the same similar pattern. But this is truly something special that we've seen from Killer Freak. I think he has just opened the doors to something crazy the rest of this.
My, oh my. Just so much to watch for, guys. Stay on stream. We're coming back to you. We're going to be going on a short advert break, but we are coming back to you guys with more action, more. Iron Slime Off. We're still waiting for you guys after.
We are literally 70% done for case 24. What a week.
This is Virus from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024. I mean, the whole lodging experience has been very, very nice. I mean, you guys will see it on the main stage.
In other words, maybe mind our business. Okay now.
No challenge so far. But we pray we see any challenge on the main stage. But for now, no challenge.
My name is Abib. I'm competing in Garena Free Fire. I actually feel very excited, to be honest, because I never expected to be a gamer, like an esports player, you know. Like, this is a very big opportunity for me, and I'm very, very grateful for it.
Okay.
I don't know if I should reveal that yet. I don't know if you're
Okay.
But let's see. Tomorrow we'll see it. We have like maybe 80% chance of winning, you know. At least we have to make top 4. That's the most important thing.
Okay, top 4.
Top 1 is the aim.
My name is Lord J, and I'm the manager for the Outlaw Free Fire team. Most of the challenges we faced leading to the finals was that, you know, the network issues in Nigeria is terrible. So most of the locations that all the players were having some kind of network glitches. And that has been a major problem, but thankfully, we're here. My team have proven to be one of the best. We have that confidence. I'm sure that we're going to actually dominate. So our morale is always high. So the primary strategy is just focus. Well, we play more of a passive and aggressive role. So we know when to push and when not to push. Every team is unique in their own way. We cannot actually predict what's going to happen. But if we were to choose a major opponent or a team that's going to give us problem, I would say it's going to be the Outlaw Syndicates or the Cade Esports team. These are the two major teams that we are always watching out for in most of our games.
My name is Farouk Mazo, and I'm representing Nigeria. There are two guys that I'm looking forward to playing, and one of them is John, known as Killer Freak, and the other one is Adefola. It's a new experience for me because they are bringing in a lot of new teams, so we appreciate them for that, obviously, but we are here to win, and we're going to try our best to do just that. Like I do every tournament, grind before the tournament, put in the work. So I know if I put in the work, I should be able to beat everybody that is here to play the tournament. So if I play well, I play well, and I'm sure I'm going to win.
My name is Muslim Uthman. I'm representing Nigeria from the Abuja qualifiers. My expectation is to make it to the final. It'll be good for me to lift a trophy. I mean, I've been playing competitive for at least 4 or 5 years, but it's not been a smooth ride. So making it this far has been an achievement in itself. My experience so far with Cade has been one of respect. They've treated us nicely, and I appreciate what they're doing here.
All right, we're back, and this is the highlights section. Of course, we're seeing the highlights in the game between Imaji and Blaze. So many actions were missed, of course, and it's a game we're going to finding out who eventually got the best of each other. Here's a
Blaze, I believe, opened.
Imaji, right? Oh, no, this is Blaze.
Blaze opened the scoring early, yeah. All right. Yeah.
For whatever reason, I thought Imaji was the one who had
Yeah, so for Blaze, going into this game was a very important one. Imagine as well, both of them hadn't won a game in match week 1, and you could tell right from the very start that they needed this win. Vinicius with that lovely finesse. And one thing about these TOTS and Shapeshifters cards are a lot of them have the 5-star weak foot. The fact that it's difficult to predict where they'll go, as another lovely finish goes in. I mean, Blaze and Imagine truly was a special game. Just that Killer Freak's demolition job had us distracted a little bit, but just looking back on how things were, you almost feel like this was
a cracker to watch.
This start from Lionel Messi was truly something special. I mean, having a player with a first touch play style plus is truly important, and just being able to see that just shows us different dimensions to the game and what you should be able to do in different situations. We also get another glimpse for those who weren't able to see, and of course, if you still saw, you want to relive all of the greatness of Killer Freak again.
This header was something absolutely mental because if you notice, FC25 doesn't have much of headers, so to have Mr. Olga pull off such a header at this point in this game was something that we have to give him credit for.
This moment from Killer Freak has to be the highlight of the game. The fact that he was counting the number of goals that he had scored just shows the level of confidence that I was speaking of.
Yes,
from being a timid guy to now very confident on camera and all of that. Kudos to Killer Freak.
I mean, kudos to him, my guy, and I love the fact that he engages audience. That's one thing about this type of players. I love players that have personality. I love the fact that he's able to bring in his players or his audience into his personality and give them a glimpse of something to be happy and to follow and to stand him for, if you could say that. That was the game highlights between Killer Freak and Mr. Olga. We also saw the one between Blaze and Imagine. I think that game ended in a 3-3 draw so that means they both share the spoils in that one.
That means they are now not on 0 points. They actually have a point each to their names.
I don't know if that's something that should be
at least it's a step in the right direction.
Fair enough. For both players, it's definitely a step in the right direction. They didn't lose, so yes, very happy to share the spoils. However, Killer Freaks and his band of freaks match on. Yes, they are matching on.
They do match on. And speaking of one perfect record, we are about to jump into another perfect record.
Ooh,
the guy who's coming on show, I asked last week, who's one of the greatest all time when it comes. Farouk Manzo in your shot. He'll be in action. It's actually 2 perfect records that we are speaking of. Farouk, the man who came, saw and conquered last week, will be in action against Rufai, the drama man. When Rufai is action, we are definitely in for some drama. You see, both of them statistics, 2 wins out of all of the 2 games, 11 goals by Farouk Manzo, 8 goals scored by Rufai, and the win probability as close as it can be, 57 to 43, I think is perfect, and they are currently 5th and 4th on this one. First thoughts about this game, how are you expecting it to go?
Listen, in the last game week, we saw something play out for Rufai. Of course, okay, here we have on the screen also Simply Uzo versus NSN. It is a game for who will see Let's see who's going to be getting the 3 points. Uzo needs it more than NSC. NSC has 1 point, but Uzo has had.
And NSC actually had a really great game in match week 1. Him and Boy, they played that 5-5 draw where he got that 1 point from. So he'll be looking to build up
on that.
I think for Uzo, this is a must win.
Absolutely,
he's already on, I believe, a minus 13 goal difference of league log. He's kindly rooted to the bottom. I don't think that's somewhere he loves to stay for a very long time. So we'll keep an eye on that game as well. So those are the 2 concurrent games that will be going on. Farouk Manzo, Rufai, and then simply Uzo, and then NSC.
I was telling you about the Farouk game. I saw something in the game, Rufai's game. He has this uncanny ability to go all out in the first 20 minutes. He did it consistently. He did it against Mitch, and he also did it against, I think that was
Baji Junior.
Baji Junior. In the first 10, 20 minutes, he
already has a goal.
Out. He has 1 goal. He has 2 goals. He wants to use it as an opportunity to stabilize you. I mean, if there's any other person who is going to nullify that type of threat,
it's got to be Farouk.
It has to be Farouk. So I'm going to give Farouk all of that. Now let's see how that plays out. I mean, his game plan of always taking the first chances. I mean, some players love to build into the game, but it seems he and Killer Freak has that type of game where they want to boom, they want to start so aggressive. They want to hit you on as many goals as they can in the first couple minutes. Let's see if that's going to be playing out.
I'm really looking forward to how Farouk also approaches this game, in the sense that he's not the most aggressive type, like as we're comparing Rufai to the likes of Killer Freak, but in games like this and against really good players, if you sometimes start slow, the game might go away from you before you settle into your groove.
I agree with you.
But watching Farouk's games online, and then also, of course, watching him in person, he always seems like somebody who's calm under pressure, in the sense that even when there's so much going around him, there's audience around him, booze and all of that, he's still able to keep calm and be composed. And I think what he's done so well in FC25 is make good use of some of the mechanics that people understand, but he takes it to a different level. I think the player locks, if you see Farouk right now, I can bet my money any single day we'll be seeing more than 20 player locks in one
player
game.
Lock cancel, player lock cancel.
It's just sometimes so confusing to deal with. And you know what? Somebody is also still around. He'll be coming on the screen to just dissect a little bit for us how some of these things work, for sure. And for Farouk Manzo to be able to take into perspective how his games go. But looking at the other side of the spectrum, Rufai, he was in 2 close games. You think he can afford to be in a close game with Farouk?
I think he can afford to now, because I took a deep dive into his personality. It seems like he loves the chaos that comes with all of that action. It just seems to fuel him up. Why all these other players, they love to bury the games on time, kill it. They don't want to give you any opportunity to come back. For whatever reason, it seems like that chaos sort of fuels Rufai. He's underrated. He's massively underrated. This is his first LAN tournament. Of course, if you're not aware, this is the first appearance in any LAN tournament in Nigeria. And it just seems like he loves the drama, he loves the action, he loves the craziness of it all, and it sort of fuels him.
I saw a couple of comments last week, because it is his first LAN event. A lot of people didn't know how he looked like. There were a lot of comments for his dreadlocks. People really seem to laugh. Maybe that's where all of the magic is. Well, the dreadlocks will have to come to play again, because the guy is about to go up against truly one of the special ones. I mean, I was following Farouk's progress in the FC Pro ladder and what that guy does. I mean, the open ladder for all of the Africans, and even playing on the bad server and all of that, he still finds a way to pull through. We've got the game on our hands. Farouk Manzo taking on Rufai, 2 perfect record. So after this game, we'll have 1 less of a perfect record, but it could still be a perfect record if it could still be an unbeaten record if they do play out in a draw.
Absolutely.
But I don't think this one is ending in a draw. I'm expecting explosive starts from both of them. Let's see how it all goes down. It seems like Farouk had the message.
Oh my goodness, he misses that with Maradona. That is absolutely mental.
What a start that was. What a start that was. I mean, creating the perfect opportunity, that would have been so good for Farouk to be able to break through. But it just tells you how comfortable he is on offense, exchanging those quick passes. There's the player lock I was speaking of. Bullet into space. Rodri already surveying those areas. Well, speaking of Rodri, it seems like he is a constant feature in all of these games. Now, the person with the ball right now, Michael Olise, he was in Shapeshifters Team 3, I believe. And the reason why you're seeing him in so many squads is the fact that he's one of the most dynamic attackers in the sense that he's got the play styles of attackers and also midfielders. Usually, if you want your striker to be able to make a killer pass, not just always finish chances, but make a killer pass, because if you are playing two top, you have to have a striker that will be able to make a killer pass. So maybe you want a Harry Kane. But the thing is, a Harry Kane will not be able to give you the quickness for
and
speed.
the dynamism.
But the fact that Olise has incisive play style plus, it just gives him the tick. And that's the reason why he's in Rufai's team. Last week he did damage, and there's no surprise that he also makes the starting 11 once again.
What a monster player he is for Rufai, of course. I think it's also down to the consistency of Rufai putting in his. And he knows where he's always going to be at any given time. So he's always finding him in the best position, and he knows how to use Olise to get those killer passes, as you were saying. And he's not the best at scoring goals for Rufai, but every single thing that happens, every single action has something about Olisa.
I'm going into the comments a little bit. Jordy's asking, when is Adefola playing? He will be playing very, very soon. You can keep an eye on that. Chinonso Odiaka says 3-2. Rufai is winning 3-2. That's an interesting
That is
line.
very, very interesting.
EBT Head, my brother from Ghana, says Farouk will be winning 4-2. We've got big updates. NFCN up by 2-0 against Simply Uzo. Like we said earlier, the games are going on concurrently right here in the studios from Lagos, Nigeria. And we've got our main broadcast on your screens as we speak. Farouk Manzo, who started pretty well in the game. I think Rufai has settled now. He looks more comfortable on the ball. Mohamed Salah on the wing.
It's interesting to see Mohamed Salah on the left wing for him, Rufai. And I wanted to say something. If you notice, I said that if there was anybody that could neutralize that first horde of attack by Rufai, it's Farouk Manzo. And it seems like he's been able to neutralize it for a minute or two. Let's see if that's going to turn into consistent defensive prowess for Farouk Manzo.
So out of all of the 4 games that we've seen, and in fact 2 of them are currently ongoing, there's been one player that's been constant. And I mentioned him in match week 1, Mamadashvili. He's truly one of the best centre backs around. What was he doing there? Almost paid off for Rufai. 16 minutes gone before he had a tasty affair so far. Maradona, player lock Farouk. Rodri is something special. And I don't think it's even, he wasn't in team of the season, so it's definitely team of the year. We haven't seen too many special Rodri cards in there, but he's doing a tremendous job just marshalling that midfield for them. But a guy like Farouk Manzo, taking you through the walks of his life, I think he's the best specimen when it comes to just building through your SC career, playing at such a young age. And I still do believe that he's very, very young. I'm sure we'll be having him on the broadcast later, but like playing from such a young age and adapting to the systems really well. When we're speaking of guys who really reigned within the FC scene in Nigeria, he's played with A-Rocks, he's played with a guy like Adefola, and he's still rocking it with the new guys I saw, the likes of Killer Freak, and he's still playing
all of these guys.
At his very peak. The consistency is truly, truly special.
It's very special, especially, I really love the fact that you mentioned and highlighted. Oh my goodness, here's that over the top ball, but I think this time around it's going to be...
that man has really card says not on his watch. He's physical, he's strong, he's going to anticipate. Like, he's got all of the play styles that you need in a defender, and already we are seeing it happen. By the way, Farouk's also really good with the over-the-top through balls. I had a little debate about it as to who was better when it comes to over-the-top through balls, maybe him or Rhymes, because Rhymes also seems to be somebody that really does that. The player lock, though, or it got Ronaldo into position, while the pass coming a little bit too late.
I mean, talking again about his run, Farouk's, of course, run, I think this is very, very mental because we're going to be seeing him for the next at least 5 to 6, 7 years at the very top. And hopefully he's going to be the one to take Nigeria to the international scene and beyond.
Rafinha.
We are having conversations about how he uses his Rafinha and how absolutely dangerous the Rafinha for Farouk could be. Well, I guess we can't wait to see how that plays out in the next couple of minutes. Of course, the Rafinha, of course, so far so good. It looks like he hasn't had enough chance to put him to good and judicious use because Rufai's defending. I mean, we don't talk about it a lot, but Rufai's defending is actually very, very good. Of course,
it's been very good. He's read all of those rants from Farouk Manzo, but he still got more defending to do here. If the scoreline will stay at 0-0, great tackle. All of those who are saying he's not good enough. Well, seems like he's fairly good. Farouk's system in which he's playing in the 4-4-1-1, you almost feel like where he has his wingers is very high up just to be able to enable the press, just like that, winning the ball back, and it sets him in really strong positions during the games. De Bruyne sends the runners up front. Rufai just looking for the break and he has it. Dembele, will he get the first shot of the
Oh my
game?
goodness, that was so close. And
Very close.
Konate.
Kudos to Farouk though. He got the goalkeeper really out early and put that press on.
I mean, and Konate with that huge frame, was able to block that chance from becoming something entirely different than what we have right now. He has the Rufai again, refusing to lie low, and he's insisting on this one. The past 5 minutes have been a little bit about him. Oh, knee passing! Oh, and he just went for the wrong exit.
You think he overdid it a little bit?
I think he went for the wrong exit.
After that last part, you're expecting him to like
take a
turn
shot
and then shoot.
Yes, absolutely.
But I was looking for that extra part. But Rufai just showing glimpses of why he's highly rated. Could that ball break Dembele's way? Konate is there. 13 minutes of really intense FC. We get action. Told you earlier, Anderson out by 2 goals to 0. And this time around, Uzo not going to lie down simply. It's actually 2 goals to 1 as we speak in that one. Speaking of our featured broadcast, here comes Farouk once again. Murillo's also been like a constant feature. I saw him.
I was going to say that.
Squad.
Yes, I was going to say that. I was wondering, I mean, you're a specialist on these cards. Why do you think both players are going for Murillo at that position?
Yeah, I mean, for shapeshifters, the thing is, they've just gifted so many players.
Yes, he goes for the near post. He overthought it.
Farouk now blowing 2 huge opportunities to go up. Wow.
I think that was over anticipation. Sometimes it could really play well for you, and sometimes it could be the
maybe the mind games also come into play. That's the fact that maybe he's expecting Rufai to move the goalkeeper. Rufai also actually didn't move the goalkeeper at all. And Farouk trying to anticipate what his opponent was going to do. Went for the near post and the goalkeeper right there to parry that one away. Anderson though wants his first 3 points as he gets a third to go down. 3 goals to 1 in that one as we speak.
What a goal there by Anderson. One of the goals to ensure that he has his foot firmly on that 3 points that he absolutely needs to go to the next level. Oh, here's another chance that was read properly by Rufai. I was talking about Rufai's defending and anticipation of the passing. I think it's one of the underrated aspects of his game. Yes, we've spoken about the chaos that he loves being part of, but we have not spoken a lot about his ability to, anticipate where the ball is going to be in and have players, 1 or 2 players in that.
Look, if you defend well in FC 25, I'll always have to give you your credit because attacking in this game is so overpowered in the sense that it's always difficult to hold your own against them. That's Farouk.
Finally, Farouk gets it. Near post finish. He goes for that near post again.
Time and time again, he will create chances. This time around, different result. Win near post once more. They have 7 up top, they didn't fail him. Farouk Manzo. And it's well deserved. He's created the best of all of those chances.
So far, so good. Absolutely, I agree. He's been the one who has had the nearest attempt, and I think it's fair enough for him to be the one to get that score in. Here's Rufai on his own attack. This time around, Konate for Farouk Mamzo refuses to lie low, and here's our ball that makes Farouk so dangerous. Oh my goodness, a roulette. Oh, talk about greatness. And he pops up.
Judgment of intent.
He knows what he did.
It's the full Farouk Manzo show on display.
Oh my goodness. And you can see how much it means to the people in the studio, other players watching greatness on display. My goodness, every single thing about that goal was done to perfection. The ball over the top, the Russian roulette by Cristiano Ronaldo to get the player and the goalkeeper off the field, and he just slotted it to an empty post.
Farouk is feeling it now, and you don't want to get great players in comfortable positions early. There he goes, Bruno Fernandes, not going to work out. But what a first stop this one has been. You didn't want to awake a beast. And you see Farouk Manzo, when he gets comfortable, he's truly a beast in this game. What have we just seen? That last goal, truly something special. It had money going crazy. Rightly so.
My. I mean, this is such an amazing way to end the first half. It was a half of back-to-back chances from both players. But now seeing Farouk Mamzo use that opportunity to absolutely demolish Rufai out of it with those 2 goals. I mean, that means so much for Farouk Mamzo. That means so much. And that's one way to ensure that you don't allow Rufai any chance in the second half.
You know, the mind games are absolutely as I've said. If you look at those first 20 minutes, there was no instance where Farouk Manzo had played over the top two ball. So it almost felt like he had it in his back pocket.
Absolutely.
Was just waiting. And
For
then
the right
in the
moment.
last 25 minutes, you saw a couple of them. So Rufai was kind of not expecting it, caught him off guard. Boom, boom, boom. He gets like 3 of them on goal, and he converts from one of them. Truly something special. Oh, the National E-Soccer League. We're only into week 2, but you almost feel like the drama that this one has caused.
If this was a dish, this would definitely be a buffet because we have a spread of moments to pick out from. I don't know if it's the defending of Rufai up to the moment, or it's the amazing solo run by Ronaldo for Farouk, and the way he dribbled that goalkeeper to get the opportunity to slot the ball into the empty net. That gave me chills down my spine.
One thing that also makes it unique about the dribbling is you might see it on the naked eye and just think, oh, if I spam skill moves, that's it.
No.
But it's skill moves plus the left stick dribbling. So we saw a Beba spin in there. We saw the ball roll scoop. It was the controlled dribbling, the left stick dribbling that got him into that skill move position. So you've got to combine the two, and that's what Farouk Manzo has. It's now got him into a comfortable position. 2 goals to the good. We still got the whole of the 45 in-game minutes to go. 9 minutes out, by the way. So do not count Rufai out yet. We almost did that last week, and he showed us why people rate him that highly. We still got a lot of time here to go, and we've got magic coming. Rufai, can he respond in the perfect?
Oh, yes, he does.
You almost feel like he had me on that one.
Yes. I mean, again, that ability to start each half with some nastiness.
He didn't start the first half aggressive, but it seems like he's channeled the inner aggression in the second half. It's exactly how he had pictured starting the second half. There's Farouk again. Yes. I told you, the dribbling.
That left stick dribbling we were talking, it was
left stick dribbling. He just has it unlocked.
Oh.
Just channeling it with the control sprint dribbling. Like he's just got a so unlocked. Both of them are giving us attacking displays that we definitely expected that it would come. Rufai now has gotten himself a lifeline in this game. This game is far from done. It is far from done. We're still getting where that Anderson up by 3 goals to 1 in our other game that currently goes on. This is National E-Soccer League. If you just tuned in, we're into match week 2. We started last week with all of the 16 players playing, and both of the players that are currently in your shot have unbeaten runs by 1 man.
Oh, no, even shot it to the left corner. My, oh my. That came out of nowhere.
Right from the pause. And pauses, you've got to take them seriously.
Absolutely.
I don't know if Rufai was caught off guard a little bit, but right from the pause, you have to have your focus. And Farouk Manzo takes full advantage of that one. Like Manny rightly said, driven shot into the far corner. He's out by 2 goals once again, and it's back to deja vu, right?
Yes,
where we started.
Yeah, absolutely. He's restored his lead, and it could be very, very important. But Rufai says no. Rufai says he has something of his own, and the same, similar to the first goal, Rufai gets another goal in similar fashion.
Mr. Rufai himself, you know what?
Here's that chaos we're talking about.
I'll have to salute this guy. He always gives us good games. Like every single game of his on the broadcast, he's never disappointed. Even in this game, when he's been down by 2 goals, he makes sure it is going to be a crazy game. If you don't know what I'm speaking of, right after the stream today, you can head on to Match Week 1 stream right here on the Cade Esports YouTube channel, and you'd understand what I'm saying. The guy just lives up to the hype. 56 minutes gone, 3 goals to 2. I almost feel like with Farouk's games, there's always a point in the game where you feel like it's close. Absolutely. But then getting to the end, he pulls away. We saw that against Samaji. It was close, and at the last end, he got a 5 goals.
Was it like a 3-goal difference all of a sudden from nowhere?
There are always so many points in the game where you almost feel like that is what usually happens. But Farouk wants to pull away.
Oh my goodness.
And this might be that one.
Oh my goodness. Did you see that use of speed boost there? It was absolutely mental.
We were speaking of that Rafinha card, and he's still expensive on the market, and this is one of the reasons why fleet-footed, 5-star weak foot. And Rafinha, after having a tremendous season in traditional football, of course, up for the Ballon d'Or conversations as well. I think he's up for one of the match conversations in this game too.
Absolutely. He's been a part of
68 game minutes. But it's been back and forth we go. That's Rufai. Have one more response in him. Step over. That pass, not good enough.
Not good enough.
And absolutely. He could be liable to the counter. There goes Ronaldo before he did it. Once more into the roulette. Farouk, can he finish it off? Wait for the run. That really is there.
My goodness. I was expecting him to finish up with that roulette. As soon as Ronaldo performed that, I was hoping he was going to get that finesse.
Rufai has got to be extra careful now. With how the game is going, your midfield is almost lost. Both him and Farouk, the midfield is lost. One pass and they're right in front of your defense. So you cannot afford to give the ball away in those situations. We get reminded, Ellison up by 6 goals to 4. And he gets another one. And this is just basic football. Lovely build-up. And it's 8 goals to 4 in favor of Ellison.
My we want to say shout out to all our sponsors, Afro Sports, Pulse Entertainment, Super Sports, and Gamers Pride for partnering with Cade Esports for this.
There goes Rufai.
He
has no quits in him. Just found that open space near post finish.
This is giving us flashbacks from last game week's event. Yeah. But this time around,
Rufai versus Mitchell.
Rufai is the one chasing it. Oh my. Can Farouk Manzo hold on for a famous win against this guy? Now, what we've just seen from Rufai, I think it's fair enough to say he's legit and he is the truth. I cannot wait to see him play Killer Freak. I want to know what that game is going to look like.
It should be special. Farouk, on the other hand, he needs to grab these 3 points. If you were here earlier and we're previewing the fixtures for today, the next game for Farouk Manzo is actually Rhymes, who's also an unbeaten player already in the league.
One of the players.
If he's going to pick points, he needs to start picking them up because there are no easy games in this league. And today will prove to be a very difficult time for Farouk Manzo. Any chance that he has to be picking up points, he needs to pick up. There's Ronaldo with strength.
Oh my goodness, somehow.
What a save.
What a save.
Lev Yashin and goal. Producing a big save to keep Rufai in this one.
That was absolutely insane. The
Ronaldo with that strength to win the ball back. For Mama, that's really of all people, somebody who scored we've scored like the Thanos at the back. Nobody can take the ball away from him.
I mean, I think we've said that multiple times about Ronaldo and getting in front of your player. He is so OP with that physical strength of his. Oh, nice pass with the player lock. He simmies. Oh my. That decoy run, that decoy player lock with Ronaldo was absolutely mental.
We're 15 minutes away from a classic, a National E-Soccer League classic. The first ever iteration of the National E-Soccer League here from Nigeria. This one will go down in the history books as one of the very best. Player lock comes in. We've already spoken of how good Farouk is with this one. And he creates another space. Oh, that's lovely.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, just the finishing touch missing. But he's got to focus over the top. I think Rufai is rushing it a little bit now. He's got more defending to do.
Oh, wow.
These classes will actually come back to home, Farouk.
Listen, I think this particular one was just a little bit of indecision affecting Farouk because he had Rafinha in pole position to either pass the ball or actually take a shot. But he was just a little bit indecisive there. And he might, of course, as you just said, oh my goodness, somehow, to goalkeeper. And you can see it on his face. My, oh my. That meant so much by the goalkeeper there. Konate stepping up with that massive frame of his to keep Farouk that 3 points in. And now Farouk has another opportunity of his own or with Fernandez.
What in the world are we seeing? Clear-cut opportunities not being finished. What is this? You only get here, right? On the National E-Soccer League, we are still not done yet. The drama has not unfolded. There is Salah. Rufai still believes. He's got an option to choose from in Olise. Decides to recycle a bit. Rolet, Rodri, quick passes. Olise on the 10. It could really be something special. Maybe to get a point. What a tackle that is.
Absolutely.
Jonathan Tah in the game. That team of the season from the Bundesliga coming up clutch with for Farouk Manzo. There's Rufai. Truly, the passing. The passing angles that Rufai finds, only him can see. Absolutely. Only he can see.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so easy to see this, of course, from our own end, as we absolutely see this without the pressure of being in this game. But to be able to see these passes while you are under pressure, such immense pressure, is kudos to these players. What are the people saying in the chat?
Well, the chat is going crazy. Salim says Farouk is the GOAT. I mean, I'm seeing so many comments coming. I can't even keep up with it. We appreciate every single one of them. Prince Derek says, bro, it's over. Don't worry. He's playing Farouk well. Derek, it's sure that's not over. The game is as close as it can get. And of course, our audience around, some of the players and the fans, they're living up every single moment.
Also, I'm seeing some back and forth in the chat room. I am seeing Divine Ode saying, at Padia, when you're done, clean your mouth. So we can see some back and forth between fans of both players. Things we love to see. And let's see what is going to be happening in the dying embers of this game.
I like how Rufai started the second half. But in these moments, we almost saw what happened earlier on, right from the pause. And Farouk Manzo almost capitalizing once again. He's got to be careful, Rufai. Concentration has to be 100% in. 5 minutes to go, we get another word from that NSN Simply Uzo game. NSN has just been out of this world. He desperately needed those points, and he's getting them at will. The goals are flying in, 11 goals to 5. Well, that does his goal difference a whole lot of good.
Whole lot of good, of
back
course.
to our featured game. We've got about 3 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Crunch time action.
I have to ask you a quick question now, Sla. Do you think this is time for game management, or do you think this is time?
We saw this in that Mitchell versus Rufai game. Mitchell went for a last-minute attack, but there was still time on the clock. He lost the ball, and that was when Rufai pounced. I think both of them have learned from that situation as well. You see with how Farouk Manzo is playing now. He doesn't want to let go of it. Maybe commentators' drinks coming to play there. And there's Rufai with a smart throwing.
Murillo. Just as we spoke about.
This is not the WWE, but he's surely bulldozing his way through. Farouk Manzo, minutes away from securing his perfect record. Gets it into Murillo once again. Farouk holding on to it. He loses it. Will that be time? Yes, for him. Olise, final chance of the game. It's got to be perfect. He has Murillo. Oh my goodness. What a game. Mental. This is the stuff made of dreams. Oh my. Till the very last kick of the game, Rufai stands strong. And you can see what it means to Farouk. He knows he has bottled a 3-point lead. Oh my goodness. That came from a wrong pass, just one wrong pass. And he was absolutely punished. We spoke about this thing. Game management. There was absolutely no reason to try and attempt a forward pass in that moment. Wow.
The game was literally on the dying embers. It was on the last legs. I expected him to turn around.
For Rufai, I've got to go back to my roots from Ghana from this one. It's a Ghanaian team within the Ghana Premier League, a very popular team, Hearts of Folk. You know what their motto is? Never say die until the bones are rotten. This is Rufai's quote. Never say die. Never say die. It looked like it was all over. That tackle from Murillo looked like
that was the end of the game. Wow. I expected that pass to be backward so that we could end and clean up the game. But my, oh my, I want to say hat off to Rufai.
And as you get a glimpse, everybody enjoying all of this action. Are you not entertained?
Absolutely.
Are you not entertained? This is what the National E-Soccer League is all about.
Absolutely. Shout out to the Nigerian Esports Federation and Cade Esports for bringing us this absolute platform for these players to come and showcase talent. I mean, look at the talent on display, guys. Look at the absolute craziness on display. Never seen before, never ever heard before, Rufai. And he comes into such a large tournament where there are big weights, there are big names, and he's absolutely dominated and making a name for himself. Kudos to him.
He still produces. It must be those dreadlocks. Something must be those dreadlocks. From Rufai. I mean,
the African in you is coming out now.
I don't know how he does it, but he always finds a way. Never say die, Rufai. I mean, petition to have every single Rufai game on stream.
Absolutely.
Every single one of them.
It always sounds like something
this guy
different.
does something else. But looking at it from a Farouk point of view, you think it's 2 points lost for Farouk Manzo?
I absolutely agree with you. It is not just 2 points lost, it's 2 massive points lost, because I mean he's chasing to be in the top, 1, 2, 3, and he had almost locked down, and he's going to be playing Rhymes next. Every single point counts. If he was able to take this one, it will do him a huge confidence boost going into the next game today. But
looking at it from a different angle, don't you think after it all, when it all settles, Farouk will be satisfied that he got the draw with Rufai and not anybody else? Because Rufai is considered as one of the top players around. So if you're getting a draw against him, it's not that bad of a result.
To be honest, I don't think Farouk got his draw against Rufai. I think Rufai got the draw against Farouk. Sacrificed 3 points against.
I said during the broadcast, after Rufai's game, Farouk has to play Rhymes. He's also an unbeaten player, and Farouk needed to grab as much points as he
with
could
so much confidence going into
from
the next game. Yes.
Rufai. And now things change. Now
Absolutely.
things change. Truly, truly amazing. All of the action going down live from Lagos, Nigeria. I've just had a brilliant time so far. Every single time I come to Nigeria, they always leave a mark. And kudos to
Are you not
everybody.
entertained, Sly?
I am. Truly,
Petition to
truly
have
thrilled.
Sly move to Nigeria full time, so we can be enjoying this on week after week.
You know what? I've been through it all when it comes to Ghana esports, and I'll say we have moments like this, but Nigeria just has this extra sauce that makes it special. And shout out to both of them. I think the collaborations between Ghana and Nigeria is also something special. Hopefully,
Absolutely.
we get more collaborations. Maybe we see Farouk in Ghana. Maybe we see either Montana, Padia, or anybody else right here in Nigeria as well. I've truly enjoyed myself here. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, people. We've still got about 4 more weeks of this. 4 more weeks of brilliant FC, 4 more weeks of dramatic FC to bring you right here, Lagos, Nigeria, National E-Soccer League action.
Talking about
bringing all of the juice. We'll be right back after this break.
Literally 70% done for case 24. What are we literally 70% done for case 24. What are we expected?
Tobias from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024. I mean, the whole lodging experience has been very, very nice.
I
mean, you guys will see it on the main stage.
In other words, maybe mind that business. Okay now.
No challenge so far. But we pray we see any challenge on the main stage. But for now, no challenge.
My name is Abib. I'm competing in Garena Free Fire. I actually feel very excited, to be honest, because I never expected to be a gamer, like an esports player, you know. Like, this is a very big opportunity for me, and I'm very, very grateful for it.
Okay.
I don't know if I should reveal that yet. I don't know if you're
Okay.
But let's see. Tomorrow you'll see it. We have like maybe 80% chance of winning, you know. At least we have to make top 4. That's the most important thing.
Okay, top 4.
Top 1 is the aim.
My name is Lord J, and I'm the manager for the Outlaw Free Fire team. Most of the challenges we faced leading to the finals was that, you know, the network issues in Nigeria is terrible. So most of the locations that all the players were having some kind of network glitches. And that has been a major problem, but thankfully, we're here. My team have proven to be one of the best. We have that confidence. And we're sure that we're going to actually dominate. So our morale is always high. So the primary strategy is just focus. Well, we play more of a passive and aggressive role. So we know when to push and when not to push. Every team is unique in their own way. And we cannot actually predict what's going to happen. But if we were to choose a major opponent or a team that's going to give us problem, I would say it's going to be the Outlaw Syndicates or the Cade Esports team. These are the 2 major teams that we are always watching out for in most of our games.
My name is Farouk Mazo, and I'm representing Nigeria. There are 2 guys that I'm looking forward to playing, and one of them is John, known as Killer Freak, and the other one is Adefola. It's a new experience for me because they are bringing in a lot of new things, so we appreciate them for that, obviously, but we are here to win, and we're going to try our best to do just that. Like I do every tournament, grind before the tournament, put in the work. So I know if I put in the work, I should be able to beat everybody that is here to play the tournament. So if I play well, I play well, and I'm sure I'm going to win.
My name is Muslim Uthman. I'm representing Nigeria from the Abuja qualifiers. My expectation is to make it to the final. It'll be good for me to lift a trophy. I mean, I've been playing competitive for at least 4 or 5 years, but it's not been a smooth ride. So making it this far has been an achievement in itself. My experience.
I expected less performance from the opponent, but funny enough, Oga did actually put up a match. So the first review we're going to be giving is on the second goal. So we're going to be having this goal back. As you can see, one of the things you need to notice in Killer Freak's gameplay in the build-up to the second goal is there were a lot of triggered runs, and the goal directly came from the press. As you can see here, he has 1, 2, 3. Watch this. The press is the press is spectacular. It's crazy. Now watch this. He has player 1 he has this guy running back, of course, this playmaker. Then he has his 2 CDMs tracking the ball, trying to cut out the passing lane to De Bruyne here. He's trying to cut this out, trying to also cut this pass out here. But notice this. The second he does this, he also has the second man press on Hulit. Now watch what Killer Freak does here. This is where the crazy part comes in. Watch this, watch this. Okay, so I'm going to take that back a little bit. All right, good. Let's have it here. Now, as soon as he gets the ball from the CDM here, as soon as he gets the ball from the CDM here, watch how the transition play goes. Immediately he goes into an attack. He doesn't allow Oga go into a defensive structure. Immediately he goes into quick pass. 1, 2, he has player 1, 2, 3, 4, all running into space. Different directions, all running into space. Now watch what he does with Hansen. Hansen is on right mid. Ronaldo is the striker. Now he waits and baits the center back, hoping to pick a Trivela, but Hansen is making a direct run into the box. Killer Freak being smart, waits for Hansen to make a perfect run. Killer Freak being smart, waits for Hansen to make a perfect run, gives the pass into Hansen. Now Oga is left with 2 decisions. Hold on, I have to take that back a little bit. Hold on. So he waits, okay, watch this. Now watch this in real time. Hansen gets the ball. Pause. He has 2 options. He has Ronaldo, he has João Felix. Now, he knows that Ronaldo is the deadliest threat. He knows that Hansen is the deadliest threat on the pitch. So what does he do? He gives the pass to Ronaldo, of course. And before he gives the pass to Ronaldo, he triggers the run from the other side, gives the pass here. Oga already focuses his entire defense line on Ronaldo, preventing him from a finesse shot or a low driven, opens this guy up for a final pass, gives him the pass, shoots, picks his spot, and then he shoots. Now let's go on to the next goal. So for the next goal, I'm going to be bringing Imagi on board to break down some of the analysis so you guys can actually understand how the pros think and the solutions to their problem. Now the second goal came from a corner kick. And you know Imagi that we tussle a lot online. We play a lot of matches online. Imagi is my good friend. We play a lot online. But there's a fundamental thing about corner kicks in the game that most people don't know. On FC25 Ultimate Team, when your opponent has a corner kick in your half, automatically your defensive structure, your defensive line, your players don't react. It's like they're on a 0.5 second delay. They don't move. There's spaces in between. And there's only one solution. And I would like Imagi to break down the solution for us for that. So watch how a Killer Freak gets the corner kick, spaces everywhere, passes everywhere. Look at this, guys. Oga has about 1, he has 1, 2, 3, doing nothing. 4, 5, 6. It's just like walking into the post, doing nothing now. The only solution is what? Imagi, I would like you to tell us what the solution is.
There is only one solution to defending the corner kick short pass, and it is the team press. If you team press, all your players become aggressive. They start chasing left, right. They don't give your opponent enough time to think. And that's the only way you can defend team press. If you're not going to use the team press and you're going to attempt to manually defend this, your chances of defending this is like 20% because it always goes in.
So that's it, guys. That's the solution. So whenever your opponent gets a corner kick and he places a short pass, just turn on the team press immediately. Your players automatically turn into Avengers and they try to pursue whoever is with the ball. They form a defensive structure line. They become more aggressive. They become more responsive. And there's no way he was going to get this pass this free because somehow, some way, the team press brings all the defenders into the box with a rapid movement. Everybody's running, trying to get over the ball, and then he's not going to get this kind of pass. So that's the solution, guys. In case you're playing at home, or you have a friend you want to play with, or you have a tournament you want to play next time. Let's move on to the next clip, final clip. Let's go. Let's go to the final clip, the goal for Blaze. Now, in this goal here, funny, this goal was against you. This goal was against Imagi. Now, in here, this is one of the worst positions you can be in FC25. The reason being, you can only control one defender at a time. Now, even if you want to control the second defender, you can't really pick who your second man press should be in the game. For example, as you can see, Imagi is here with Jonathan Tah. He has Hulit. He has a CDM. Now, watch this. He has Jonathan Tah. He has Hulit. He has this defender. He has this here. Notice how they are doing nothing. It's the game. It's what the game is. They want you to control everything. Hulit is not defending this guy. Vinicius is just right there. I would expect Hulit to automatically come here and defend this, but you have to manually drag Hulit here. Now, I want to ask Imagi, what exactly were you thinking in this position? What was the plan? Why did you not put your cursor on Hulit to cover the passing lane? Instead, what were you trying to do here? What was the plan?
So first of all, it's Maradona and he's coming in with his left leg.
Okay.
So what that means is if I don't cover the finesse angle, he scores me goal 100%.
Okay.
Now, secondly, he has Vini. So therefore, the only thing I can do is place my players right in front of Vini and Maradona and just hope for the best, basically.
Okay, so what did he end up doing?
So he ends up baiting me with Maradona, then passing the ball to Vini, and then he's clear on goal. Yeah.
So what was going to be your advice? Like, if I'm to learn, I'm like, okay, I want to defend myself in this position. Do you think the defensive structure is already bad for me? Do you think I should have prevented this from putting Maradona in this position in the first place? Is that the solution, or is there a better solution?
Okay, so there are two things I look at when I'm watching my videos back. So first of all, I would not allow the pass to Maradona. That's the first one.
Okay.
But let's say now the pass is with Maradona. So what can you do here? If I was to play this again, I would use AI on Tar, and then I would switch the cursor to Mamadashville and then cover Vini. And that's how.
Okay, there you have it. Imagine giving us with a spectacular decision what he will do in the next coming match, Yep. I do hope to see more better defensive structure from you. As we know, Imagine is one of the great players in the game, one of the old members of the EAFC community, one of the best players we've ever seen. And it's good to see you in the Cade Esports League. Are you yet to get a win, though?
I will get a win.
All right, cool. So we'll be seeing Imagine in the upcoming moments. Let's see what he has in store for us. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Push.
Okay, we can go now. Is that right?
This go piss me off, bro. This Maradona.
There were a couple of things that I learned from that will really, really help my game. But I've got a guest here with me. A guest who probably has fire in his hands as we speak. I don't know if it's ice or fire. Regarding what just happened, I've got the great Farouk Manzo here with me. Farouk, after that game, just tell me what's going through your mind.
Yeah, well, that was my fault. I take full responsibility for that. already 91st minute. It was a bit of luck just from me. So we learn from it and we go forward now. Yeah, we can't stay on that game. So
well, I mean, you've always got to have that kind of mentality going forward. So I'll be having Farouk with me on the commentary duty for our next games coming up. National E-Soccer League right here live in Lagos, Nigeria. I mean, but going through that kind of game, does it really kill your momentum for the next game in the sense that you have two really strong games today, Rufai and then Rhymes? Is it motivation or that's just great?
It doesn't kill us. In playing, if you talk, you're right down, you're still going to still have a game to play. So I lose motivation. The league, the marathon. So I just have to make sure I beat everybody. No more dropping points from me.
No more dropping points. We'll see if that happens. Speaking of points, there's still more up for grabs. The next games that we've got coming up are two huge ones. We've got guys who are unbeaten in action. We've got guys who desperately need some points also in action. For our production game, our main broadcast, we'll see Rhymes in action. Rhymes, who's also one of the players with a perfect record. He'll be in action against Baji Jr. Special game. Just from your familiarity with any of these two players, how are you expecting that game to be?
It's going to be a very interesting game with a lot of goals. Obviously, I've played both players in tournaments, and I'm going to play Rams today. So I would love to watch this match like very well because I would have an idea of what I'm about to go up against. So yeah, but I promise you guys it's going to be a very interesting match because Rams and Baji are both very good attacking players. Obviously, Rams coming in with the Portugal too, and so yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting match.
For sure, Farouk giving us that insight on that one. It should truly be a special one. So the thing is, it will be happening concurrently. Always we have two games that will be happening. We've also got Adefola versus Anif, which will be starting pretty soon. All of the action going down here live in Lagos, Nigeria. So the fact that I've got Farouk here, I've got some interesting questions for him. But before I get into those questions, I want you to drop your questions in the comments. I'll be reading a couple of them. I've seen all of the chats that's coming in, especially after that Rufai game that went down. But the build up to this game, in the sense that both players have been very good. Baji was also involved in a close game last weekend against the same guy who Farouk just drew with in Rufai. He'll be wanting to bounce back in this game. In games like this, especially in a league where you know it's not a marathon, but it's not a sprint, how is the change of mindset like? Because you're always used to we playing one weekend. At this time around, it will have to be another week. I was asking Killer Freak the last time and he said he changes his mind. What's that like going for you into game?
Yeah, like obviously in the league, you have to like change your mindset. Not like one day tournament where you come and play a one-off game and if you win, you go home. If you lose, you don't. But we have all the time in the world and I think it is less pressure playing in a league. Again, it's 9 minutes half, so we have all the time in the world. So any game that you lose, draw or win, it is your fault and you have to take it. You have all the time in the world to make it happen. So if you practice well, I think change your mentality for the league, you would have a very good run.
The mentality change has to show. Farouk just giving a little bit of tidbits in there. Throughout the whole of the stream, I'm sure he'll be dropping little gems as we go. We'll go for a quick spin around. We're back. We'll get into that game. That big one coming up. Baji Jr. taking on Rhymes. I'm doing a commentary with you, so tell me. I'm doing a commentary with Farouk for this game. Yes. So tell. I'm doing the commentary with Farouk for this game. Mayo. So far, National E-Soccer League. We are heading into our third round of fixtures. Of course, Money is back in the mix. We have our guys ready. Rhymes and Badji, I'm hearing they are waiting in the wings. Farouk just said those two players are explosive, which you expect goals. The same thing.
I agree. Rhymes is a very fearless player. He doesn't care about your stats. He doesn't care about your aggression, your plan, your strategy. He wants to get his goals. And Badji also is also a similar build type of player. He does everything to win. I've seen him play. He does everything to win. I can expect goals, especially because I get it over and over. He expects goals. Can't sit back for 9. You're gonna be punished.
I mean, we haven't seen anybody try to sit back for 9 minutes, but in Farouk Manzo's own words, in that last 2 minutes, he should have tried to sit back.
He should have. Yes.
You agree with him on that?
I agree with, especially that 91st minute move. I think he also said, I heard him say like he absolutely regrets going forward. He should have tried to like manage the game. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. So today we'll be having, for this round, we're having 2 concurrent games. As mentioned before, Adefola and Anif will also be in action. Adefola last weekend was also perfect within the win category. 2 wins out of 2. And then Anif picking up 1 win and then 1 loss. Adefola picking up 12 goals to Anif's 9. The win percentage heavily favoring Adefola. Rightly so?
Rightly so to me, in my opinion. When Adefola is locked in, especially in a competition like this, it's almost... Yeah, I'm not sure you can count 2-3 people that could beat him. Anife is someone that they know each other very well. They play each other very well, and I've not seen the best of Anif so far in this competition. I think it's still to come, but at the moment, I think Adefola has all it takes to run away with the win. So I expect to see goals. I expect to see Anif score goals. But I expect ultimately that Adefola is going to be running away with the win. Here we have the game between Badji Jr. and Rhymes. 2 games played each. Badji Jr. has 1 win and 1 loss, while Rhymes has 2 wins and he has 9 goals scored.
That's very, very, very impressive record. Going into, we see the win probability as close as it can be. These 2 guys, like Farouk said, it's going to be difficult to call who'd actually go on to win. But that's what the National E-Soccer League is all about. We are getting ready for action. People, start dropping your predictions. Who's going to pick up the win? Is Rhymes going to continue the winning streak? Is Badji Jr. going to add 3 more points? Is Adefola going to be 3 wins out of 3? We get them in your shot. Badji Jr. just getting ready and set to go. And so also, is Rhymes.
Badji Jr. spotting a new look. Okay, say the look. I hope it spurs him onto some action. I hope it somehow spurs him onto some.
I think maybe there's something with hair, because we've already seen what a dreadlocks is doing for somebody. Maybe
this is another way for him to lock in as Rufai locks his own braids. Hopefully that turns to something. You can see Rhymes with his famous trademark glasses on and his AirPods plugged in. This is going to be very interesting. I can tell you, I can give you guys right now. I can call it, but for whatever reason, as much as I'm a huge fan of Badji Jr., I'm tilting in favor of Rhymes just for this one.
Wow. I'm actually going the other way around with this one. Yeah. I almost feel like Badji Jr.'s game that he actually lost to Rufai,
it was crazy.
He gave a really good account of himself.
Yes, absolutely.
He started the game slow, and of course, we already know how well usually Rufai starts games. But if he gets his groove, he's one of the more difficult players to stop. We are ready for the action. Badji Jr. versus Rhymes. We go straight into action as it's happening right now. If you just joined the live action, we're live from Lagos, Nigeria, National E-Soccer League. 2 games happening simultaneously. Adefola versus Anif are also starting their game. We'll be bringing you updates when the goals do go in. We're bringing you all of the updates and how they do change on that leaderboard. Already, 2 of the perfect unbeaten record has already been destroyed. But They are still unbeaten either ways. Farouk and then Rufai, they had to share the spoils. Will we see Rhymes' record also be dropped? Well, the questions will be answered pretty soon. But just to give you a little perspective as to what to expect from these players, Rhymes looked like somebody that was calm, especially in those midfield areas. Not somebody that likes to rush things a lot. So expect that he might be a little bit more dominant on the ball. If he goes to the same approach against Badji Jr., I think things could be positive for him.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I think, the person who this favors the most right now is Killer Freak. He's going to be excited to see as it's going. And oh my goodness, Rhymes Bobo starts out right out of the block with a properly driven shot into the bottom right corner. And that came out of nowhere.
Give us time to breathe, Rhymes. How is this even happening? Just a minute in, same as we saw from our first game on broadcast, Killer Freak in action. Also, really getting goals early. Wow. Buddy Junior has this thing of being unsettled in the first few minutes. Same thing happened with Rufai as well.
I agree with you. Oh yeah.
But then Buddy this time around doesn't need too many hesitations.
Beautiful. He slot his own. He's so calm. He's so composed under pressure. And he saw the goalkeeper move to the left, and he left it in no man's land. Both players have tested each other's goalkeepers out already in the first 4 minutes. And we were talking about how many goals we expected to see. And I think this is proof that this is going to be an absolute cracker. Yes, Baji. Olise again. That shapeshifter Olise. That shapeshifter Olise. Oh, yes, Harada. Oh! My, oh my.
Baji Junior. Well, it took us some time to settle. Not a long time. But when this guy gets in his groove, that's why I backed him to win this game. I feel like when he's comfortable, he is very dangerous to beat. And already,
he has such a wide spread of attack.
Exactly, like so widely scoped that he's very difficult to predict. And in this moment right here, he's just got to think about how he's going to be defended. Because I think on the offensive side of the ball, he's doing a great job so far. We're just 8 minutes in, and we've already got 3 goals to show for all of the works. I think we can clearly see that there will be fireworks in this game. If we get anything close to what Farouk and Rufai's game was, we're truly blessed.
Absolutely. I mean, the person who is going to be happy the most seeing this game as it's turning on his head right now is Kilafik, of course, because right now he's going to be supporting Baji Junior to take the points off Rhymes Bobo, because Rhymes is the only one right now who still has 6 points. And here's Olise again for Baji. Power scoop turn.
I kind of disagree a little bit, especially with the weak foot. As Rhymes is saying, the over the top 2 ball. He's truly really good with this one.
And you can hear the oohs and the ahs.
I mean,
from the other players in the audience.
Extra attack from Ronaldo just closed down the space between himself and the goalkeeper. But Ryan's already showing the threat of that over the top 2 ball. I mean, when I came into the studios, I heard the guys arguing earlier as to who does the over the top 2 ball best, Farouk Manzo or Rhymes. And Rhymes already showing us that he's truly up there with the very best who can do that.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that one. That over the top ball was timed to perfection, and had it not been for the little bit of indecision and the extra touch by Ronaldo, we should have been having a different scoreline on the pitch.
Well. This one is promising. It's promising to deliver something great.
That player locked into Ronaldo was absolutely insane.
Was there a need for the reverse elastico? I know if he had pulled it off, we would have been saying different things about it, but you need to simplify your games a little bit more. But it's still early days. We are still in for more action. I feel like we have so much to give with this game. This one could truly be special.
I think what was happening was he was anticipating that defense by the Baji Junior's defender, but it wasn't like as expected.
The thing with the reverse elastico is, I do it myself, and I'm sure maybe that's what came into Rhymes' head a little bit. When you have your attacker face diagonally, and maybe some of them might break this down, but when you have your defender, your attacker face diagonally, the only thing that comes to mind for me is the reverse elastico, and I think that's what came into Rhymes' mind, and that's what he was trying to do. But that time it was very unsuccessful as Baji Junior came out with that possession. Olise, Baji Junior looks so comfortable and just cool up front. He's just dictating the play and not rushing passes at all. 20 minutes in, and he's looked the comfortable of the two. Rhymes though has posed the threat of the 2 balls as one goes through again. Vieira in a great position to finish.
Oh my!
And well,
talk about a composed finish, and we have to give you that. And Vieira up top. Was that a very questionable choice for you, or was that?
I mean, it's a shapeshifter's item. So the shapeshifter's icon item, and he's a striker too. He's the bulky type in the sense that he's like the Ronaldo's up top. When you play the 2 balls in, and the defenders around, you need somebody who can push up the defenders a little bit. Vieira is in that category. He didn't need to push up defenders, but he's got the finishing to back it all off with. We are in for a great encounter here. Over the top comes once more. Baji Junior, who started this game, and finally we've got something from the Anif versus Adefola game, and it will be Adefola who will score with his first opportunity in the game, 13 minutes in, cut back, low-driven shot from Ronaldo.
That player lock.
And the man who's been unbeaten so far is looking to continue his streak.
That player lock into the winger was absolutely phenomenal. That was insane. Now, if you notice, Bajijo now is tracking back to try and tackle the maintenance of that over-the-top balls by Rams Bobode, and in that same, wow, where did that come from?
This is right from the depths of the old SCs. When you have Ronaldo up top, just cross the ball into him. This is old school FC. Nothing new about this at all. No player locks, no crazy cross, no German cross. Just a simple cross into Ronaldo. Knocks it down, of course, added a little bit of the touch of the new school with the low driven, and that goes in. Rhymes Bobo takes this lead, but he might just not be able to keep it for that long.
And he gets it in. That rebound.
This is the true definition of end-to-end. You know, if you just tune into this game and you watch a couple of minutes back, you almost feel like you're watching basketball in the NBA.
Let's
back and forth. What is happening?
So far, so good. We haven't had any game on stream that has disappointed us.
So far,
I have to say,
never.
They have all been classic EA football. The end-to-end goals, drama right to the very end, and this is already serving us so much drama in the first half. 3-3 in the first half.
The defenses have to take accountability at some point. And I think the pause that we've seen is probably what is going to change some of what we are seeing. I think the goal stopped flowing at one point when we come after the pause, or maybe not.
Oh, that Trivela was almost destined for the top left corner. That Trivela was almost destined for the top left corner. What a chance by Rhymes Bobo! And that one scraped. The bottom right net corner. That was very, very deadly.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Both offenses are smearing through the defenses like hot knives through butter. Nobody can stop what is happening as we speak. Henry trying to dance his way through. Badu Jr. just has this slick way of getting into your box. You wouldn't even notice, and he's already there.
Mama, this view.
And the streak continues. Mama, that's really in every single team.
I mean, why change it if it's working? You know?
I mean, and you're seeing others also use it and it's working for them. Even if you don't have it, go and buy it with your team now. I don't think it's that expensive. We get more others. What he does best, sitting defenders, getting fortunate with this one, and Smith will bang it in. The Cade Esports athlete, reminding us
why he's one of Nigeria's very, very best.
For sure, truly how great he is. Up by 2 goals in that game. And looking to put the 3 points on lock.
I agree with you, absolutely. That was absolutely insane. What a chance. Yes, Rhymes Bobo with Vieira now on his own attack. He has the Ronaldo in tow, trying to bring other players into.
Oh, where did that one go? The variety to which he's scoring these goals. We've seen the cross to Ronaldo. Insane. We've seen the local tiki-taka pass where he's scoring. And then we get the finesse shots as well. This guy he has it all. He truly has it all. 4 goals to 3. 7 goals to like just 40 minutes.
40 minutes. In fact, we still have 1 more minute.
Wow.
To 40. So we could still have 1 more goal in this one. I want to say that goal was so good that even
maybe man is just spot on. Abadi goes on another attack this time. Radford tracks the runner. Wow. I don't think anybody saw the script of this one coming. I do not think, if you had shown Money and I the script here, that after 40 minutes,
believed you.
There will be 7 goals.
We were warned that this is going to be giving us crackers and entertainment, that we're going to have multiple goals in this one, but we were not expecting this craziness. This is not normal. This is absolute craziness. But that's what a 9-minute half can serve up at any given time. Here's Baji on far way of his own. What was the ball? And I think it was a chance
on that defensive possession. I also feel like Rhymes did too much with the second man press, committed a little bit too much. But on the other hand, he was able to work it back. But in some of these positions, especially with second man press, you've got to understand in the situations when you use them and when you commit with them as well. But he's in.
And he misses. Oh my goodness. You
just feel like you can't blink with this game.
You can't.
There's a chance every single second.
You cannot blink at all. That was absolutely insane. I thought for a minute that we were going to have a 4-4 match at first half, but wow. And I just got an update when we went on the quick break that the game between Uzo and Ellison was 4-4 at halftime. And
Wow.
then the 11-4 came out of nowhere in the second half. And I think that means to say that there's still so much more to play for in this one. I think this could be it. This could be the end of the first half. Or could Rhymes come up with something?
Who we see there, unorthodox cross coming again.
Oh my
it's an
goodness.
unorthodox skill move. He's on a run. Couldn't finish it. Oh, there's Ronaldo. Huge save action. That was a big save from him, because if Bati Junior goes down by 2 or more goals, there could be trouble. But what again we've seen in this first half already.
And what a way to finish the first half, of course.
I think the only thing we can say to the players is give us more of this in the second half.
More of this. Well done. Well, more
For sure.
of the same. My, oh my, this is absolutely
I'm sure if you look at the statistics, the rate at which they are creating chances is very alarming. The defenses must seriously be shored up. And you almost feel like it's just a you score, I score scenario. And right now, Rhymes is taking good use of the chances that he's creating. And the way and manner in which he's creating them, I mentioned earlier, the variety with them. He goes old school with a cross into Ronaldo, low-driven finish. The finesse was the one that caught me off guard. Because I feel like all of the defenders were in place.
Absolutely. You know, another thing is why we want to give kudos and credit to the defense, we also have to give a lot of credit to the attack, because these guys are finding new ways to score. And not just Rhymes, of course, also Baji himself has had 3 or 4 attempts from different angles, from different ways. None of them has spammed anything so far so good. So you cannot expect you cannot predict the next move that is happening. So kudos to the attack, kudos to the defense. Both players, give us more of this.
Well. These guys, if you've been following the Nigerian team, you've been hearing a lot of Rhymes in the sense that he plays really well online. But the thing is, seeing them being able to produce at a LAN event with all of the pressure, everybody watching, is truly something that you've got to admire. For Baji Junior, first time I met him was the first time I was in Nigeria. Looked like a cool guy, and I saw his first game. I was like, yeah, this guy's truly the truth. And I think Tomide also hosted the Nigeria versus Ivory Coast thing, where he also played in one of them. I think he did win this game, and I knew this guy was a really, really good talent. I've already been hearing about him. Baji Junior, truly special. You also mentioned that in that integral tournament that Mr. Oga won, Baji Junior was also on fire. So
yes,
it's a really difficult game to play now.
Oh, somehow he gets this one. It's very
how is he that composed in those areas?
I don't know, but whatever it is, you know, he makes his luck and he stays composed.
He makes the goal seem so easy on the eye.
Absolutely.
So easy. Like he finds just easy ways to get into Rhymes' box.
And this is the best way to respond when you are 1 goal down, by ensuring as soon as you enter into the second half, you quickly get yourself a goal, because you know the opponent is tricky, your opponent is great, and you want to ensure you're not so far behind at any given time. Here's the chance over the top, but the goalkeeper sees that one. The game for Rhymes, that's a very interesting choice.
It's indeed a very interesting choice, but another interesting choice of a player in the squad is actually who is on the ball right now,
Hendrick.
Yeah. I packed him in champs, and I didn't really like it because
the defense, that was that was crazy.
Intense stuff. Now the defense is looking like they are getting up to speed, but that Hendrick card, in my opinion, maybe it's not the best out there, but if it works for you, it works for you. And so far, it's truly working for Rhymes. And that's what we love about Ultimate Team. There's just so much of different cards out there that you can use to your choice, but there are cards out there that you just can't ignore. Like the Mama That's Really card. It's just one that you can't ignore, and that's why it's in everybody's team. Speaking of Mama That's Really, he's got some defending to do here as Baji Junior with possession of the ball. Mash out off of it by Alowaira. And just look out for the runners, the decoy runners, all of the triggered runs that he's sending. This time, he stops. And one really good trait, and I think Tommy did highlight that during the analysis segment, was once people trigger runs, your idea is they'll go through fully with the run. On the break, somehow, on the rebound, right? Can't capitalize. Speaking of those runs, like some people send the runs in, they don't make the run complete fully. They stop it midway, and it just confuses you. I see Rhymes do that time and time again. When he sends a run and he realizes, oh, Baji has struck that run, he stops the run midway. It's absolutely mental.
That is actually one of my favorite moves to do, especially when you're playing against someone who is sort of used to your game. You know, you want to like confuse them a little bit every now and again. You know, and oh my, that was absolutely insane. That one, I think that's the one that made it 5-1 for Adefola. that step over into space, something we have not seen so much of so far in this game week. What a move that was. What do you think?
Yeah, Adefola, very comfortable as we speak. Right now, it's looking like he will be getting 3 wins out of 3. Match week 2 here.
It does do him a lot of good in terms of goal defense. Also, don't forget that.
Yeah. Last week, I don't think he scored the most goals. I think his goal difference is around 9 or 8. If he wants to cut out to the likes of Killer Freak, and he needs more goals, said lofted pass, very underrated. Decides to go for the low dribbling shots. You know, I feel like at this point, if you're in a 1v1 situation with a goalkeeper, just spam a low dribbling shot. Absolutely. It can go through his legs. You might get a rebound. Like something might just happen, and there goes Baji. Time to regain his lead or not. Olise!
Oh my, that first time through ball was down. So he wasn't expecting it, and that was very, very deadly.
That was a huge opportunity right there for him to restore the lead.
Any other striker ball this year, and that would definitely be nestling into the corner.
I don't necessarily agree with that point, but you have to give credit to Rhymes on that one. I think he made Baji be in 2 minds there. Didn't know where to place that final shot. And that's how come he was unable to convert.
Oh my. What a move. What a game. 4-4. The game seemed to have simmered down a little bit since that equalizer by Baji. But I tell you, it could still go up in flames anytime soon. Neat tackle there. Very, very neat tackle by Baji Jr. taking the ball out of the danger zone. And now he's on attack on his own. Passes the ball.
Well, the goalkeeper. That is, in my opinion, poor defending from Rhymes.
Let's talk about the composure also to control the ball and wait for the pass.
I get down that end, and I get that Rhymes try to anticipate that a through ball will come. But just poor judgment to have your goalkeeper in no man's land. But also give credit to Baji, like you rightly said. The composure to have it spin around, wait for the pass, and fire it into the empty net. Baji, right back in the lead. The goals have toned down a little bit in the second half, but we like how this game is going. It's poised for something crazy in the last few minutes. I also feel like in the last 10 minutes, Baji Jr. is in control mode now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's what I was saying. While it seemed as the game would simmer a little bit, there was still so much to play for. There was still so many crazy things that could happen at any given time. Here we have Baji still in cruise control, of course, and trying his best to see if he can pop in another one, because that is the one that would definitely guarantee him. Oh, somehow he loses the ball. Rhymes loses the ball to a corner. And here, can we see if we can have that advice by Tomide work in this? It was very interesting advice.
If you did follow during the tactical analysis, Tomide and Emaji, they were like, you remember I mentioned it during the broadcast that if someone plays a corner shot and he's working through your defense, they seem relaxed. They seem like they are useless. They are just nowhere to be found. But Tomide and Emaji, apparently there's a trick to it. Push on team press with the way you do. My goodness, once again.
With that, where did he pull that out from? Another one of crazy proportions from his heart. That finesse shot into the top right corner. And now we have
I don't think it's done 7 us with craziness. I do not think we're done.
He got another crazy one by Baji. My goodness. 6-5. Baji Jr. going aura for aura, goal for goal, and band for band.
The aura for aura got me right there. But I clearly understand what it was now. It might be an aura thing here. But wow.
What an atmosphere.
Wow.
What an atmosphere. What a crazy moment.
This game has not given us a chance to breathe at all.
Absolutely.
It's like end to end, and maybe there's more from Rhymes.
So close.
This time, just wide of the post. Just wide of the post.
I mean, Rhymes could give himself enough credit for even being in that position at that point in time. And it was such a close one, of course. He didn't get the goal, but great effort from Rhymes.
Great effort from Rhymes indeed.
Now, I have a question for you, Sly. At this point in time, does this give you a little bit of flashback between the game between Farouk Mamzo and Rufai? Do you think Baji should be going for ball management, or does he have another chance, another opportunity?
There's 10 minutes on the game clock. Still go for it, but go for it cautiously. You're not going to be going aggressively like you are needing a goal. You're going for it in the sense that you want to be comfortable, but you're not going to be throwing players and risking them with sending so many runners. So go cautiously, be smart about it. That's one thing that I feel like Farouk didn't do in the last few minutes, and that's how come it cost him. As we're about 9 minutes away from ending this game, Rhymes doesn't want to end this game and end his perfect record. Just can't sieve through that defense, end-to-end stuff throughout. Player lock into space. That's just massive stuff.
Of that player lock there
from Banji. He gets into space. Henry, if he gets the shot, surely.
So
that was the goal to seal it.
Yes, I don't know why.
That was the opportunity to seal it,
and he could well be
still left the window open.
He could well be punished for that. Ah, my goodness, that was an opportunity, and he was caught in 2 minds. I was expecting him to take that shot, and not think too much about it. Here's the goal that made it 7-1 for Adefola. Wow. Speed boost, drag back. Oh my goodness, that was nice.
This guy. And the fact that he's been around year after year after year, the longevity speaks for itself. The longevity does really speak for himself. I mean, I was also having a discussion with the guys around, especially yesterday, and how long Adefola has been in the system. It's been close to 10 years now. Absolutely. It might be even more, but it's been close to 10 years. I'm hearing 2016, 2014, like it's been that long. And every single year, Adefola seems to crack the code. That's how good this guy is. And it's no surprise that he's currently 3 wins out of 3 in the first few weeks of the National E-Soccer League.
Absolutely. I mean, let's check what the people are saying on YouTube for this match. And we're going to be bringing it to you guys, the comment section. It has been going absolute bonkers. For 5 or 6 more minutes in this game, depending on how we're going to go for it. And we cannot expect anything less than a madness. And we have Oluwashina. Mango says Oluwashina, they are both abusing meta.
And they want to talk to, but we've seen a couple of them already going as we enter the last 4 minutes. Hendrick Rhymes, he already knows how to be clutch in this situation. So then that last week, could he channel it again? The pass not good enough. Badji has control of the ball now. Now, this is where we need to see that some of these players have learned from these moments and he gives it away. You cannot afford to be doing that. But Rhymes can't punish him as we speak. 2 minutes ago, Mendes, Rhymes puts on the press. Can he cope with it?
Can he cope with it? That is the question.
Empress of the game. And it's these moments that do matter. It's just 2 minutes that's going to separate 3 points. From just a point. Great 10 from Banji. Now, does he go for goal or does he take away the time? This is proper time management tactic from Banji Jr. But he loses it. He loses it. Could we be in for another dramatic finish? Viola, can he finish the whole ball? Is that a penalty? Is that a penalty? What did we just see?
I think that is the end of it. I think that is the end of it. And you can see the craziness. He knows he just survived the scare.
No way.
He knows he just survived a scare. Oh my. No way we just witnessed that.
And not just us sharing in the agony. The guys watching outside are also doing same. Craziness you've just witnessed.
I mean, what can we say more than this is absolutely insane? What we have just witnessed is, I don't know, one of those. It definitely is one of top 10 moments we have had so far.
For sure. There are no words to describe how today has been the National E-Soccer League. Back-to-back, last-minute crazy stuff. We already saw Farouk and Rufai give us that one, and then this one to finish it off.
I mean, this was nearly a replica of the last moments, the last nervy moments between Farouk and Rufai. Now, I have to say, luck this time around was on Badji Jr.'s side because he lost that ball in very terrible position. And that first time,
I felt like he had done a good job of managing the time a little bit, but you've got to manage it down to the last second. He almost paid for it. But that last moment there, I think it's up for debate. Should there have been a penalty? Because you could see on Rhymes' face that I think he was expecting the referee to point to the
absolutely spot. That would have been while that would have been very harsh on Badji Jr., that would have been a proper representation of what it was in terms of the action itself. But whatever it is, Badji Jr. is excited. He has 3 points. He's happy. He has run away with it. He's very, very excited.
One of the perfect records have been destroyed. Then it just feels difficult. If you're in Rhymes' shoes, I mean, that's a tough loss to take. But I mean, we carry on. Like Farouk keeps saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's still a lot more games to come. That was just our third round of fixtures, and it's truly been absolutely insane stuff. This one left it right down to the wire. Still ongoing. National E-Soccer League. Like, the thing is, especially this game, the fact that it gave us no moments to breathe, and then in the second half, it kind of slowed down a little bit, and then there was a high tempo, and then in the last 2 minutes to go, picked up the tempo again. This is special. So if we had to ask you, what was your favorite game? Rufai versus Farouk on this one, where are you going to go?
oh, this is going to be very, very tough. I would say this one because it had more goals in it, and we couldn't breathe with this one. We couldn't breathe with this one. It was end to end, back to back.
I tilt towards maybe the Farouk Rufai game. Just the fact that we got the last minute goal.
Absolutely.
If the last minute goal had gone in from Rhymes, fine. The fact that he missed the chance. Yeah, exactly. But two amazing games. This is what we like. We couldn't have dreamt of nothing better.
You couldn't have written the script.
I'm sure when Cade Esports and Gaming, when all of the sponsors that put this together, when they were writing the scripts in their mind, this is something that they had imagined. And as we go through your chat as well, we see them. Mango says, no way he sold that. Oluwasina says, good for Rhymes. Good for Rhymes. Well, maybe that comment was earlier, but it's not good for Rhymes at all. He loses this game. Yahaya Ahmad. Buddy had chances to go 2 up twice before that Rhymes attack.
I agree, absolutely. I absolutely agree. So Coco Benjamin said, what a crazy game. He said, was a crazy game. And Khalib Yakub responds with, yes. But okay, we have that off. Don't forget, we also have confirmation of the game between Adefola and Anife, ending in 8-2. In favor of Adefola. He has 6 more goals to add to his tally. So he's the only one left. He and Kilafik are the only ones left with a perfect record so far. So after, I think, 3 rounds, we're going into the last round of this one. And then we're going to be going to another 4 rounds after this particular 4 rounds. Don't forget, this is game week 2, day 1. We still have another one coming up tomorrow. It's going to be 5 weeks. We've done already game week 1. This is game week 2. We still have 3 more weeks of absolute pure entertainment. FC25 at its finest. You should be nowhere over the weekend but here. Don't forget to like this video, like this live stream, share with your friends, subscribe, and tell the whole world what Cade Esports at the Nigerian Esports Federation is doing here.
This is Virus from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024. I mean, the whole lodging experience has been very, very nice. I mean, you guys will see it on the main stage.
In other words, maybe mind our business. Okay now.
No challenge so far. But we pray we see any challenge on the main stage. But for now, no challenge.
My name is Abib. I'm competing in Garena Free Fire. I actually feel very excited, to be honest, because I never expected to be a gamer, like an esports player, you know. Like, this is a very big opportunity for me, and I'm very, very grateful for it. I don't know if I should reveal that yet. I don't know if you're okay. But let's see. Tomorrow you'll see it. We have like maybe 80% chance of winning, you know. At least we have to make top 4. That's the most important thing.
Okay, top 4.
Top 1 is the aim.
My name is Lord J, and I'm the manager for the Outlaw Free Fire team. Most of the challenges we faced leading to the finals was that, you know, the network issues in Nigeria is terrible. So most of the locations that all the players were having some kind of network glitches. And that has been a major problem, but thankfully, we're here. My team have proven to be one of the best. We have that confidence, and we're sure that we're going to actually dominate. So our morale is always high. So the primary strategy is just focus. Well, we play more of a passive and aggressive role. So we know when to push and when not to push. Every team is unique in their own way. We cannot actually predict what's going to happen. But if we were to choose a major opponent or a team that's going to give us problem, I would say it's going to be the Outlaw Syndicates or the Cade Esports team. These are the two major teams that we are always watching out for in most of our games.
My name is Farouk Malo, and I'm representing Nigeria. There are two guys that I'm looking forward to playing, and one of them is John, known as Killer Freak, and the other one is Adefola. It's a new experience for me because they are bringing in a lot of new things, so we appreciate them for that, obviously, but we are here to win, and we're going to try our best to do just that. Like I do every tournament, grind before the tournament, put in the work. So I know if I put in the work, I should be able to beat everybody that is here to play the tournament. So if I play well, I play well, and I'm sure I'm going to win.
My name is Muslim Uthman. I'm representing Nigeria from the Abuja qualifiers.
This is Virus from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024. I mean, the whole lodging experience has been very, very nice. I mean, you guys will see it on the main stage.
In other words, maybe mind our business. Okay now.
No challenge so far.
My name is Akimbadi Oyebody James. Username Gamer Tag King Boardman. My hopes and my special.
My name is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional UFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Boardman and Game with Josh, of course. My expectation for the tournament is top 5, not 4 or 3 or 2, 1 obviously. And I'm going to give my all, hoping to face the best for Farouk or Freak. Hoping to give my best against them also.
Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I would say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro scene. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League, so you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Anisim Vio. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the league would definitely be Flick. Yeah. I think my rival would be Yemi because he's a very good player also and also underrated in the scene. I think I have a very good chance of winning the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game because the league is going to be on fire.
Hi, I'm Simply Uzo and I'm an FC Pro streamer for Dodge Gamings. I'd say Game with Josh. He's a very good player, but amongst the players in this tournament, I think it'd be a good match against him. I'd say Baji Senior. Yeah, we've matched up before, but I guess I was expecting quite a lot, but maybe in the middle up to expectation.
Hi guys, Baji Junior here, pro esports player for Game Esports, and I'll be taking part in the league tournament that's coming up soon. And yes, the overrated players I think maybe Killer Freak, that's John, Boyd, and yeah, me on my own ends, I'm looking to win the tournaments, win everything, and come first position, and win most of my games basically. And yeah, what I'm going to do to the guys I'm playing, the overrated guys, I'll show you guys that they're overrated, and I'm the best player in Nigeria basically. So yeah.
This is is Barrios from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024. I mean, the whole lodging experience has been very, very nice.
10 million naira in prizes are up for grabs.
This is Barrios from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024.
This bull.
are ready to go. We just saw 3 amazing games on stream, of course, and 3 also great games off stream. And now we're going into the last set of games for this round. How have you been feeling so far? We have seen craziness, we've seen madness. I'm sure my voice is a little bit cracked because I've been shouting so much, so many
very understandable
going in at crazy moments. But I mean, so far so good. What is the takeout out of these 2 games?
Before I even give any breakdown on the game, I used to play a little bit competitively back in Ghana. I know some people don't believe, but I know my Ghanaians in the chat believe. And when I switched to doing like full-time casting and commentary, a lot of people were asking me why did I switch? Because I was really good. And I told them, casting even gives you sometimes more of a thrill than you're playing. And I think Manny agrees with me. When you're casting over the games, you almost feel like you're actually playing.
Yes.
You feel like you're in the game.
And in what the
and these last 2 games, Manny and I, we've been truly immersed in this experience. We can only say salute to the players for giving us this kind of experience. It's been truly a wonderful experience. But on we go to the next one. We told you it's back-to-back greatness and action right here from the National E-Soccer League. Back to our matchups that we've got. In our featured broadcast, we'll have 2 guys who have 1 win to their names after week 1. Both of them have 11 goals, very identical records. Boyd has a 62% win probability. A lot of people expect that he will win this one. He'll be playing against Game with Josh. This should be very interesting. These 2 players go head to head. And also, the game that will be going on concurrently, they're also in the other studio as we speak. Mitchell and Bright. Both of them have 0 wins to their name. So very similar players with identical records in that sense. Mitchell, we've spoken about him so many times about how difficult it was losing those 2 games closely. But now this is the time for him to shine. Do you think it's the bounce back moment for Mitchell?
I think so. This is a redemption story, his redemption arc. Bright had so much promise coming into this, but I don't know. Going up against Mitchell, I don't know if it's possible for Bright a redemption arc to begin now because this is Mitchell, a wounded lion. In this moment, he's very, very crazy to play in these kind of moments. I've seen him on multiple occasions. He's definitely not the guy you want to play when he has a point to prove because he will prove that point. And I think the win probability here, while it's staggering, I think it sort of represents what we are going to be seeing in the next couple of minutes when we get the highlights. Of course, they are not on stream. That's the game between Bright and Mitchell, but we're going to be getting the highlights and we're going to be bringing it to you guys as it is happening. But now, Mitch has 2 games to go. And okay, we are getting confirmation that we've started the game between Boyd and Game with Josh. So while that comes in, we're going to be going straight into it. Mitch has everything in his locker to really, really blow Bright out of the water. And I think that is just what we're going to be seeing exactly.
If you look at the kind of games that Bright also lost, he lost by heavy scorelines.
Yes.
Like big scorelines. I think Game with Josh beat him like 9-1.
And 10-1.
10-1 actually. And the spectrums for Game with Josh switching over is actually insane. He was beaten 9-1 by Rhymes, and then he went on to beat somebody else by 10-1. So we still don't know how to
marry
exactly like qualify what he's been able to do. But maybe this one will give us a clearer picture as we get set to go. Boyd will be in the pink and white, and a Game with Josh. 2 guys who desperately need points. They only have 3 points to their name after 2 games. We'll be looking to add some points on the board. Who do you think is picking up the win? Let us know what you think in the comment section. I think this is trademark National E-Soccer League now.
Yes.
Every single first 5 minutes, we should see it.
We should be seeing a goal. That is, if you're very serious about what you're doing. And here is Boyd, one of Nigeria's finest also. He is the one who really, we used to really praise for his pressing. It's gone down a little bit in a couple years. I don't know if that's because of I don't know, maybe the FC25 has not really favored him so much. But, oh my goodness. My jaw was hanging.
The way Manu paused then was waiting to see if it was good.
I wanted to see if that was going to be launched into the
that would have been the best of the back half of all of the things that we've seen. Yeah.
My. I mean, okay, so let's talk about Game with Josh a little bit. He's one for the future, definitely. You know what I'm saying. I've known Game with Josh for a couple of times.
Well, there's a penalty early on, and it's still within that 5-minute mark, so the trend continues.
Absolutely.
5 minutes in, big chance for Boyd after all of the huffing and puffing to possibly open the scoring from 12 yards. Ronaldo, what
it is, my man. He dived down the right flank. I think it's fair to say he got Game with Josh got a little bit of that penalty save from me. I'm going to try to claim some credit from that because yes, as I was saying, I've been playing him for a while, and I can tell you the leap he has made in terms of his improvement is insane. Like when Game with Josh's first official foray in FC was FC 24.
Wow.
That's how insane it is.
Wow.
The first time Game with Josh actually played FC properly was FC 24.
Very, very similar to Killer Freak, I'm hearing.
Do you get what I'm saying? So he was the best player, and for him to go from 2024 FC 24 down to being a pro in 25, it's staggering what he has been able to achieve for himself. But of course, he's up against Boyd, one of Nigeria's finest.
It is indeed staggering. And Game with Josh, I think the trajectory that he's also made, especially online, building an online presence, I think that's one part of the game that Nigerians are really doing well with. Speaking of one of Nigeria's very best, Boyd.
That was good. That was very, very good. Very, very decent, of course.
After that penalty miss, you almost felt like the title turned a little bit, but it didn't derail him at all. It didn't set him back at all. He keeps on going, and we have our first goal in this game come very early, but Josh could be replying. That's a crucial tackle.
Crucial tackle, using their advanced defending to proper use there. Was able to bully Game with Josh winger off the ball. You know, sometimes it's not just about knowing what to do. It's about the timing of it. You know, advanced defending is such a crucial part of this game. But the timing is one thing that could actually make or mar your defense. You get it wrong, and you have empty posts, of course, to contend with. But if you get it right, definitely improves your defending by a huge, beautiful first time.
That pass on real.
Get it back.
That was
what a goal.
That was lovely to see. The pass almost felt like, is he going to get it? Is the defender going to get there first? Slow but sure, but he did indeed get there first. This one.
Once that true pass left his leg, I knew it was headed in the direction of the striker. I think this is Henry.
The first time through balls, we've been so used to over the top through balls that Josh's way of doing it, making a ground through pass, and it's still going through, it's kind of intriguing to see. Because somebody else would have gone for over the top through ball.
Absolutely.
But he went for the ground through ball. And
ground
through
balls have been insane.
So that there's not only one way to play FC, there are multiple ways to keep doing this. There's still Mama that's really in the lineup. But I see him
of course, on the left back. Murillo. Mamadash and Murillo have been mainstays in all the players. Extra pass. Woo. Extra pass. Gets that ball. Green timed into the top left corner. Once I saw that going into the extra pass, I knew that the ball was going nowhere but in the back of the net.
Important go back for Boyd as he gets back that all-important lead. Just 20 minutes in, and we've had tons and tons of action. We get to see back that goal, that ground through ball. And Henry, not lots of people are going back to Henry these days. I know because there's no Evos, you can't use that Evo Henry that has 5-star skill move, 5-star weak foot, and all of the crazy play styles. But the icon item is also pretty good. And he's done some pretty incredible action for Josh. But everything is being controlled by Boyd right now. He's controlling possession, creating all of the big chances. He just has everything.
Oh, my goodness.
Spectacular finish.
That was indeed
CR7 today has been on another level. We saw him do crazy things for Farouk, Killer Freak as well, and now Boyd is also utilizing him really well.
Absolutely, that finesse shot came out of nowhere. I was not expecting that to be lodged into the net, but my goodness, that is why I am not a pro. That is why we're just in the casting booth, because I didn't see that space as he saw it.
Once again, Henry, can he finish it off? Of course.
Beautiful. I love the way he moved it past the goalkeeper. He didn't do too much.
It also gets a smile from Boyd. I think he kind of saw it coming, but sometimes you can see, but you can't stop it.
You know, it's a mind game.
These two balls are insane. Another one comes in. There's Kaka. Can he finish it off?
Oh, wow.
That has been an insane sequence, by the way.
Absolutely.
Within split seconds, things can change. And you can create moments out of nothing. And I think another one Joyce is doing. The two balls are just working for him. And
it was timed. Oh my goodness. He went timed it. What have we seen?
Come on now.
Come on.
This game has kind of given a comedic value a little bit, but what are we seeing? FC sometimes can just give you something that you just do not expect.
My goodness.
Josh, who looks like the tables have turned. The top two balls are insane. Boyd literally cannot stop it.
It seems that he's figured out that this is what is working, and he's going to try and
same thing. And now he has mixed it up a little bit. Ground through ball, over the top through ball. and you just don't know where the ball is going to end up in. Just look at him as he passes the ball. The runners are going. Kaka, he has two options. This time goes for Lauren James. He just knows the timing so well. And in this game, if you perfect your timing, you are in for a really good day. This has been a never finish. So far, so good. It's looking like the first half is going to end with something else. Oh, here's Boyd on the point of its own. And they call it back. I almost said he was about to use Josh's trick against him. But that time it didn't work. Corner comes in. Tie will clear. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to us and if you can see the way the crowd is having so much fun and you love to join us in the studio, let us know in the comment sections. Speak to us. Tell us you want to be here. Now here's Hooray for Josh! Get it! Get it! This one was a different variation, a different move. And I tell you, Josh is proving to his haters that he has all it takes to be here. And brilliant. My boy's first touch is always pass. Exquisite. Oh, you can't give the ball away there, and of course you will be punished. Give Josh. Oh, you cannot be doing that. And I get that the press is in there, but he had options to go. I was going through the comments and I saw a very interesting one. Someone says he can beat John. And when I mean John, Killer Freak John. And I think I remember that name. I do believe that as a Ghanaian. He's not a pro right now, but then back in the days, he was considered a top pro. That's YB, actually. If that's the Ghana YB, then I think that should be a very interesting.
Let us know in the comment section.
He can beat Killer Freak. I know a lot of people in the comment section that are watching these games and being like, I can do this too, but it takes years and it takes a lot of days of practice, hours and hours and hours of practice. So don't sit there and think it's easy. But I'm telling you, YB, anytime you want to take on Josh, he's a guy that's confident. He's a guy that will always show up if you call for a matchup. And I'm sure he's probably watching this one and just smiling somewhere. But that should be interesting. They said he can beat John, Killer Freak. Yes,
You know what? I really love what you said earlier about, hopefully one day we get a Ghanaian versus Nigeria type of event and just get, both countries to face off in a multi-country type of event. And we'll see how both players from each country is going to face off.
So you're saying like a LAN event where Ghana top 5 versus Nigeria top 5?
Something like that.
That should be fun. That should be very, very fun.
Hopefully, the Esports Ghana and Esports Nigeria.
It should be fun. I'll have to be biased on this one and say I'll support my Ghanaians, but I know it's going to be a tough time.
It's not going to be a tough one.
At least there are two Nigerians that I know. I know my dad here, but I mean, it's all about the collaboration, and that's why we love esports so much. It gives us things that we do. Come on.
Thankfully,
where's the finishing touch?
Boy, Joyce.
I just feel like Boyd is leaving spaces and windows of opportunities for Josh to come back into this game, and that'll be the end of this first half of action. It's been really spectacular.
With respect to what you just said, what I can say from what I've seen so far is that Boyd has this a little bit of confidence. Maybe it's overconfidence right now, or maybe it's right confidence, but he's not taking this as serious as he normally would. Yes, we know when you are composed, when you're relaxed, of course, sometimes you're doing great and you relax, you're composed, you're in the elements, but I can see that he's not paying enough respect to his opponents. That might be, that might come back to haunt him, that might come back to bite him. I do not know, but I'm just saying, this is not, I've seen Boyd so many times, and this is not him in his element.
For sure, he has to get back into that group. But speaking of what we were alluding to earlier, Ghana top 5 versus Nigeria top 5. Let us know in the chat if there's something like that. Who do you think wins? Like, who do you think has the advantage? And suggest some of the players from Ghana and then Nigeria who would make your top 5 that would play in that competition. Because already I'm trying to figure out who represents Ghana, and my mind is going crazy. I'm sure Manny, if we put him on the spot, he can't list his 5.
No. I'm going to go with the 5 right now that are currently. Yes, I'm going to say right now, John, Adefola, Farouk, Rufai, and maybe Baji or Rhymes. Right now, as it stands.
Or you say after the National E-Soccer League, the top 5, we just use that.
Absolutely, we could do that. Actually, we could. I mean,
and Ghana's league is also coming up right after the Nigerian league. So maybe that's the best medium.
That's the best medium now.
If you have your personal top 5 in the group, you can let us know what you think and who actually wins. Nigeria's top 5 versus Ghana's top 5. I know Tommy they did one online, but in my opinion, that was not the best reflection of the Ghanaian best player. So this time, LAN event, face-to-face, Let's have it. But this is truly the beauty of the sport. Esports is why we always love it. The unpredictability, the fact that it can give us anything and spring up into any moment. But this game right here has truly been special.
Yes.
I think what Josh has done is he's taking the moments, even the 2-minute spells. It reminds me so much of watching basketball and the NBA. It's always about a game of runs.
Yes.
And if you do get your run, how well can you utilize it? And I think he's utilized this run.
Oh, here's another chance for him to utilize it. And this time around, I think it's fair to say the defense from Boyd was just on top of the situation. You know, with each passing moment, it seems like Josh is growing into the game. He needs to ensure that he doesn't lose, he doesn't get, oh, beautiful. He doesn't concede too many goals in these transitions from Boyd. As long as he can maintain these goals he's conceding, then I think he should be good going forward.
I've already seen the chat react to whatever happened, what we're speaking of earlier about the Ghana versus Nigeria. I saw one, Junior GH, of course, Ghanaian says, Slide, GH guys can't lace the Niger boys' boots.
Oh, Boyd. He smiled.
Boyd. The smiles are back. The smiles are back. After missing all of those chances, now he has a little bit of separation. And now this is where these are the moments that are really important to the game for Josh now.
How does he respond?
Exactly. You can't let another goal go in. It has to be a 2-goal or a 1-goal margin to keep yourself in the game. If it ends up being a 3-goal margin, I think it's game over. These moments are really, really going to matter for Josh, and you have to take them carefully. But back to the comment about Ghana not being able to lace Nigeria's boots.
I'm so glad that it was a Ghanaian who said that.
I don't totally agree with it, but I kind of see where you're coming from with some of the Nigerian pros really, really doing well on the server. And of course, we are both on the same server, but of course, Nigeria has a huge advantage and all of that. But I totally get where you are coming from. Max Tanner says, Ghana can't beat our top 10. Wow. People are confident that Nigeria will win this one.
Absolutely. I mean, if not for anything, we do have some of the, we do have a Adefola, we do have John, we do have Farouk right now. Just putting these three in the conversation makes it harder, for the Ghanaian team to have so much joy.
This comment is just killing me. Lava Boy they play says that John Farouk Baji Rufai can wipe Ghana's whole generation. Come on. Come on now.
that is a bit wild, but
these comments, keep them coming in about your thoughts of Ghana's top 5 versus Nigeria's top 5. It should be fun, but wiping Ghana's whole generation, I think, is diabolical. I mean, Ghana has one of Africa's very best in one decade. I know it's past his prime and all of that, and he wouldn't be included in these conversations, but it's a whole chat for a different day, and I'm sure maybe there might be something in the works. It's all about collaboration. Back to our game, and we finally get a word from that Mitch versus Bright's game.
What a game it is.
4 goals to 3, and Mitch seems like he got some separation to Odegaard.
And that was the end of the first half between the game between Mitch and Bright. It ended in the 5-3 in favor of Mitch.
Lodging experience has been very, very nice. I mean, you guys will see it on the main stage.
In other words, maybe mind our business. Okay now.
No challenge so far. But we pray we see any challenge on the main stage. But for now, no.
My name is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional UFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Boardman and Game with Josh, of course. My expectation for the tournament is top 5, not 4 or 3 or 2, 1 obviously. And I'm going to give my all, hoping to face the best for La Farouk or Freak. Hoping to give my best against them also.
Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I would say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro scene. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League, so you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Yanisim Vio. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the league would definitely be Flick. Yeah. I think my rival would be Yemi because he's a very good player also and also underrated in the scene. I think I have a very good chance of winning the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game because the league is going to be on fire.
Hi, I'm Simply Uzo and I'm an FC Pro streamer for Dodge Gamings. I'd say Game with Josh. He's a very good player, but amongst the players in this tournament, I think it'd be a good match against him. I'd say Baji Senior. Yeah, we've matched up before, but I guess I was expecting quite a lot, but maybe didn't meet up to expectation.
Hi guys, Baz Junior here, pro esports player for Game Esports, and I'll be taking part in the league tournament that's coming up soon. And yes, the overrated players I think maybe Killer Freak, that's John, Boyd, and yeah, me on my own ends, I'm looking to win the tournaments, win everything, and come first position, and win most of my games basically. And yeah, what I'm going to do to the guys I'm playing, the overrated guys, I'll show you guys that they're overrated and I'm the best player in Nigeria basically. So yeah.
This is Virus from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024. I mean, the whole lodging experience has been very, very nice. I mean, you guys.
As a proud sponsor
My name is Akimbade Oyebode James. Username Gamer Tag King Boardman. My hopes and my expectations for the league is that to hope the phase like of the league favors me. Also and try to be the best because we are here to play against the best basically. Um, this is a very good tournament in Nigeria and I'm fortunate to be one of them. And players I hope to play against to meet and just to compete against maybe Farouk, Killer Freak, Bright, top players in Nigeria, and also to compete against them and we'll see how it goes.
My name is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional EFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Boardman and Game with Josh.
All right, guys, we're back. We apologize for the little technical challenge we just had, but we fixed it. We're ready to go. Our games are still on. Our games are still live. We're going to be going straight into action immediately after we get you guys on updated on what's happening. What's happening this life.
Yeah, sure. We just had a little bit of a problem. So the fact that we are playing compete mode saves us.
Yes.
So that's the progression. If we're playing in kickoff mode, then continuing from here is difficult. But
yes.
now we can continue from right where we left off. 60th minute
off.
in game. Everything goes back smoothly. So we apologize for that one. As Manny said, we'll be going straight right into that Boyd versus game with Josh game. I believe Boyd was leading, I think 5-3 at that point. 3. The game was, back and forth a little bit. But that is where the conversation of the Ghana versus Nigeria was heating up a little bit. And then, of course, we got that difficult.
I mean, we're having some conversations off camera, just a couple minutes ago, of how interesting and how crazy it's going to be. Ghana versus Nigeria always have this brotherly love very competitive,
banter,
very competitive, relationship where we always want to the love is there, but want to always prove that we have better players and they also want to prove they have better players. So I'm telling you guys, it is going to be an epic event. It's going to be an epic battle. I already know who's going to win. But
fingers crossed.
We're not crossing any fingers. I already trust my boys. But let's see how that pulls up. Let's see how that happens. Don't forget, guys, we're seeing some conversations. Yes,
wow.
I want you to go.
It's getting chaotic in the chat. It's getting seriously chaotic in the chat.
Now is about the
MS.
Yeah.
Chinok the legend says there's absolutely difference between 0 MS and 20 MS in competitive gaming. Chaotic match. That's a fact for sure. How many gamers in Nigeria got 0 MS to scream Nigerians got advantage? So you're trying to say Nigerians don't have an advantage over Ghanaians. I disagree a little bit. Game Evo, Chinok the legend, OG. That is indeed an OG. Mango says, man's talking as if Nigerians are playing on 0 MS. Even if it's not 0 MS, I mean, they're still having a slight advantage. That's just my opinion.
One other thing I think these guys are forgetting is that the conversations we are having is about a LAN event.
It's going to definitely be a LAN event, so it won't be online.
It won't be online, so we won't have any question of advantage with MS or not.
Or whatever.
If we're going to have this event, it's going to be a LAN event. Everybody is going to be on the same MS. 0 MS.
0 MS.
Just do your skills.
Chaotic says all the top players have 0 MS. Farouk, Fola, Killer Freak, when they play Ghanaians like Padia's at a disadvantage automatically. But like Manny said, if we're going to have that event, I'm sure it will be LAN. It will truly be spectacular. As for that one, we'll definitely invite a crazy crowd. If you want to come and enjoy all of the action, it will surely come on. Hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully it does come on. But we've got word that the guys have resumed. That Josh and Boyd game is resuming. Mitchell is also getting set and ready to go against Bright. We'll continue right from where we left off. Our National E-Soccer League. We are right about the halfway mark. After 3 rounds of action, this was our 4th round, and then we go for our long break for the very first time for day 1 of this action. We'll get straight into the rest of this action. Like we said, 5-3.
Yes.
As it does. But when we get these technical difficulties like this, you think sometimes if in a guy like Josh's mind, does it give him a little bit of an advantage to kind of take his time, think about what he's done in these first 15 minutes and maybe change things going into the last few minutes?
You know what? Yes, I tend to agree with you, but then also it also gives someone like Boyd an opportunity to regroup and decide what he wants to do for the next level. I mean, now so far so good. You see, Boyd has seemed to be like the one who has come running out of track. It's all about who is so composed, who is so focused on what they need to do during the break, during the moment where everything is on pause. Technicalities are going to always happen every now and again in competitions, even in the most organized ones in the world. They happen a lot. Oh my goodness! You see Boyd pulling down committing a professional foul there.
Well, speaking of goals, Mitchell. Crazy one.
That is crazy.
Mitchell, I told you this guy desperately needs wins, and he's on the right path as we speak. 6 goals to 3 in that one game with Josh. He desperately needs to go back in this game to keep it alive. There goes Boyd on the runner. Has a chance to play the through ball. Just patient with it a little bit in recycling. Will it?
So far, so good. I think it's fair to say that Boyd has been the one who came out top with that break, because he has the one who has had the most opportunity for the past 10 or so in-game minutes since we resumed back. And now we have Josh on his own foray into the 18-yard box. He's waiting ball roll. Somehow he gets the ball back, but it's not useful.
No, the ball roll, like I said, it is the most predictable move in SC, but it can be the most useful as well. In that situation with Josh, every defender is expecting you to ball roll. So you've got to take it to another level. Either you take another touch and then the ball roll comes. That makes it a little bit unpredictable. Or you go into a different variation, whether it's a ball roll scoop or anything there.
Oh, decides to go for the wrong exit. I mean, while we're talking about that skill, I would have preferred a hit to ball roll in that action.
That could have also
been a different variation.
Been an alternative.
And here is Boyd. The drag back pass connected. However, Josh was on top of things. It seemed to have simmered down for a bit. Oh,
boy, to possibly kill it off.
Wrong defending.
And that might just be that.
I think that was absolute wrong defending from game with Josh in that moment, in that instance. Here's one.
This pause that he's gone into is heavily necessary. At 6-3, you almost feel like the game is done. But we've still got to remind ourselves that it's 9 minutes house.
And 9 minutes
and
house,
anything
can still happen.
Even
There's
with
still
20
so much
minutes,
time.
we see crazier things happen.
I mean, we
today,
saw Bright versus Anife. We saw 4 goals happen in 10 in-game minutes. So I'm telling you guys, if that could happen, then this.
And already, Josh has already shown that he can do crazy things in spells.
Yes.
In that first half, he had like a 3-minute spell where he created like 4 chances out of 9. So it's not completely impossible. It's just that it's going to be difficult to pull off, especially with the way Boyd is playing as we speak.
And I think he's going for the all-attack type of formation now because he has nothing to lose. He's already
a little bit of I don't know if we're seeing a 4-2-4 maybe, because I'm seeing 4 attackers up top, and it kind of feels like he's going all out with this one. Of course, that'll leave spaces in behind as Boyd looks to exploit and possibly get the 7th of the day.
I saw that move from Boyd, and that would have been an amazing one. But as I saw it also, so did game with Josh. And now he survives that spell. 70 minutes on the clock. He has 20 in-game minutes to come up with 3 goals or more. Oh, he has Chawinga on the flank. And he just loses out on that one.
About 20 in-game minutes to go of this one. Boyd looking to get another 3 points on the board. Mind you, in match week 1, won 1 out of the 2 games that he did play. This one will take him straight into the top half of the table on 6 points. For game with Josh, if the result ends like this, it will leave him as it is with only 3 points to his name. The story might change. He's got space to work with.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
We might not be done yet, people.
And
knowing what the National Soccer League has brought already, there might be more drama to come.
You know what? I want to give him credit, for not changing his mind, after there was that small pause in between that shot actually executing. He didn't change his mind.
Free kicks are always deadly. We haven't seen any of them going in the National Soccer League. Maybe this is the first one. But with one of the greatest to ever do it from those kind of positions, Messi, you take a side with this one, steps up, you'd say from the hair, and Josh needs every single save that he can get.
Absolutely. And you can see his composed and calm demeanor. Oh, that was so good. I thought he was going to go for the outside shot. But
on the break, it's about 3v3 situation now. Defenders rushing back. Can't Josh utilize this opportunity, overcooked a little bit with the pass, and he can't get it to go down. Look, next goal will be decisive. Next goal for Boyd means game over. Absolutely. But next goal for Josh, we might have something crazy.
Or the lack of goals also would also mean that this is
exactly
this is right in the lap of Boyd himself. But I think we are going to definitely see another goal here. Both players are giving it their all. And whatever it is, I think all that attack that Josh switched to is currently helping him. He's coming back into the game little by little in terms of confidence and in terms of moves.
Well, speaking of confidence, he is gaining ground a little bit on that end. Pass comes in. Henri, that's lovely. The finishing touch is just not there.
He just rushed that one.
He worked that one out so beautifully, and he needed the final finish.
Oh my goodness.
That position, you feel like if it wasn't a driven shot, he could have scored.
I feel like if he had just taken a touch,
Another
one touch, because the goalkeeper was not rushing out. That's the only time when it gives you that advantage. Oh wow, that was such a good move, and I feel so bad for Josh that didn't go in, because that would have definitely meant something different in terms of how the game looks.
It's still not all said and done. You still got 9 minutes of time to work with. Then, knowing the National E-Soccer League, you just can't write off this game yet. But still, things not looking good for Josh Boyd. Maybe to seal it with this final attack, Lauren James, great tackle from Murillo. He's been an absolute block,
beast, absolute monster
at the back for every single player that's using. Farouk is still ringing in my mind. There goes Josh with De Bruyne. Maybe chaotic final finishes. Great tackling. Tackling in that moment.
We are having a freeze on screen, but let me just quickly talk to you about something I've noticed consistently. This is something that I use personally. Every single time I'm in that position, I love to go for the driving pass into the striker. When you have that, he was running with Kevin De Bruyne and it was going so fast, and all attention was on Kevin De Bruyne. There was some space
for him to try and go for the pass early.
Always
in those moments, especially when there's pressure on you like that, I kind of feel for Josh a little bit. To be able to get your decisions spot on, it's what separates the good players from the great players. And you almost feel like the margins just killed Josh on that one. There's still maybe some time for him to work with De Bruyne. I try to wrestle it away, and then the clock just keeps ticking, and it's not looking good for Josh at all at this point with about 2 minutes to go. The points are just fading and fading away as Boyd keeps hold of the ball, knows it, and maybe to finish it off with a goal. And surely now, 3 points in the bag.
That says a dagger through the heart, because while it seemed like Josh had one more goal in it, this one has definitely blown Josh out of water, and it has ensured that Boyd is going to be going with the whole 3 points. Oh, beautiful use of that. Beautiful use of the ball roll. And the Trivela was earnestly anticipated by Boyd. And it ends all in favor of Boyd. 7 goals to 4 for Game with Josh. 3 points to the back secured for Boyd, and that leads him to 7 points in the standings. I think he should be a happy man today. What do you think?
For sure. He'd be happy with that performance, even after the whole problem that we encountered where we had like a 5-minute break, a recess. Coming back, he still kept composure. He still was locked in and focused and all of that. I think he should be proud of himself. Josh, though, that first half was impressive. Second half, not too much to write to him about, but I mean, there's still a couple more games to go. This is just game week 2 of the action. The other game, Mitchell and Brian will bring you updates as and when they do come in.
Absolutely. But the last update we saw Mitchell running away with that one. So hopefully we don't get any upset or we get to hear something crazy in that one. But whatever it is, we're going to give you guys the update as it happens. We've just seen the end of the first round for game week 2, day 1. We have another round of 8 games happening, because these are 16 players, 16 of the best players in Nigeria, each facing each other. 2 games every day, and the action is going to be absolutely relentless. We're going to be going on a short 15-minute break or so, and when we come back, we'll have Tommy Day with analysis of the play-by-play and the highlights of this first round so far. So while we're going to go on the break, I'm going to come back to you guys. I close,
players
I'll
and
call you.
creators.
My name is Akimbade Oyebode James. Username Gamer Tag King Boardman. My hopes and my expectations for the league is that to hope the phase like of the league favors me. Also and try to be the best because we are here to play against the best basically. This is a very good tournament in Nigeria and I'm fortunate to be one of them. And players I hope to play against to meet and just to compete against maybe Farouk, Killer Freak, Bright, top players in Nigeria, and also to compete against them and we'll see how it goes.
My name is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional EFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Boardman and Game with Josh, of course.
be entering into the mind of Fola to analyze what he thinks was the brain plan behind some of the goals he scored, and what's exactly the most effective way to defend an attack as magnificent as Fola's attack. So we're going to break it down. So the first from the first clip. All right. So we can see Adefola from the pass to De Bruyne, runs with Smith, does a half nutmeg drag back to an extra pass. Let the clip roll again. So, Farouk, in positions like this, first question I have for you is this: how exactly are you going to break a goal like this down? How exactly do you think the defensive structure should have been? What exactly is the line? Can we have the goal again? What exactly from this position do you think? Where should the cursor be? Should the cursor, do you think the cursor should be on the center back? Do you think it should be dragging his CDM back? Because as you can see here, his cursor is directly on the right back. I personally would have dragged my CDM to cover this passing lane, but I feel like it's going to open the pass to De Bruyne, which opens him up for a finesse. But what exactly would you do in positions like this?
You see, in situations like this, especially against a player like Fola, you've already considered if your players are like this. So the best thing we could have done to prevent it is drag Bruno here and try and drag Pole back, but knowing Fola, he'll do a cancel that we don't even know exists. So yeah, I think coming down like this, and especially like when he entered inside the box, I don't know if you can roll the clip. Yes, exactly that. You drag.
So you think bringing this CDM here is going to help? What if it just goes in to a pass here and finesses with De Bruyne?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you get into this position, it's like you've already considered, because there are a lot of ways to score in FC25. Could have easily just given this player, and the extra pass would come through, or would have just given De Bruyne and would have went for the finesse. And Hansen was even making a run down there. So
now, when you look at the pass here, pause. The minute he gets the pass into De Bruyne here, do you think at this point it is too late for Smith to be defended this way, or do you think this is still good structured defending? What do you think in this position? Because I know he did make a mistake at first, but there was nothing he could do on De Bruyne. But here, when the pass goes into Smith, what do you think is his best option? You can see him using Hulit to cover. He was in Hulit to cover the space right here, preventing the pass to the striker. What do you think is the best option? What do you think he should have done?
the best option he could have done is, like, already Smith is making a run forward, so Dumfries, I don't think he should have defended with the DM. He should have just let the DM, because the DM was in position already. He should have dragged Dumfries here, try and cover the space.
And second man press?
No, not second man press. Like, he should leave the cursor on Hulit and go back to Dumfries and try and cover the lane here. So yeah, that would have been the best way.
So you're saying the best position to put your defense structure is not to touch your center back, but to bring your right back to cover the space.
It's already too late for him to
react
his DM, and he has to cover Ronaldo, so he can't touch his center back. So you have to drag your right back here, Dumfries, bring him down, and try and hope for the best.
Hope for the best. So you're saying all this, Fola had already structured the plan before he got into this position.
Yes.
See, great minds work alike. This is something I know you can pull off in the game, right? But we didn't see that against Rufai. What happened?
Yeah, I'm a professional bottler. Yeah, get to say that.
All right, cool. That's good. All right, let's show the clip. Let's see what goes on after that. So he goes in for a shot, gets a half drag pass. Now, I have a question though. Do you think? I have a question. I have a serious question. This is my question here. Now, I'm going to play the clip from here. Now watch this. Right here. Do you think Fola did a bit too much? Don't you think he should have shot with Smith?
No. Already.
But you don't think he could have gotten a goal here?
No, he might have, but you have to, as a pro player, you have to go for the 100%. And already he saw Van Dijk coming up here, so he knew that Hansen would be free. And what Fola did here, that was very amazing, and I don't think a lot of people noticed, is that he passed with L2. Because if he did a normal pass here, he might have easily not gone through. He held his L2 and pressed X, and he went for.
So you're saying when this pass came in from here, it wasn't a normal pass?
It wasn't a normal pass. It was L2X.
Wow, I think we have to get Fola on screen after this. So you're telling me the pass from this striker to this player was an L2?
It was an L2X pass.
Okay, that's why the animation was with it. Oh.
That's why I did like back heel pass.
That's why he could get into space and he gets an airport shot.
That's what Fola did.
Great minds. Can we roll to the next clip? Now, First things first. First things first. Like I said, in corner kicks, when you get a corner kick and it's against you, the only way you can make your players act is if you turn on the team press. I also heard somewhere, I don't know how true it is, that's why I brought you on board, is that from kickoff, if you want your players to also be active, you have to turn on team press from the get-go. Because as you can see, the minute the ball is passed, look at how his players are passive.
Yeah.
And then there's always a chance to score if you get the kickoff. What do you think is the best way to defend kickoff?
Obviously, the best way to defend kickoff. I don't even know why we're analyzing the kickoff goal, because best way to defend the kickoff is just pray. Because
it's like, just pray.
Yeah, even in my game, I consider like 3 kickoffs. So like you might put team press, you might defend, bro. Anything you do, the game will just be against you. So as you can see here, he got the rebound and.
All right, cool. The rebound, of course, I know it's an effect of kickoff, but there's still something there from the pass to Ronaldo. This pass right here, before he gives this pass into a cheap pass to, you see that pass there's, I think it's a double triangle or double X. Yeah. Now, this pass here, what do you think is the best way to defend a double triangle pass into the box? Because I've been conceding many of those goals in champs and rivals. In my opinion, I think you need a defender that has intercept plus before you can defend those type of passes effectively. But I would like to hear from Matt or Farouk. Yeah. What do you think is the best way to defend double triangle or double X in the box for more effective defending?
The thing with double triangle or double X is it's 50-50. It's so 50-50. It's way more 50-50 than like the normal triangle that you do. So anytime you do a double triangle, it might bounce beside the player. So even if you try and cover, it might go to the other side, because you can't control where a double triangle goes. You can't manually control it. So when you do it, like the game picks for it to go left or right. Yeah, so it's like a 50-50 situation. I think you just have to follow your mind and try.
So you're saying in positions like this is already GG's?
Yeah, the 50-50.
Wow. So there you have it, guys. I think you should integrate that into your game. If you're in positions like this, instead of a true ball, just double tap triangle or double tap X. Yeah. I concede a lot of goals like that. I don't know. I've been looking for a way to defend it. I don't have an answer to that. I think sometimes you just have to just pray. Definitely. As Farouk has said. I mean, if Farouk says, what am I to say otherwise? All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be giving you further analysis in coming videos. Thank you.
To the action.
My name is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional UFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Bodman and Game with Josh, of course. My expectation for the tournament is top 5, not 4 or 3 or 2, 1 obviously. And I'm going to give my all, hoping to face the best for La Farouk or Freak. Hoping to give my best against them also.
Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I would say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro scene. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Yanisim Viel. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the league would definitely be Flick. Yeah. I think my rival would be Yemi because he's a very good player also and also underrated in the scene. I think I have a very good chance of winning the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game because the league is going to be on fire.
Hi, I'm Simply Uzo and I'm an FC Pro streamer for Dodge Gamings. I'd say Game with Josh. He's a very good player, but amongst the players in this tournament, I think it'd be a good match against him. I'd say Baji Senior. Yeah, we've matched up before, but I guess I was expecting quite a lot, but maybe in the middle up to expectation.
Hi guys, Baz Junior here, pro esports player for Game Esports, and I'll be taking part in the league tournament that's going to coming up soon. And yes, the overrated players I think maybe Killer Freak, that's John, Boyd, and yeah, me on my own ends, I'm looking to win the tournaments, win everything, and come first position, and win most of my games basically. And yeah, what I'm going to do to the guys I'm playing, the overrated guys, I'll show you guys that they're overrated, and I'm the best player in Nigeria basically. So yeah.
It's affair. I play for NATO Gaming, and As for how I'm feeling concerning the upcoming games, it's mixed feelings. There's a bit of expectancy and anxiety here and there, but it's mostly confidence. And as for the plan of attack, it's just to stay composed, to stick to the plan, and all things being equal,
We are literally 70% done for case 24. What are we expecting?
This is Virus from Sierra 7, and I and my team are playing the Cade 2024. I mean, the whole lodging experience has been very, very nice. I mean, you guys will see it on the main stage.
In other words, maybe mind our business. Okay now.
No challenge so far. But we pray we see any challenge on the main stage. But for now, no challenge.
My name is Abib. I'm competing in Garena Free Fire. I actually feel very excited, to be honest, because I never expected to be a gamer, like an esports player, you know. Like, this is a very big opportunity for me, and I'm very, very grateful for it.
Okay.
I don't know if I should reveal that yet. I don't know if I will.
Okay.
But let's see. Tomorrow we'll see it. We have like maybe 80% chance of winning, you know. At least we have to make top 4. That's the most important thing.
Okay, top 4.
Top 1 is the aim.
My name is Lord J, and I'm the manager for the Outlaw Free Fire team. Most of the challenges we faced leading to the finals was that, you know, the network issues in Nigeria is terrible. So most of the locations that all the players were having some kind of network glitches. And that has been a major problem, but thankfully, we're here. My team have proven to be one of the best. We have that confidence. And we're sure that we're going to actually dominate. So our morale is always high. So the primary strategy is just focus. Well, we play more of a passive and aggressive role. So we know when to push and when not to push. Every team is unique in their own way. We cannot actually predict what's going to happen. But if we were to choose a major...
After 4 rounds of action, we are into the last part of today's show. Match week 2 of National E-Soccer League. First round has given us serious tales. And of course, my partner in crime, Manny, doing this one with me. And so far, we've been... If we were sitting, they would have knocked us off our seats. But we've had spectacular games.
But
I think everybody in the
off
chat
our
will
feet.
agree.
I think it's fair to say they have blown us off our feet.
Oh, exactly.
The games that have been here, the games we have witnessed today have been spectacular. Nothing but spectacular. Each game has given us end-to-end things to talk about. Absolute moments, amazing gameplays. All of the players, kudos to you guys. Hands off to you guys.
Impressive stuff that we've seen from round 1's action when we saw Killer Freak in action. He was truly spectacular. That game against Mr. Oga showed us why he really wants to win this tournament. I think he got 8 goals in that tournament. Already, he's in the high 20s when it comes to goals scored. And then, of course, we have the Rufai versus Farouk game. truly, truly special. But we're moving on. Killer Freak that we're speaking of earlier, he's right back in action. He's taking on Blaze for his last round of action before this one ends. Blaze needs points. He desperately needs points as we speak. So this one, he's in a very tight position, as you definitely need to be scoring goals and then, of course, raking in some points. We'll be following all of the action as it does coming. Mind you, this game is also currently going simultaneously with another game going in. Killer Freak wanting to register his authority early.
Yes, he's been used to scoring early. I'm actually very surprised that we haven't seen any early goal happen as quickly as before. But here's the quality about Blaze. We have seen him play actual good football, but he has not just been able to convert that into points.
Exactly, and at this juncture, in a league like this, you should be able to do that, because in a blink of a moment, then the league goes away from you. This is where it should be producing with just 1 point on the league log.
I want to make a very bold claim, a very, very bold claim. If there is anybody at all in this competition who would cause a very crazy upset, I would be putting Blaze right now.
Wow, that's
because he's
that's
like the most erratic person to play. At times, like the things he does during the game sometimes are just unbelievable. Not because they're so crazy. It's like, why? Oh my goodness, you pull this off. That's the kind of.
Well, if Blaze is going to pull something crazy off, if it comes off in this game, we might be in for a treat. When he gets his first attack of the game with Bomati, he's patient with it as Killer Freak draws more defenders back into action. Blaze on the 10 just can't beat through that aggressive defender. That's actually really good pressing, and he just can't win it off of Isak. Killer Freak, what he's shown about his game is the fact that he wants to dominate. He wants to have possession of the ball every single time. And usually, he makes his opponent space when he does that. On that left-hand side, building something special. And because the finesse angles are always so difficult to close down, you don't want to back off too many times. And when you go aggressively and your man is beaten, it could cause you troubles almost all.
I agree with you. And you can see that Blaze has kept it very tight in the opening 10 minutes. It's now up to him to see if he can keep that going on for the next 80 minutes. It's a very long stretch. But so far, so good. In the first 10 minutes, he's kept it very, very tight. No spaces, no pockets of space for Killer Freak to do his thing. And so far, so good. He has paid him in the sense that I think he's the first person who has not considered
in the first 10 minutes.
In the first 10 minutes.
Well. Manny's been paying attention. He has been really paying attention to how things are going. And so far, scoreless in this game. Vinny Jr. was set for the round of Maradona and finding Blaze. All his attacking has come from this left-hand side, though unproductive as we speak. But maybe things might change. It's a Salah.
My goodness, he started out.
Well,
indeed. I was speaking to Killer Freak off camera after that, his first round of games, and he was talking about how OP the Maradona card is and how sometimes it's so difficult to handle when he's on his full sprint. What do you think about that?
Indeed. I mean, Maradona's dribbling. I feel like he's the most agile player in the game. And maybe if you disagree with me, you can let me know in the chat. But so far, he's so fleet-footed. I think Imagine also uses Maradona, and the way he just glides is just something special. Right now, Blaze is looking confident. The pass into Vinny, just offside though.
That was a good pass.
But we've seen what that goal has done to him now. He's attacking with more freedom and more
confidence, more poise. All he needs to do is to ensure he doesn't concede in the next couple of minutes of transition.
But you don't keep Killer Freak down for too long. He's opened it up.
And my goodness, he somehow blazes it over.
Wow, and Killer Freak himself is baffled with that opportunity.
And my goodness, what a pass that was.
Big goal scoring opportunity for one of our unbeaten players so far. Mind you, the only unbeaten two perfect records that stand are Killer Freak and Adefola as we speak. And right now, Killer Freak's record in serious jeopardy.
My goodness. And he has a very good opportunity for Blaze. I told you guys, he's so erratic. You can never know what to expect with Blaze. That's the thing. And that's one of the reasons why he is such a deadly player to face without composure. You have to be paying attention fully to him at all times in your game with him.
Attention is really key right from the start to the very finish. But Killer Freak looks locked in now. The quickness in the passing, you can feel it's almost coming now. And when he sends the runners, the likes of Theo Hernandez and co, whether they are decoy runners or that's where the pass is going to go, you always know there's purpose behind it. Ronaldo is not going to rush anything at all. That's one thing that I feel like has improved in his game. Even under pressure, you still keep as calm as he can. Son, great pass into Ronaldo, looking for the perfect opportunity to shoot. With the stand, and decided to go for the finesse a little bit, but great defending from Blaze.
Do you think this is like uncharted territory for Killer Freak in this competition? Because I think this is also the first time he's gone down by a goal first.
Wow.
Do you think this is like uncharted territory?
Yeah, this is territory that he hasn't been in yet in the whole of the league, but that might soon be changing. Heroic effort from Konate already. Cross comes in. Jonathan David, I saw that card in the SBC's center back item. I ignored it a little bit, but Blaze is kind of convincing me to go for it. Salah, with all of the pace in the world, couldn't find a second goal. That could be very important. Borough looking for options, can't find any. Decides to recycle a bit and allows Killer Freak to get all of the defenders back in position.
Absolutely.
And that chance right there gone. Blaze has got to take some of these chances by the scruff of the neck against a player in the caliber of Freak. You just cannot give these ones away. Ronaldo, great pass into Son. Of course, it was coming.
Of course, it had to be the finesse.
That junction, he does not miss.
Of course, it had to be the finesse shots from Son. And I think Blaze is now left to rue his chances that he just missed. It was such a great chance for him to come into the game and stabilize himself. But now it is now an open-ended affair. Who knows if we are going to be seeing this is offside. Who knows if we're going to be seeing more composure for Blaze? Who knows if we're going to see more goals? But if you want to beat somebody like Killer Freak, you have to be at least 2 goals to 3 goals up. And that's the only way you can beat this guy at his prime right now.
Well, for Killer Freak, he'll be looking to maintain his 100% record as we speak. For Blaze, he still got only that 1 point that he got to match day 1. Still in here. And it wasn't going to take him too long. He's back in it. Taiwo, he predicted that Killer Freak could be winning this one by 6 goals to 2. Says that didn't age well. Well, the goals didn't last long for Blaze, but there's still a lot of time to play. Not time to count out Blaze right now. But Killer Freak getting in the groove, we might just be on for something.
Absolutely, but let's not count Blaze out yet. He still has so much still to play for. Here's a chance with Maradona. Oh, the dribble was not effective enough to get him into space. Take that shot off his leg. Oh, here's Theo Hernandez for Killer Freak down that left channel. Quick 1-2 pass. He's looking for the extra man. Extra pass to Bruno Fernandes. And somehow he blows
this game
post.
Killer Freak has actually looked human in these games.
Absolutely.
This particular game.
This is the first
some
time.
chances that I'm scratching my head a little bit and seeing that Killer Freak usually miss these.
His usual high school composure and demeanor has been
But I think it's the
bit.
makeup of the whole league. When you're playing in a league structure, let's say a team like Man City, even when they're on a rampage, there are days where they don't have everything right.
In fact,
and on those days, if you still find ways to win, then you should be in a championship contention. And that's what Killer Freak is doing right now. Even though it doesn't feel like he's had the best of house, he's still winning it.
The thing is, like, to win championships, to win titles, you don't just have to play great football. You just have to be winning even on your worst days. If you can be able to pull this off, you'll be able to be the champion at any given time. Every single time we've had a team able to do this, also had them pull it off properly.
Blaze, though, after going up a goal to nil early, is feeling the full wrath of Killer Freak as we speak. I just feel Blaze is too cautious. And I know and understand that it's because you're playing Killer Freak, you have to be cautious. But if you do not take any risk, you will not be rewarded.
Absolutely.
In that sense. So
I agree with you.
We need to see a lot more on that end.
I agree with you on that one, Sly. But then also, he wants to ensure he gets himself in position.
Killer Freak in again. This time, unable to finish. He's found himself in those positions a couple of times. But so far, I think Blaze has handled that situation really well. Vinny, can he get there fair? No, not on to Ram's watch. It's the reason why you go and complete that SBC. I spent a lot of further in finishing that one, and it's proven to be one hell of a card for Killer Freak as we speak. Final minute before we go to halftime. Killer Freak looking to double the lead.
Killer Freak was going for the near post because he expected Blaze to quickly move his goalkeeper. But Konate was rooted in the right spot. This is very, very
The
very
press
dangerous.
coming in again, it's wild.
That's a very
To be
dangerous
able to
move.
just get away from this press alone requires a lot. And I
yeah,
mean,
it's an
Blade has
opportunity.
done really well to get in there. It's a deep run from way back. Can he finish it off though? Space into Ted, goes for the finesse and it breaks into Maradona. But the defense was not going to let that happen. What an awkward situation that was.
I told you this guy is erratic. I told you this guy does things that are not according to norm, and that's what makes him very.
Sometimes
dangerous.
FC doesn't go according to script. Like, he's found a way to break the press, that's fine.
Yes, but he just ran through the defense.
Literally ran through the whole defense. And I don't think Africa was expecting that.
I mean, we in the studio were not expecting that because I mean he went in with his defensive midfielder on a rampage run. Nobody was expecting that move. He didn't try to attempt any speed boost. He just ran through the defense.
They literally
in fact, he's thrown.
I mean, come on now. FC can be so unpredictable sometimes. And I did think it caught Killer Freak off guard, but in that position,
I think he should go for the shots. I think he overthought
he
it
took
by
a turn back,
going-
was trying to go for the finesse, which is
finesse.
understandable in that sense, because when he turned, there were no options to pass to. But it's all kudos to Killer Freak for blocking all of those options to try to pass to. But this half, much needed one for Blaze. Now he goes
Absolutely.
into the half. I saw he had already had the pause skewed, so there was something that he wanted to change. Let's see if that effective change can maybe change the outcome of this.
Whatever
game.
it is he's doing right now, he needs to keep at it. The defending, he needs to be even more composed in defending. As long as Blaze limits Killer Freak's chances in that box, as long as he limits Killer Freak's chances, he has an opportunity to do something.
It's much easier said than that.
I know. That's why I'm here casting with you while they're under the pressure. But I mean, I think it's obvious for us to see that this is the first person who has been able to take a chink of the armor of Killer Freak.
Well, we have the next 45 minutes to determine if Killer Freak's record will be intact. If you just join, this is the National E-Soccer League live from Lagos, Nigeria. We're into match week 2. Killer Freak already has 3 games. Well, 3 games in the bag with 3 wins out of 3, 9 points, and 20 plus goals. He's looking to add to the tally here. But Blaze is in his way and trying to write a different script as we speak. Salah.
Oh, beautiful.
On the 10.
Beautiful.
We'll find Hullet. Blaze gaining more and more confidence now. Goes for the finesse. And that one looked like
that was
it
crazy.
wasn't going in, but all of a sudden, Konate had to pull out the
That
pressure
was
save.
crazy. I mean, the goalkeeper had to be on tenterhooks to get that one out, because if the goalkeeper didn't make that diving save, that would have definitely been nestling in the nets right now.
Fernandez. Killer Freak always just has this way of baiting you into thinking he's doing something else. All this while he had something in mind, and a plan has worked to perfection.
My oh my.
Getting away from Blaze now.
Absolutely. Now he has so much to fight for, so much full off his sleeve. And I don't know if he can be able to pull it off, but he has time. Time is on his hands. And I think he has the temerity to score another goal. Another goal for Blaze here will change the affair of things, of course. But another goal for Killer Freak would most likely be nail in the coffin to this one. And now we have a Killer Freak trying to reload from back. Oh, that first time up through ball over the top is seen very properly by the defense, and it's neutralized easily. But then Killer Freak is coming in waves out of waves. Oh, beautiful lock through pass. I think he's going for the Trivela. Did he try to set it up for the Trivela? Goes for the extra pass.
It was trying to set up for the Trivela, by the way. Not the Trivela. He ignored the Trivela. Went into the finesse angle. I think we've seen way more finesse attempts from Killer Freak than the Trivela.
I mean, it's working for him.
You know,
so
credit to Blaze a little bit. I know he's conceded a lot of chances, but the fact that you can make him go into the plan B and then the plan C most of these times, it's really, really important. And now you have to capitalize on the fact that you win back possession and channel it into a great offensive possession. Speaking of offensive possessions, there comes Blaze again.
Absolutely.
But Matt, he's been truly instrumental in what he does. He's in a great position to possibly get a goal back there. Salah cuts back into Vinny, looking for the space to shoot. Mama, that's Vinny.
I thought he was in pole position before the pass to Vinny to attempt a shot, and be able to catch the goalkeeper. And Killer Freak, of course, also off guard there. But then he decided not to go for that option. And then now it's Killer Freak's attempt against his.
Hansen. just right on the edge of that area.
This is where he's most dangerous.
Like, that is where he is truly most dangerous. I don't think that shot should have gone first time. If you had taken control of the ball, maybe would have scored easily.
That
But like,
definitely would have been
right on the edge of that box is so difficult to defend. I know in your mind, maybe second man press with a little bit of speed jockey with your DMs and your midfielders are in, but he constantly keeps dragging you out, especially with the player. Look, when he moves a player here, you want to track a runner there. It's just so much to think of when you're playing these guys.
Another run again from midfield.
And that's really important to notice as we head into the post skewed by Blaze.
Yes, that run into midfield was going to be something interesting from Blaze, but I think the defender was very, very active to the threat, and it was neutralized as quickly as it started. And now we have Blaze trying to find a way back. I know he can do this. I know he believes fully in it. He's one of those guys who can come up with some action. And then, yes, we're back into it.
30 minutes to go, people. Is there still a comeback on our hands? Blaze hasn't truly shown that there might be a way. And against Kelafrik, you have to assert yourself in the game, or I don't think there's a chance. Well, that's a possible start with that great tackle. Salah, Theo Hernandez. There was this argument outside, and I think you were part of the argument about who's the stronger left back, the shapeshifter item Lukaku or Theo Hernandez. And I realized the likes of Tobin and Farouk were all going Lukaku, but Kelafrik was trying to stand on business in the fact that Theo Hernandez is his guy. The fact that Theo Hernandez has lasted throughout the whole of the game and he's still one of the best left backs in the game is crazy.
I mean, I agree with you in that sense, but in terms of pure raw physical strength, Lukaku is just a crazy. Any single thing that makes your player go shoulder to shoulder with Lukaku, the player is going to, no matter who the player is, no matter who the attacker is, your attacker is going to be coming second in that battle. But I see where all the players are. It also still depends on the players you really, really love using. For Kelafrik, it might be Theo Hernandez, but for the guys right now using shapeshifter and Lukaku item, that card is crazy.
It is indeed crazy. I mean, in fact, all of the shapeshifters almost feel like they are crazy at some point. I just got where that Team 4 is actually out. Team 4, I saw the likes of Marquinhos and different cards being released. If you've got any info on, if you've packed anybody, you can let us know in the chat as well. We'll have joy discussing the Kelafrik. I think he wants to walk it into the goal now. He wants to walk it, and he is leaving window for opportunity. But the thing is, Blaze is also causing him so many problems for him to be worried about the window of opportunity that he's leaving.
I think he has lost so many chances, and he just wants to be like very, very sure.
The game is there for the taking, by the way. And I know it's up by 3-1, but one goal from Blaze could change the entirety of this game, and this could be a promising position to work from.
I wonder why that's not a foul. Yeah, I wonder why that's not a foul.
The ref apparently waves on play on. There's Theo Hernandez we were speaking of earlier.
Nice tackle by Jonathan David there. I mean, also you have to also put into account, the choice of players in each team, as a huge factor of success for these guys. I mean, look at the kind of players on display for Blaze, and then you compare that with what Kelafrik has. I mean, the Vinicius is not like the best left wing card you can have, of course. But then, yeah.
Vinicius is not the best left winger you can think of right now. He's still the season item. I don't think it's the best around, but like you said earlier, use the ones that you're comfortable with in the sense that the Lukaku card, if you are comfortable with the Lukaku card, it's fine for you. Like, just use the ones that you're comfortable with. But sometimes the ones that you're comfortable with are not necessarily the best. And I think that's the truth with Vinicius Jr. Kelafrik, that's a frustrated figure a little bit. The number of chances that he's.
I want to give it to Blaze. No matter what you want to say, Blaze has been very, very compact and has not really given him those clear-cut attempts. Yes, he has missed some open chances, of course, but Blaze has really done his best to frustrate him. And had he been Blaze was anywhere near the scorer in terms of maybe a 3-2 or a 3-3, I promise you this would have been looking very, very different for Kelafrik right now.
Wow.
I mean, he's this frustrated leading 3-1. Imagine what it would have been if Blaze was leading or Blaze.
It would have been very interesting for sure. There goes Blaze not giving up in this game. But Mati pass.
Oh,
that's
so
it.
Close. Talk about being
that
close.
slightly.
Get that.
Big block from the goalkeeper. Chance not gone. He's got the corner to deal with. There goes Vinny. 4 plays. Can he recycle? Great tackle from Bruno Fernandes. And there goes Kelafrik on the counter. Always deadly in these situations. sends the runners up front and will calm things down a little bit. Not rushing at all to get the goals. Cross comes in, the aerial pass from Ronaldo knocks it down.
I could see the idea behind it for Killer Freak, but that was not to be in that particular sequence. And now finally, Blaze gets to breathe a huge sigh of relief as he comes out of that attacking phase from Killer Freak. He's trying his own attack, but he has not gotten any joy down that flank. We have Mr. Oga versus Anderson. And I think this is the one that gives Mr. Oga an equalizer, which means Anderson had the first goal scored in that one.
We're into over 5 minutes of action left here in our featured broadcast. Killer Freak gunning for a perfect 4 out of 4 wins in our first 2 match weeks. And he's 5 minutes away from completing it.
You know what's very interesting to me is when I see the way Killer Freak tackles, and he rarely ever gets the ball blown against him for a foul. I think that is really, really testament to his timing on tackles. I don't have it might look as something so small, but it's such a minute detail. It's such a huge testament to his ability there. I mean, I've not seen so far so good any major foul he considered at any dangerous area, and he goes for tackles properly, consistently. So whatever it is he's doing, you guys need to go learn it and figure that and add that to your gameplay.
For sure. 3 minutes ago, Killer Freak still in pole position. Blaze trying to send bodies forward and possibly change the outcome of this game. It's looking increasingly difficult to do that. Charlton. Blaze, who in this one, going into this one, still just has that 1.2 his name, needs some points to move up the table, and it's looking like it might just not happen in this game. Killer Freak knows the kind of situation that he is in, still not rushing for a goal at all. He's comfortable with the goal difference that is on the league log, or maybe last one might go and not on that occasion.
I'm just going to say this at once, and I'm going to leave it as it is. I think whoever it is that is interested in beating Killer Freak should come and take a watch at this game. I think this is the only time we have seen any sort of chink in the armor of Killer Freak in terms of how you should mark his, how you should prepare for yourself for the press, how you should set up your team shape. This is probably like the best one we have seen against Killer Freak all day. In fact, all game week since we began this tournament. So kudos to Blaze. I mean, I'm saying kudos. It feels a certain type of way because he still lost, of course, and he doesn't have any points from this game. But the ability to step his team up in this manner, I want to give him kudos. Whoever it is that is watching this game should be paying keen attention to the way Blaze went about setting his team up and going after Killer Freak.
We get to see live action from our game happening elsewhere. Anderson, Mr. Oga. Mr. Oga, who in his first game against Killer Freak, you could tell that this was not going to be his day.
Absolutely, nerves were racking.
And now he's under serious pressure from Anderson. There goes Mr. Oga, final chance before this half ends. Can he make something of it? Owen, on the left-hand side. Shouting into the brainer. There's Ronaldo. That will signal the end as that one flagged for offside by Mr. Oga. Also, in his first few games, he just won 1 out of the 3 games that he's played.
And that was against the lowly seeded Simply Uzo, of course. I you know what? Now you mention it, I think I see it also with you. He also caught a very forlorn and frustrated figure, on screen right now. Sometimes it just happens that it's not just your day, but there's still so much to play for. He can still wake up, he can still lock in, and he can still get the best out of this tournament. We're just in game week 2, match day 1. There's still so much to play for tomorrow and next week for Saturday and Sunday. But so far so good. It's not been looking like this is the Mr. Oga we are used to seeing.
Yeah, for sure. And it's been very surprising how things have actually panned out in this one.
And that's a foul against Anderson, against Mr. Oga, rather, for Anderson. Oh, beautiful chance. Step over. Been timed effort. That tackle takes the sting out of it. And I might give Mr. Oga another opportunity to go on his own run with Owen. I think I love Owen in that left wing. I really, really love watching him. The way he moves, the way he glides against the defenders is something incredible.
Anderson dancing around, smells something, and indeed he opens it up. It was red time, but it's surely not going to care. Nestles in the corner.
My.
And Mr. Oga might be in trouble.
I think so far so good. He is hot soup right now. He has to wake up and he has to perform a miracle. Do you believe in miracles? Can he perform miracles? That is the question on anybody's lips who really loves to watch Mr. Oga. And talk about a miracle, he gets one. He gets a miracle out of nowhere. That is one opportunity he's going to take with both hands very, very happily. But he gets it and he's very excited. What a pass. What a chance. And then all of a sudden, the game looks very, very different right now. Here's the chance over the top for Mr. Oga. Does he get it down? Yes, to Ronaldo. And Everton survives that onslaught. All of a sudden, it seems like Mr. Oga has woken up. And that's what I tell you every single time we are here. Goals change the face of games. And wow, how much has this one changed?
It has indeed changed the complexion of the game completely. Anderson, who last week won one and then lost one, of course, that game against Adefola, 7-3. Today with a huge bounce back beating Simply Uzo, getting all of those 11 goals against him. Seems like I've just fueled him to kind of put this performance in play against Mr. Oga. But there's still a lot of work for him to do to be able to secure these 3 points.
Still a long way to go.
Because that goal has just
shifted the dynamic.
It's tweaked something as we speak.
I agree with you. And look at it. Oh, he has a chance by Owen. The attention of the defender was just right in the moment. Oh, we're having it seems like right now every single thing is going Oga's way. All of the balls, the loose balls are coming back into his feet. His players seem to be everywhere on the pitch. If Anderson is really serious about winning this one, he has to score the next goal right away.
Murillo. Antonio has also been like a low-key interesting choice. I haven't seen a lot of people use the Serie A player of the season item yet, but he is in August squad. It was actually a midfield that I was using in my team, but you almost feel like for some of the cards, as and when the game develops and weeks pass and patterns drop, they kind of fade out a little bit, and you've got to upgrade on their positions. But some players are also timeless. A player like Wood Hullet, I feel like that item is just timeless, and that's why we keep seeing it still in people's squads up till now.
What about the Maradona card? Would you say the same thing for Maradona?
Maradona, it gets an upgrade every single time. I think there was one Maradona, grassroots Maradona, I believe, where if you evoed him, he would have taken you somewhere crazy. I think if you paid for the evo, it would have gotten to like a crazy rating and all of that. But it almost faded out a little bit, and they dropped the new Maradona card, and that's how come a lot of people have this Maradona card. But you just have to keep sights on the game every single time you are playing FC at a level, especially if you want to enjoy playing Ultimate Team.
I agree with you. Let's see what's happening in the game as it is going on. These players have been giving their best, giving their all, but so far so good. While the momentum has shifted in favor of Mr. Oga, we should not count Ellison out. He's one of those players who, if you don't respect him enough, he's going to punish you. And it seems like so far so good. He's taking the punishment straight in Mr. Oga's camp.
His games have produced goals. Remember his first game, played out on a 5-5 draw.
Yes.
Second game, unfortunately for him, he lost 7-3 against Adefola. The next game, I think he ended like 11-5 against Simply Uzo. So his games have had like over 5, 6, 7 goals every single time. And it won't be surprising if there are more goals to come in this one. We're about 25 minutes away before we wrap up things in this matchup. There's still big games to come. Mind you, we told you Farouk Manzo had huge games today. He's already played Rufai in that thriller. He will be playing Rhymes later on today. There's some mouth-watering action. And of course, the matchup between the two friends that Manny was speaking about, Boyd and Mitchell. Boyd and Mitchell.
We call them the Dangerous Twins.
The Dangerous Twins will be in action, people.
The 2v2 champions of Nigeria. All right, and now we have Anderson, of course, pushing this attack right away. And somehow, Mr. Oga decides to go for the professional foul. Very, very interesting, but a very, very useful.
Mr. Oga is not willing to take any chances.
That is one of the most useful skill additions.
But if this free kick goes in, meaning that the plan has backfired, and with the way Anderson is looking at this. Maybe he might go for something crazy here.
That was absolutely crazy. That was
For that to be
crazy.
Possibly our first free kick goal being scored on the main broadcast, that would have been special.
Yeah, talk about that. We have not really had a direct free kick goal, of course, and that's something.
And that's surprising, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's testament to the fact that both all the players here know how dangerous it could be, and they have done their homeworks on how to fix it. So yeah, there's that.
Oh, that's a big
goal.
That's a really
we haven't seen
important
much
goal.
of those also, but this is, I think, the second one we have seen so far. A direct corner. Wow. And Anderson gives himself another 2-goal lead.
Speaking of special game, there's also another special game.
Talk to me about it.
Versus Rufai is also around.
That is
the games just keep on coming. And for Rufai, he's already promised us. Like, he doesn't need to see anything. The games speak for themselves, and every single game that he's been have been very fun to watch. All of the action and more coming on today, later on, live on Cade Esports YouTube channel. 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes of seriously intense action. Mr. Oga needs something. He needs something to hold on to the time.
So it's unlucky, but he will take it.
And that goal right there might be game, set, match. Anderson. Where a lot of people overlooked. He might be strolling away with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this one has really, really gone out of Mr. Oga's reach so far. This has not been his tournament so far. He has to change things as quickly as possible. Whatever it is he's doing so far, it's not working. We used to talk about Mr. Oga's defensive record. We haven't seen much of that. He has considered so many goals.
So many goals.
It seems like the defense record has been nerfed by EFC. So many goals, and he's not also the most attacking pro player, but his biggest
for someone that hangs your head on your defense, and the fact that your biggest strength is your defense, you can't be conceding goals like this. How did he not finish that one?
I have no idea. That was such a proper chance for Anderson, and he sort of like blew them away. I thought he was going to go for the net post, seeing that the goalkeeper had moved off his line.
Yeah, it probably had made his mind up already.
Absolutely.
Going far post with that outside
goal from Anderson. Finesse into the bottom right corner. I love when I see those finesse shots lodge into the bottom or the top or the left corner of the post. It's such a good feeling to watch it happen. Unless it's being scored against you. Here's Mr. Oga, another foray. And talk about that move. See how he is easily dispossessed. And this is not the Mr. Oga we are all used to seeing.
Maybe nerves a little bit, panic stations a little bit, in the sense that he desperately needs this win. Mr. Oga just having 3 points to his name, beating Simply Uzo last week. He views this game as a winnable one. And if you are going to be dropping points against Anderson, that's in Mr. Oga's point of view, that's not good at all. But credit to Anderson. I think he's played really, really well and absolutely deserves the position that he's in now.
I don't know how I would feel if I was in Mr. Oga's shoes, with so much promise. I don't think I'll be very comfortable having just one win, no draw in 4 games. That is almost, you would say almost a little bit unacceptable for one of his standards. You would expect that at the very least he should have 5 points or anything around that out of a possible 12. 3 points is just a little bit too much, and he has to really go back to the drawing board and figure out what's not working for him and make changes. That has nothing to take away though from Anderson's absolute domination of this game. Anderson has been the better man in both halves also, and I think the result says that for itself, because this is Anderson running away with this one, 5 goals to 2.
Yeah, surely he's put in a masterpiece of a performance.
Oh, wrong
great pass, Mr. Oga in,
and he takes that
and
one.
he'll get it, but with 5 minutes to go.
Could this be the start of a miracle?
We're on the shores of impossible. And we see it.
Last time we spoke about a miracle, Mr. Oga had a miracle fall right into his lap, and he was able to take that one. Who knows if this could be another miracle saloon for him? But that's offside.
Well, Mr. Oga, he'd have to just go right for the kill here. There's no recycling, or else it's going to take time off the clock. Well, that's the way to go about it. Go into your opponent's house. Is that true ball valid? It is. Joking rest. Oh, 5-4.
What a way to set
2 minutes.
a nervy finish. I told you
Fasten your seatbelts, people. We are in for a roller coaster.
He might be a miracle saloon.
A minute plus stop it time to go. The press is on. Can Anderson hold on?
Can
you see
he?
Mr. Oga flying everybody in front. Throwing the kitchen sink at it. This is risky. He holds on to it. Brilliant use of the player lock. 2 minutes of added time. We don't usually see that in FD. He wins it back.
We haven't
And
seen
he
a
gives
2
it straight
minutes
right back.
extra time since we begun this competition. And what a way to give 2 minutes at all. And Anderson holding on for dear life.
He
He's
is
holding on.
truly holding on for dear life. He's holding on to it like an egg. And he will hold on to it. And he took himself to the craziest route possible. But Anderson finishes it off.
About
3 really important points.
Talk about putting yourself through the emotions and the paces of it. He has definitely put himself through the emotions. Anderson himself. He gifted 2 goals from absolutely nowhere. He had to hold on for a nervy finish. But regardless, he's going to take 3 points. 3 very monumental points.
Yeah, it takes it to 7 points on the league log now.
Absolutely. I mean, a win is a win. Even though we could have done more with more goals. But now, Mr. Oga, no win today. Only 1 win out of 4.
I don't think it's a good return in the first 4 games. Looking at what the capabilities that he's got, the expectations that he probably even set for himself, I think this might be a disappointment to him. But it's a marathon. There are longer games to go.
I mean that's the funny thing, right? He still has people like Mitch to play. He has boys to play. There's this player there for la.
Yeah, he's played at the. I think he's played at the Fola. Yes, he's played at the Fola on match week 1. So there's still Farouk to actually play. He's played at the Fola and then Killer.
There's still Farouk. There's still Imaji. You know, there's still
Rufai.
I there's still Rhymes.
Well,
let's see what the next.
No easy games anywhere. The 16 best pros going head to head in the National E-Soccer League has already brought out the best of these athletes. We just came back from that crazy intense match. Mr. Oga and Anderson doing battle. As we speak now, the players are getting ready because there's a feisty one coming up as we're waiting. When the players do get ready, we will be going straight into that game.
My expectation is to make it to the final. It'll be good for me to lift a trophy. I mean, I've been playing competitive for at least 4 or 5 years, but it's not been a smooth ride. So making it this far has been an achievement in itself. My experience so far with Cade has been one of respect. They've treated us nicely and I appreciate what they're doing here.
Oui, bonjour, je m'appelle Oumbe Lionel et mon nom de gamer c'est Cade Esports et je viens du Cameroun. Donc c'est ma première fois, j'ai pu me qualifier pour le top 8 et c'est ma première fois de venir ici au Nigeria, première fois de participer à l'événement Cash. J'ai vu les différentes publicités sur Instagram, mais je pense que ça sera un très bon événement.
I'm AJ, also known as Draboy. I'm representing Outlaws for AFC and also Nigeria as well.
My name is Tikuni Gabriel, but I go by name Dexter. I'm representing the esports team Doomsday at the Cage 24 tournaments.
Well, I'll say I feel important. Well, to me, the most important player I want to beat is my next opponent.
Well, I've learned that you have to take every match step by step. You don't just go ahead and feel that you're the best.
My name is Wina, and my game name is also Wina. I play for top-rated offenders. It has been very competitive, actually. It has been tough, but at least we made it to the finals. So one of our major players are like Cade Esports and some other players, but Cade Esports is our ops. My players are very active. I have one of the best rusher in my team and sniper, so I feel our dynamics is going to at least make us first or second.
Okay, my name is Ifeoluwa Joseph, and I play for Top Cricket Supreme. Obviously, in tournaments, there are always going to be challenges. For us being top cricket, overcome any challenges, any odds stand up against us, and we make the odds be in our favor. We've made a lot of plans and strategies which we are going to be showing our enemies in the tournament, and I just hope everything works out on that day and we live up to what we've been planning for.
My name is Paul. My game name is Capon. I am a member of Cade Esports. It has been a great achievement, especially for our team members, because we have actually put a lot into the tournament, despite the difficulty of coming online to play. So I think it's a great feat for us to reach the finals of the Cade 24 tournament. Okay, so as a team, we all know that there has to be ups and downs and disagreements. So there was a time during the qualifiers when we were trying to balance out the availability of players, which caused a heated argument between the team members. So I think, and it's extended for close like 3 days, trying to settle things out. So I think it's actually normal for teammates to argue. So I think that's actually one of the things, cause of the desperation to win. So I think it's actually a great thing.
But it worked well for you guys.
Yes, it worked well because we were able to understand each other, and now we have gotten over it. We are a known team, and everyone is used to our gameplay. We play all out rushing, so we are going to stick with that for now. And in case of camping for points, we are also going to adhere to that so as to play safe and not to eliminate early in the game. I feel we are one of the best teams. We won the last biggest tournament. So I feel it's not actually a hard thing for us to do as long as we just stick to our play and we don't make any mistake. So yes, we have a very high chance to win and we don't have too many threats on our way.
My name is Chunde, in-game name Ace. I play Free Fire and I'm from Nigeria. My team name is Phoenix Reborn. So far, the journey to the finals has been quite good. And really, it is easy because, yes, we've made finals multiple times in different tournaments. So this is not new. Definitely practicing some new strategies. We are planning to pull out end zone games and different tactics. And we believe, yes, this will work out for us very fine. There was a game during the semi-finals, before we qualified finals. We were at the losing edge. Then suddenly, my teammate, Vlad, he pulled a 1v4 on an opponent's team, which was quite nice because at that moment, we've lost hope that now we won't be qualifying. But he managed to pull a 1v4, which is quite nice.
My name is Sheikh Mansour. Gamer tag is Shakestar. I'm from Abuja, Nigeria. And I'm playing Street Fighter.
I'm really hyped. It's been an honor.
My name is Prince Solet and I play for United Creed. It was a very nice opportunity and I really appreciate the opportunity to participate in such tournaments, and we hope to go on to win the tournament in the finals. It was not quite easy, but we do our best. And as much as we know that as we are also under pressure, the other thing is under pressure. So everyone is feeling the pressure. We just have to be straight. I feel like it's not just about winning the tournaments. You have to make a statement to everyone. Because I feel like the whole Free Fire community eyes on it. So it's just a chance to get out there.
My name is Alabi Kwam, also known as Deadshot. And my team name is Cade Esports. Wow, I have this saying, what is pressure? Cade Esports don't feel any pressure. We make people feel pressure. There's actually no one that is going to give me a tough time in the competition. We are going to go there, we are going to dominate, and we are going to win.
I'm Demon, the captain of Cade Esports. Well, there is not much pressure from the game since it's not that hard for us, and we've been training so far, and it's been good.
Hi, my name is 07, and I'm feeling pretty confident about my next matchup. And winning this tournament in the Cade 24 will be like another win in the bag for my team.
Already prepared now. That's why we are here now. Just watch us like you see.
My name is Kwong Adenike, the CEO, co-founder of Game Esports, and Cade 24 has been awesome from the qualifiers to today, the grand finale. We had a wonderful time meeting new gamers all over Nigeria. trying to find out who is going to be the new rookie, who is going to be the old gamer coming back, or who is going to dominate the esports scene. And we're happy to see over 2,000 people here today having fun, cheering up the gamers and giving them something to play for. So it's been a very, very wonderful experience.
It's been an electric atmosphere inside the studios of our National E-Soccer League, and it's been nothing short of exceptional. We've had some great games already. Mr. Orga might be ruining some of those missed chances as we just saw that game, but building up to the ones that are coming. We have one of our fan favorites games coming up. Rufai is in action.
My personal favorite.
When Rufai is in action, you know you are in for a treat. And this time, his game is going to be a big one. He's taking on a Magi. I can't think of it. Rufai's games have been back to back crazy. Yes. You think of him playing Magi Jr., then he plays Mitchell, and then he plays Killer Freak. He plays Farouk actually, and then now he's playing a Magi. It seems like he's playing the most toughest of opponents
so far.
Yeah, that's indeed crazy.
It could play in his favor to be able to get all of these top games out of the system. And if he can, out of a possible 18 points, gets maybe
because right now he's on 7 points as we speak.
On how many?
7 points. And that's very impressive.
So if he gets another win against Image, that's a 10 out of a possible 12 points. So,
wow.
I mean,
he'll take that all day long. All day long. So that's the build-up for our main matchup coming up. We've also got another game featured will be Anefe versus Simply Uzo. We'll be bringing you all of the updates as usual, but a big game coming up between two players who I feel like Imagine with how things went last week and the way he started this week he's gotten that most important win. He will be looking to build upon that. But going up against like a guy like Rufai, if you're in Imagine's camp, what's that one little advice you're giving him to maybe just give him the edge of Rufai? Because Rufai feels like the National E-Soccer League's Iceman. Nothing gets to him. In the dying moment, he can still go. What's that one thing you're telling Imagine to possibly give him the edge?
I mean, what I would tell Imagine consistently and very, very loudly is not underrate Rufai. I think that's one thing that I've seen people do back to. You know, when we saw it when Mitchell played against Rufai in that last game, week 1, in the dying embers of the match. Maybe he could have respected Rufai and gone for the proper ball passes around. But
I think Farouk also made
that similar mistake. Imagine somebody I know that if there's anybody that will have a chink in the armor of Rufai, I think it is Imagine, because he's that kind of guy who doesn't take any of those type of chances. But let's see if this will be what as expected, or will Rufai and his band of freaks continue on because it has been nothing but freakish all throughout.
It's been nothing but special. If you're a big lover of the NBA and you're in the chat, Rufai kind of reminds me of what the Indiana Pacers did this year. You didn't expect them to go far within the Eastern.
Oh yes, that first time,
and then I'll be champions. And
he starts like he always does.
How does he always keep doing
He starts
this?
like he always does.
His first chance ends up in a goal.
In the first 5 minutes, he gets a goal, but that was terrible.
This is insane. I think the only game where he didn't score early was against Farouk. All of the games, in the first 5 minutes, he has a goal. So I was likening Rufai's heroics to the likes of the Indiana Pacers and Tyrese Haliburton. Nobody expected them to be the Eastern Conference champions, beat the Bucks, beat the Cavs, went on to also beat the Knicks in our conference finals, and of course, lost to the OKC Thunder in 7 games. Nobody expected them to actually go in 7 games. Of course, the tragedy of Haliburton's Achilles injury also coming to play. But Rufai's story so similar to how the Indiana Pacers are. And if that is the way he will go, then maybe he's possibly finishing in top 4 in this league. But the way he started, is very, very
if
positive.
he continues with this rich reign of form, I think we are on for something. I don't think
anybody in the whole of the league has played much tougher opponents in their first 4 games as compared to Rufai. Nobody.
I agree with you. Initially, it was going to be Imagi
or Mitchell, but still
Imagi also because
because he also played Farouk and then Ade Folai.
And then now he gets to play what do you call him, Rufai in this own side. But now one thing I'm going to say is this: for somebody like Rufai, I don't think there's anybody who has won people over to his side as much as Rufai has done. First 2 game weeks.
He's been nothing short of exceptional, and it's been a joy watching him.
Now we see Rufai now holding on to the ball in front of that 18-yard box, dancing around. trying to carve out options for himself consistently. He has options. Neat passing 1-2.
Imagine this first few minutes, nowhere to be found. It's still early days, but Rufai is being the one that is being the dominant force on this one. He's controlled affairs. Of course, he's got his goal to social for all of his work. I feel like for him, everything that he puts together, always the end results look positive. Against Farouk, even in that last part of the last 7 minutes when Farouk had that goal that we all thought was going to be the winner, he still found a way to go through. The end result always looks positive.
Absolutely.
For Rufai.
Absolutely. I think that's a testament to him making his own luck with the way he takes his opportunities and he grabs them very greedily with both hands. And here's that Olise card we were talking about and how so important he is to Rufai's style of play. Player locked, pass, extra pass.
Sweet 10. No, you know what? If you're taking the shot earlier, maybe different results.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I wondered why there was that pause in. Oh, good.
For Manny and I, we've got the benefit of hindsight. But if you're in game under that kind of pressure, the pressure doesn't get to this one, people. Rufai is simply cooking.
The man with ice in his veins. Let's cause another one.
I know we've enjoyed Keller Freaks games. He's been dominant. I know we've enjoyed Adefole's games. He's been dominant. They have been perfect 3 out of 3. But come on now, the poll is out. You can get your votes in, and there've already been 75 votes and 64 people.
Absolutely.
I expected Rufai to win.
That is
wow. Just 6 people expecting Imadi to win and 5 votes for the draw.
That is staggering.
I mean, you can't blame the votes at all. From what we've seen, if you are leaning towards Rufai, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the goals also makes it easier for you to say, okay, you know what, I want to lean into him. And Rufai's story has been crazy. It's not something you can write off a script. Nobody could give this guy this amount of chance. I mean, taking 10 off a possible 12. Yes, he does it again.
No way.
3 goals to the good. And we are
no
still in
way.
days.
20 minutes in.
My oh my.
Wow.
This could get even bloodier. It seems like there's nothing Imagine could do right now. Every single thing he's doing, it seems to be going, what's his name? Rufai's way at the moment. Rufai just trying his way to blow him out of the water. Rufai, he still needs to score more and more. There's 9 minutes game. It's a 9 minutes half game. There's still so much that can happen. Ensure your opponent has no business coming back. That's the only way you are guaranteed.
It's so admirable the way he's using that 4-2-1-3 in the sense that the position that the Brenner plays is so important. Imagine needs this one to go in well.
What a move that was.
He desperately needed that one.
What a move that was. See what I was
saying? And he has a lifeline
to
hold on to.
Yes, this was I was talking about when we talk about scoring more goals. Listen, a 3-goal lead in FC, it looks very big until you get scored 1. And then all of a sudden, it looks like it's not so big anymore. And all of a sudden, the momentum might shift in favor of your opponents. But if there's anybody we trust to give us a nervy and crazy finish, it is Rufai.
It is indeed. He has not disappointed at all. That's really for Imadi will take his time and break through that Rufai press. Does that incredibly well. Sends the runner with Ronaldo. And you see how he sends 2 different runners, but ends up ignoring those. The first runner was from the right-hand side. I think it was Hanson also, and then he sent also Rudhulit. Sometimes that's the way to beat the press. Well, that's a weird pass to give. Immediately I start praising, he gives away the ball. Commentators think maybe coming to play and all of that. But triggering runs is just a low-key way of breaking through the press.
It's a very basic way
exactly.
of ensuring the game is played properly.
Your opponent is thinking you're going that way with that pass. It kind of relieves the pressure a little bit because those guys that your opponents have sent for the press, they'll have to go back and then track some of those runs. So very important move from Imadi in these situations. He really needs to hold on to the ball. Can't afford to let another one in from Rufai on the offensive end. He's got to be perfect. It's that onside. And I think he knew.
He knew it.
He definitely knew.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a pause before the player executed the pass. I think it was down to the player's animation that that one turned out to be an offside. But regardless of the matter, I think lately we have been seeing Imagine build some momentum. This is where he is very dangerous. Imagine it's not someone who maybe he concedes first 2-3 goals and I'm so worried. But where I start getting worried is when he's not getting that momentum. But right now, he's building that momentum and he's building it very well.
So ideally, we've heard a lot about what Farouk has done in the scene, what Adefola has done in the scene, what the likes of Mr. Oga have also done in the scene. Imagine someone that I've heard of that he's also been really good. But did he have like a spell of dominance so far with your time within the AFC?
You know what? I wouldn't say with my time. I don't know the time before me if he had that huge spell. But don't forget, he also has 3 championship wins during the time before I started coming into esports. So we have to give him that presence as an OG. Look at that goal scored by Anife. Of course, that amazing goal, giving him the lead in that. Wow, what a shot that was in that one. Now going back to Imaji. But I think at a certain point in time, his relevance and his name began to reduce a bit. And I think maybe because of his lack of participation in some of these tournaments also, due to whatever reason, also did not help his career growth in that aspect. But he is one of these few who has been consistent over the ages. I think Imaji has been in the esports scene for the past 10 years. I think he has for the past 10 years. And for somebody to be at this level, always been in that conversation for the past 10 years, it tells you that this is not somebody you play around with.
Yeah, indeed. And he's shown us that he did mean serious business. Imagine just one of those guys that when you walk into the building, like my first time being in Nigeria, and in fact, just he commands a lot of respect from the guys within the community. You can see humble guy, a guy who a lot of people speak highly of. And when you're breaking down the game with him, I think you saw him on the analysis board with Tommy Day, like just seems to understand what FC means. And just like Manny said, he's been here the whole of the time. He's seen different iterations of the game and he just knows what he's all about. It's truly special to see what that guy does on a daily basis. But you need to channel his inner deep peak Imaji to be able to come back from this one, because Rufai wants to run away with this one. About 2 minutes to go before.
I mean, if there's anybody
this one closes,
if there's anybody who we can trust to deliver in terms of goals, okay, we have a replay. All right, we're going to give you guys that as it happens. If there's anybody we trust to get something out of Rufai, in terms of emotion, I think it's Imaji. That's how we were seeing it. We saw a game where he was losing by 3-1, and all of a sudden he was up by 3-3.
I mean, I do believe that Imaji can't come back, but the thing that gives me utmost confidence is the fact that it's Rufai that's playing. You almost feel like because it's Rufai, there will be some sort of drama. And the first half comes to a close, and Nife totally wiping the floor with Simply Uzo. There 3-0, and we get to see the 4th as it goes in. Henri twisting and turning. Uzo's defense at 6s and 7s and can't deal with the pressure. He's got 4, and Nife with brilliant start in that first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the inexperience of Simply Uzo as such, it's very crazy. These 2 debutants are here. The first LAN events, Rufai and Simply Uzo. These 2 are the debutants for the LAN events this year, right? But it seems like they're both having different type of events. Rufai is flying high, creating records, dominating, giving us the games of the week. And it seems like Uzo is, on the other hand, is on the other part. I mean, it talks about a lot of their mental capacity, their mental strength, and maybe also the skill gap.
But sometimes even when you're like at the bottom of the table, and when it's your first ever LAN event, I feel like you learn so much and you garner so much of the experience. We get to see the replay of how Rufai got that corner kick to Uwek, but you garner so much of experience. So I don't read too much into the fact that he's at the bottom of the table and all of that. In a couple of years to come, Simply Uzo could become one of the very best around, just from the fact that he garnered experience from here. So I definitely will not look down on anybody who's at the bottom tier of the league. It's definitely a learning curve. Not everybody started from here. Even I'm sure the likes of Philips or Farouks, they all had their low moments. But when your time does come, you do have to take full chance of it. We are still on this one, National E-Soccer League. We got to see Imaji versus Rufai. First half action. Very interesting because Rufai just came out of the gate. First 20 minutes up by 2-0.
3 goals in the first 3 minutes.
Exactly.
And then it seems like he went into a little bit of a lull with Imaji, trying to come back in and build his own. He got to go for it. And he had some other chances too. They were not really clear-cut chances. But whatever it is, we're about to see what they're going to give us in the second half of the game. I mean, the next goal is very crucial. We say this over and over again. Whoever scores shapes the way we're going to be looking at the complexion of the game going forward.
My man is on Imaji on this one.
My
man is just on Imaji.
Yes, I totally agree with you in that scenario. Here's a chance for Imaji, but Rufai has his attention fully. You know one funny thing I noticed that Imaji doesn't really do first time of.
Yeah. We haven't seen that too much of him.
We don't see much of the letters.
He has it in the back pocket. You release it at a
okay,
specific time because we've seen it from a set like
Yes.
some players.
Yes,
they
actually.
don't do that frequently, but when it's needed and they are desperate and they find the opportunity to do that, they can always go back to that.
Absolutely, I agree with you. But here is Rufai with another attack of his own. He needs to get the goal for comfort for himself, and he knows it, of course. I think for Rufai, at the very least, he should ensure he gets a win here. But for imagine a draw in this game is going to mean so much for him.
Rodri over the top. That's brilliant. Rufai needs this one. Huge save, Konate. That's a big one. Getting the fingertips to the ball. That's really, really
another
big.
header. Another header from the corner there. But this time around, Imagine is wary of Rufai's ability in that area. And it is for 54 minutes on the clock in game time. Not so much for Imagine right now, but it's so much time for Rufai to defend this lead. Nice tackle there. And Imagine somehow survives that Rufai's attack.
So for his DMs, Rodri and Hullet, I think the roles that are on them are quite different. I think he's got one of them of holding and one of them joins the attack later on. You'd realize that as we get to see the poll again, it keeps increasing in Rufai's favor. I guess the fans love what they see from a dreadlock man. 95 votes in his favor, 8 votes in Imagi's favor. Keep the votes coming in. 8 people do believe that this game will end in a draw. I'm one of those 8 people, by the way. If this game ends in a draw, I'd absolutely love it. But
and you're going to be needing something in terms of a gift prize or prize for calling that one. Talking about this game. I also, if you notice, Harry Kane is no longer the striker as we did see last week for Imagi. But right now he's choosing to go with Ronaldo and Olise. Of course. Oh, beautiful left-footed strike. Finessed into the top corner, but the goalkeeper was very, very active.
That's what I love about the league, in the sense that last week it was Harry Kane. And if you were listening to Imagi when he was speaking about the reason why he actually dropped Harry Kane, you'd understand why it's a guy like Ronaldo in there. Harry Kane is not going to give you the perfect advantage when it comes to the speed boost and all of that. He's good when it comes to link-up play. But right now, Imagi knows he needs goals. He needs clinical finishers. He needs guys that have the aerial ability. I think Kane does have that, but Ronaldo just clears him a little bit in that category. So the fact that this tournament is being held for 5 weeks is just showing us that they will keep changing. And if in on goal, beautiful finish. Of course, the finesse comes in. Thierry Henry registers that one to go down.
5-1 for Hanife there. But I wanted to quickly chip this in terms of the Harry Kane card. One I prefer the most is the Harry Kane shapeshifter card that has the center mid, because he's very strong. And if he ever gets into a position of shooting, you don't have to think twice. He has that ability to finish the goals. But as a striker, as a center forward, is not my preferred option.
Credit to Rufai. What he's done to Imagine is the fact that he's using very well the offside trap. Imagine is just kind of struggling to play those two balls, especially the ground through balls. I've seen it on a couple of occasions right now. Like, it looks like it's clear when you play the through ball, your player's on. But just at the last second when he's about to play it, there is the offside trap, and it always catches him off guard. Imagine struggling to break through that defensive line as we head into the last 20 minutes of this one. Rodman working hard to win back the ball. This could be Imagine's moment. Brilliant interception from Rodri.
He tried to force that one through, but you know what? I can smell the goal coming, and it's going to happen in the next couple minutes, because both players are now testing each other out end to end. Both players are beginning to trade a little bit of the caution to the wind. So let's see if that's going to be turning out into some goals on either side. Or I highly doubt we're going to be sticking with the 3-1 scoreline. This will be probably the lowest scoreline we have seen in this competition so far.
Well, and the fact that we haven't seen that tells you how exciting some of these games have been. Rufai holds on to it. Maybe the goal that will get him that much important breather. But not on that occasion. Konate comes and claims there's still that glimpse of hope for Imagine this one. That's it. Brilliant pass to Ronaldo. He's in on goal. He's got options to choose from. Goes for the roulette instead, which is a weird option in my opinion.
That was absolutely...
And looking at Imagine's calm, He knows that he's messed up with that one.
That particular movement was absolutely unnecessary. I thought he was going to go with it because knowing Ronaldo, he had that physicality to do something right there, and I was expecting Ronaldo to at least get the shot off, but that roulette was questionable.
Very questionable. I get that he wanted to take time off a little bit, invite more of the supporting options in, but was that the skill move to go to? Sometimes we can question these players all day, but if you're on the hot seat and you're thinking hot, it's always difficult to pull them off.
Rufai finally gets it.
That is the dagger. That's it right there.
That's the one who gives
It's Rufai with the nod telling you, and the smile, of course, as well. Finally.
Okay.
I think this is the first game where we are not getting drama from Rufai.
You know what? I was going to say that earlier, but you know what? I was going to go with the flow because this was it. I figured it was going to be a game of extremes. It's either one person run away with it or nobody run away with it at all. But this one has seen Rufai absolutely.
Do you think Imadi has himself to blame a little bit the second half?
I agree with you. He didn't really come out of the tracks as other people have. Listen, you're 3-1 down. There's nothing to lose anymore. Yeah, come out, take some risk, push yourself to the limit, and I think he was really, really trying to.
Well, risk taking has to start now. We are less than 15 minutes away from this game coming to a close. Trying to Trivela from distance, but Rufai gets to close those angles.
I mean, that's to tell you how cautious he's been. That was the first time we are seeing him perform a Trivela.
Yeah, it tells you it's in the desperate stations now.
Exactly. We haven't really seen him use some of the metas available to him in this game.
Rodri, quick spin on the bounce. Needs one to go in. Could this be the moment? That's brilliant. Huge save. Oh, that was just so unlucky that doesn't fall into Ronaldo's path.
That was so
like,
from him.
And you can see on his, he clearly knows it.
He knows it. He knows this is like that one move has clearly summed his entire game today. It has not been the best of Imagine as we know it, and Rufai is definitely happy for that one.
Well, truly a special performance from Rufai, and what he's done within the first 4 games of our National E-Soccer League. I don't think a lot of people predicted this, but this guy right here, he's winning a lot of hearts over. Like Manny said,
absolutely.
If you weren't a big fan of him, well, you can join the bandwagon now. He has a lot of people behind him. And I said this even before he started going on a rampage. I spoke to a couple of Ghanaians and they were like, Rufai will do well in this tournament. I was like, yo, I haven't heard more and all of that, but this is the first time I was playing LAN.
Exactly, and we haven't really heard of him. We don't know what he is like. There's no track record, but I think he's showing us that without track record, he can really perform at this level. I think there's a pause queued because both players are currently waiting.
Rufai, he's just, and I like this from the perspective of the esports side of things, in the sense that it happens in Ghana all of the time. We can organize a tournament, open registration up to anybody, and there are just new guys that might come in, and you discover and be like, where was this guy the whole time?
You understand?
Rufai, you ask yourself, where was this guy the whole time? So now the spotlight is on him. Cade Esports, the National Esports League, of course, the Esports Federation of Nigeria, all of the sponsors from Game Over, everybody putting the spotlight on him, and they can probably birth a new champion out of there. So that's the beauty of tournaments like this. You get to see people that you've never seen before, and I think it's truly a special moment to watch for Rufai. And I was listening to the history a little bit. The fact that from Adefola, that the first time that he got into the scene, he was an unknown. Nobody knew him, sprang into the scene.
And then he ran away with it.
Same story for Farouk as well. Not a lot of people knew him. Got into the scene, and there it is. He's become like a serial winner. Killer Freak, somebody had to pull some strings, found him online a little bit. Like, everybody's story is unique. And if this is Rufai's story into greatness within the scene, then, well, we are glad that at least we are part of the first chapter.
I mean, if this is Rufai's story, what a script it was, really.
Indeed,
you have to say that. And one thing else is that I think this gives other unknowns, so much confidence going forward. You could come from nowhere, even if you have never been to a LAN event, and you could just come and show yourself and show yourself strong.
Show yourself indeed strong. Come here like Rufai. Do not be scared of anybody. Draw with Farouk Manzo, play a 5-5 grow, beat the likes of Imaji, beat the likes of Mitchell, Baji, and he's truly done it in the most immersive way. And I also get the fit to probably seal the deal. The icing on the cake couldn't come, but for sure now, he has sealed the deal. He has got all of the 3 points that he needed. That's 10 points to his name. Congratulations to Rufai.
Congratulations, but I would say something very, very interesting. You might consider it interesting. I think this is where inexperience comes to play a little bit. He started taking the game, a little bit on serious towards the end of the game. He had 2 chances which he could kill off, but he didn't really kill them off. Now, here is why I can count out to inexperience. This is the league system. He needs goals. He needs goals to count. He needs goals to be in the top 2.
He needs to be as ruthless as he can.
He needs to be as ruthless as he can. It doesn't matter if you are scoring 5 goals. It doesn't matter if you have scored 10 goals. If you see the opportunity for 2 more, get those 2. It could be the difference between where you are and where you want to be when it finally comes down to the round of it. That shows me a little bit of the inexperience for not participating in this type of event over and over and over again. If this was Adefola, he would have scored those goals. If this was Killer Fit, he would have scored those goals. If this was even Farouk Manso, he would have scored those goals. Every single time you need goals, this is not a knockout phase. It is a league phase.
And the goals do count.
The goals do count. But
that's a bit of really important advice from Manny.
Yeah, whatever it is, he has that 3 points. I think he can hold on to that one and be very, very happy. We've had 2 games out of the second of 4 we have packs for you in this round, and we can't wait for the other one. We just had the end of the game between Uzo and Ife. I think that one ended.
There are big games coming up as well. I'm hearing Farouk is also getting ready to go into his match. We told you Farouk had 2 really good games. He's already played with Fire, and his next game is actually Rhymes Bobo.
Yes.
Wait to see if he's actually next up.
That one is the one I'm looking forward to. This game between Farouk Mamzo and Rhymes. Now we saw Rhymes, so in that near encounter he had last week at Baji Junior. So now I think he's the wounded lion trying to go for the jugular. He respects no person.
I mean, both of them are wounded lions. Are wounded lions in some sense because Farouk considered a last-minute goal. Rhymes couldn't capitalize on a last-minute opportunity.
I mean, if you look at it in the sense of Farouk, he has 1 point. Rhymes didn't have any at all. And at a certain point, we feel like Rhymes was running away with that one. But whatever the case is, we cannot wait for this to get started. And when it do, this is going to be a crazy one. We're going on a short break. And when we are back, we'll be giving you guys that event happening.
Because I'm here in Killer Sticks finish to one hour. Not for us. I was. We are back, and this is the third game out of the 4-game series. We have this one, Farouk going up against Rhymes Bubble. We've spoken about it. I mean, you guys already know what this means for both players. But if you're just joining us, both players are chasing the win. Farouk bottled a 5-4 lead. The fact that he himself came on the board and said he's a butler.
He said he's the king of butlers. And Rhymes Bubble, he gave that one out to Bajijino. Bajijino was able to get that one, that 3 points in a very heated battle. I mean, you could say he was very unlucky, but he deserved the draw. I think he deserved the draw in that game. But whatever the case is, Bajijino was able to take that win. And so both players are wounded lions right now, seeking glory, seeking nothing but 3 points. So this is going to be serving us the hottest, the hottest gameplay over the course of 90 in-game minutes.
And it promises to be something different in the sense that this is the first time Farouk has dropped points.
Yes.
And when I was speaking to him here on the interview, he told me he's not going to drop points anymore. I was like, wow, that's a bold statement.
That's a bold statement.
But he seemed confident. And if you're looking on the other end, Rhymes is also a guy that will look to rewrite all of his wrongs. So it should be fun. Like you said, two wounded lions in some sense. Farouk got a point, but it kind of felt like he lost those 2 points because he had controlled the whole of the game throughout. But elsewhere also, at Defaline, the game with Josh, we're having their game, we'll bring you all of the updates on screen. But at this juncture, in this one, it's very important that both guys take both games seriously. Who cannot afford to lose this game out of the two? Because already Farouk has 7 points. He has 7 points. I think he's still in the top 4 But for Rhymes, he still got that 6 points that he had last week. Who cannot afford to drop points?
That's very, very simple. It is absolutely Farouk Mamzo. He is he's not just in a battle, he's in a top one race against somebody who is currently doing crazy things, who is Killer Pick himself, of course. So if he wants to win this league, he has to be closer than ever to that one. And I want to say also, this is not going to be an easy game for him. So let's see how his mental capacity it is. I think this is a great measure of how strong he is mentally. Depending on how, here's the opportunity.
I think he settled for the free kick.
I thought he was going to go for the quick one.
Maybe he likes the angle really well. Mind you, set pieces this game is very, very interesting always. And I think they're easy to score. Bruno Fernandes steps up with this one. There's Farouk! We have it.
Effort. The first one we have seen so far today.
Finally. We've been calling for this ever since. And we have our first direct free kick to go. The poll is up on our YouTube. You can vote on who you think will win, with Farouk already opening us up with a banger.
What a banger that was, to be honest. That was absolutely insane. That goal came out of nowhere, but it was something spectacular. I was wondering why he was waiting for the free kick, but I think he has given us the proper reason why he was waiting. Also, I want to just quickly speak on the game happening between Adefola and Game with Josh. If there is anybody who can frustrate Adefola consistently in any tournament, it is definitely Game with Josh. They have met at least 3 to 4 times that I'm aware of, and I think Josh has a super head-to-head over in both games, right? But Josh has won twice, they have drawn once, and Adefola has won once. So if there's anybody that will frustrate Adefola's match also into being an unbeaten player in the game week after game week 2, it is Game with Josh, and it is so interesting to see how that one will end. But meanwhile, we have Farouk Mamzo kicking things off here with such a wonderful quick free kick that has given him the lead.
Well, Bruno Fernandes in that midfield position, he's using his Nations League win item. So, after all of these tournaments, usually EA drops like the tournament items, and Bruno Fernandes' item doing damage. There is Maradona with the coqueta into the shot, unsuccessful at that position. But me seeing that Bruno Fernandes actual Nations League item just gives me so much of sorrows a little bit with what happened with one of the Portuguese national team players who's actually had his card removed from the game. Rest in peace to Diogo Jota. I heard his funeral was today and all of that.
Absolutely.
But just seeing the Nations League item just reminded me of what tragically happened to Diogo.
And it was such a tragic loss to his mother, his people, his country, and also to the esports nation, as he was a very avid fan of the esports industry. He was also one of the best professional footballers in terms of being a professional gaming player. Or
he also did have an esports team. We wish every single one of them all of the best. Our National E-Soccer League here also did benefit in a way from all of that. Is that we get to see the free kick again. Our first ever direct free kick goal comes from the man Farouk Mamzo. Picked the spot, and it didn't matter that Rives had taken that Vieira and put him there. Where did the goalkeeper come from?
That was absolutely
risky.
Insane.
That was
a new plan to block the first time up?
We keep seeing new things. We keep seeing new things.
Every single time we come to this place since we began.
What was that one?
League.
I mean, Rives will have to come and explain.
I mean, he really, really has to. I hope that is something he did intentionally, because now I need to figure that one out. I mean, we learned something very interesting from Tomide's analysis of how to use team press to block the corner. It's something I've never thought of before, and I think that's one thing we're going to put in the back. So every single time you tune in to this, definitely you're going to be getting something new. Here's Vieira for Rhymes on the flank. Theo, Isaac to De Bruyne. Come around, doesn't get it, and he has to begin all of a sudden again.
Ronaldo. All Farouk is doing now is just biding his time. And I've said that anytime you're watching Farouk's games, watch him when he's in possession, watch what he does off the ball. What he does off the ball is the most important. Where he wants his players to be. It almost feels like he's playing chess and his opponent is playing checkers, in the sense that because of the player look, he controls everything that's happening around the ball. So watch off the ball when he's in possession. That's where he does the most damage. There he goes.
Control. Talk about control, and the man puts it in cruise.
It's simply exquisite from Farouk Mamzo, who desperately wants to get back on track. He's in sights of 3 points, and Rhymes starting in a way that I'm sure he wouldn't have laughed to 20 minutes gone. And Farouk's imprints all over this game.
Absolutely. You know, we spoke about Farouk being the guy who definitely cannot afford to lose any other points. And the way he has started this in this manner and this fashion, it shows me that he really, really listened to us and he really knows how important this win is to him. Here's Farouk down that flank. He has that Maradona. Player law confusing us, even the commentators. We don't know where he's trying to go. Now he has Ronaldo. Finesse! A block. Oh, that pass.
Off ball is truly something special. So off ball in NBA or basketball terms, off ball is usually used in regards to Stephen Curry, what he does off the ball. But what Farouk is doing off ball right now is just so confusing. Like when he's on the ball, your focus immediately goes to the guy on the ball. But just around him, he's controlling every single piece there is. And it just makes him a master of the game. When he was here with Tommy Day, you could see like the guy's understanding of the game is just really something else. And the first thing that you've got to do is understand what you're doing in the game, and you definitely have an upper hand over your opponent. And it's showing clearly right now, Farouk Manzo in pole position. Just 26 minutes gone though, we've seen Rhymes do the impossible in that game where it seemed like it was all said and done against Budget Junior. I found ways, and it's just beautiful passing.
Picks the wrong spots.
He should be finishing those.
Absolutely should be finishing those. I mean, you know, let's talk about something very, very important also. You know, for a very long time, people always thought that esports and the gaming in itself was just a crew sport. They didn't really look at the intelligence and the IQ needed. Here's Bruno Fernandes. That shot is saved by the game. They didn't really think about the IQ needed, the amount of intelligence needed by individual players to pull this off. Now talk about something that Farouk is doing when he goes on that his player lock runs, that player lock movement, player lock into player lock counts, all those movements. And here's the chance. Mama Dos gets that one for Farouk Mamzo. I mean, you've played the game. I've played the game. You know, when you're done playing some type of games, you just have to go sit down because it's taking so much brain power from you. It seems as though like your brain has been on fire. You know, I think that's one part of the game that people don't get to absolutely. Is that a goal or is that offside?
Yeah, Rhymes has one back. Rhymes has one back.
Nice one. Rhymes has one back, and I think this is a good way to kickstart the proceedings, of course. But let's talk about that IQ needed to be at this level.
Yeah, it's really important as we get feed from that Adefola game with Josh game. It's actually Josh who is leading. He's leading by a goal to nil, but I believe a goal goes in as Josh will get 2 goals up. Adefola.
I told you.
I
told you that if there's any single person.
Money might have just been spot on that one. But just speaking about the importance of gaming and how difficult it is sometimes to look in. So this is also very important. So back in the years when you're playing video games, your parents don't approve of some of these
Absolutely,
things.
we have to sleep,
and then when you got into like the esports side of things and gaming, and you see all of those high ups, they always tell you that there's this benefit to esports that some people don't find. You begin to Google, and what you understand is the first thing that
oh my goodness, ball roll into finesse. We didn't expect that. We were waiting for the drag back pass, and I'm sure Rhymes also was anticipating that.
He actually got the defender hovering around that position, but it didn't matter. Green time finesse, usually the end result is a goal. Farouk doesn't want to let anything get past him.
All right, that's 4-1 lead by Farouk. He better not bottle this
so
one.
So what Farouk does off ball, it's as a result of hand-eye coordination. How quick it can be for you. If you're able to get that on lock, how many people can navigate with those player locks as quickly as he does?
I'm probably sure I cannot do it. And
it's truly up to the top. And the fact that you have to be constantly thinking on your feet, is that 3 goals from Josh I'm seeing? What is happening? Hold it into space. There's Henry. Great 10. Oh my
goodness. Listen, I said this again, and I'm so happy I'm going to say this. You know what, Sly? I think I've been having almost great calls so far, so good. I mean, yes, I think this. Wow. I have to give myself credit now because I called this one before it happened. I said to you guys, if there's any single person who has figured and mastered a way to be a problem to Adefola, it is Game with Josh.
Farouk is in on goal again. He wants to grab that all important one.
Goodness. How did he have time on loose ball with such quick? Like, I mean, explain it to me, somebody.
I'm already struggling with time finishing. And the fact that he can green time in a chaotic situation is absurd. Farouk Manzo, he's on one. And I think a wounded lion is even an understatement. He's hungry to get back all of those points that he made over the top once more. He looks ruthless right now. Ronaldo in on goal for Farouk once more.
Oh, talk about ruthlessness. The goalkeeper is not out anymore, and he's been punished over and over again. Here's what I was talking to you about in the last game between Rufai and Imaji. You see how Farouk is scoring the goals. He's not taking chances. If Farouk can, I'm sure this game is going to end something around 13 to 15 goals. He knows the goals are very important.
There are so many different versions of Farouk, and in the sense that we see so many of them as we see the poll when it was put up. 87 votes for Farouk to win this one. That contributes to 82% on the voting polls. 14 votes for Rhymes and then 4 votes for the draw. Totally understandable. Farouk Manzo has truly been on one, and especially coming from how dramatic that draw was against Rufai, you definitely knew he wanted to go in and win this game. But there's just been different versions of Farouk today. Aggressive from the start, wins the free kick, bang. There's been goals where he's had to play a little bit of the tiki-taka with the player lock, bang. Then all of a sudden, when we're about to close this game, as Adefola gets one back, 3-1 against game with Josh, we'll be keeping tabs on that game. Is that 3-2 I see? As we see the player lock come in, Adefola wants to build the comeback. Well.
That is it. That is how you get back. Adefola getting that second goal for himself. Now piling the pressure on game with Josh. But whatever it is, we are here for goals and more goals. Both players are going crazy right now, and that's something we love. Let's see what the people in the comment section have to say about the Adefola versus game with Josh situation, please.
Kenny Obioma says Chineke. He knows something crazy is going down. Machala says Omar Farouk small now.
No, he cannot.
Yeah, Farouk doesn't want to rest on his laurels.
He cannot rest on his laurels. This is the moment for him to do even crazier than he currently is. Listen, the game against Rhymes, Bobo, this is the time for Farouk to get the goals. Don't forget, while he is 2 points behind Killer Fake, he needs the goals. Killer Fake is in the 20s.
Yeah.
Goal Defense is in the 20s. He needs to find a way to get. If he can get 10 goals in this one, go ahead and get it.
I mean, man is just preaching ruthlessness after ruthlessness.
I mean, that's what
we'll get into the comments again. Tyrell says Farouk the molest picky. Oh, no way.
I mean, the 4-2-2-2 from, I think that is Rhymes.
Yeah, I think
that is very interesting. I mean, we didn't see the keeper move again. You know, I was really, very expecting a little bit of that one.
Nah, no way. And this kind of pressure. There's an interesting comment from Prospect. Says Farouk versus Anders, make it happen. Because our fingers, inshallah, I'm hearing Farouk and his team, they are working on a move to Saudi Arabia, hopefully for the last chance qualify for the upcoming Esports World Cup. If he does go through and we'll all be behind him, maybe you can get that dream matchup that you want to happen. He says, Akebola says he wants defending analysis. I'm sure Tommy Day is listening somewhere. He'll definitely be on the analysis board, showing you when and where to defend, the switching, all of your second man press and all of that. Tommy Day has just given me a signal. He's going into the booth. They are working something up for you. The stream is not just for us, it's for the fans.
Absolutely.
Hopefully you enjoy everything
I
that we do.
I want to add something here now. If we make Anders versus Farouk happen, we better not have anything from Ghana. That is the end of the Ghana versus Nigeria.
Well, for sure. We'll surely be cheering Farouk on if it does happen. We wish him all of the best. Mango says, freak greater. Yo, if you're part of the one side of the bracket, I totally understand you. Two amazing players. Says Manzo Show. He's showing a top show so far. Yeah. Farouk no mercy, I beg. Hey, Charlie. So no consolation for Rhymes anywhere.
This is not where
where are the Rhymes fans?
Listen, this is not where we really care about consolation. We care about winners and winners only. We want to take the goal to you. We want to take points. I mean, I really, if this was Rhymes in this position, I would tell him the same thing. Take as much of the wounded lion as you need. Take it. Take as much as you can get. It's not just 3 points. We say it over and over again. Yes, it now sounds like a cliche, but it's
if you've been following the situation, we've just not had one game on stream. There's also another game that's
oh my goodness!
Farouk heard you guys.
How about that?
Farouk heard you guys. I think is he on course to break Killer Freak's 12-goal record?
I hope he does.
He's 5 goals away, and it doesn't look like he's going to stop scoring.
He should not stop scoring, man.
Oh, he's on a top through ball. He's in again. Come on now, Farouk, as he goes for the finesse. This time he rushed it a little bit. But there's also another game going on where game with Josh currently leading against Adefola 3-2, I believe. the updates will keep coming in. That game is also very critical to keep tabs on because Adefola is also having that perfect record of 3 wins out of 3. Do we see that record being broken as many hints that usually Josh gives him problems? Well, speaking of the record being broken, says not on his watch. Adefola gets in the way, step over into space. Oh, the cancels coming in, gets fortunate with the bounce and the brainer.
And I just heard that Josh has scored another goal again to help himself.
So it's actually 4 goals to 3. Come on now.
Is it that 4 goals to 3? We're going to get the confirmation.
It is 4 goals to 3. I think I saw the scoreline there. 4 goals to 3. So banger of games that we've got for you going back to back. National E-Soccer League. This is what we promised for the next couple of weeks. Every weekend, this is the place to be. Cade Esports YouTube channel. I bet you won't be disappointed at all.
I mean, I'm talk about it. You know, what better way to replace the EPL than to replace the EPL with something so spectacular like the National E-Soccer League tournament being hosted by Cade Esports and being brought to you by the Nigerian Esports Federation. Also, we have Game Evo being part of the network, bringing this to your screens. What amazing! Now here's the chance by Rhymes Bobo. He gets this one, 7-2.
I know immediately Rhymes scores. Even before Rhymes scores, I saw a comment. There's Victor says Rhymes remontada. I don't know if that's possible, by the way.
I promise you that is not
I don't know if that's possible. If 5 goes down, remontada. That has to be Barcelona versus PSG.
Rafinha says goodbye. But this time around, the goalkeeper has some other things to do, which is to block that one. That would have been another way to say bye to whatever remontada plans Rhymes Bobo had. But listen, I think if Farouk, for whatever reason, bottles this, it would greatly,
no way.
It would greatly dampen the spirit.
There's no part of my brain that can actually comprehend Farouk giving up a 5-goal lead in this game.
I mean,
we've seen crazy things happen.
We've seen it in
But
both
something
tournaments.
this crazy, no way.
I mean,
No way.
what other way to write the script of E-Soccer League than for something as stupid and as crazy as this to happen? Of course,
Farouk,
not like I'm expecting.
He's
to
probably
happen,
going
but-
to even extend the lead as you're saying this. But Rhymes wins it back. He's on the run. We get we get to see Farouk Manzo's 7th goal. The Trivela that had money going crazy here in the studios. We get to see it once again. Green time finishing. The importance of time finishing. I've heard it time and time again. I just can't master it. But if you're at home playing, that is one important feat to have in your game. Bruno Fernandes, the one who got the free kick to go with, tries his effort, but is blocked.
The last time I had mastered the green time effort was in FIFA 23, and I don't know what happened when FC 24 came out. It just seemed like it was off, and I that's how I just lost that ability. So guys, I tell you guys, the ability to time these things perfectly is on another level.
Well, speaking of remontada, I'm hearing something huge is happening. Adefola definitely knows the meaning of remontada, and it's Ronaldo who kickstart the backup with Smith. Beautiful finish.
You can
that
see the way
game
he's
definitely
exhaling.
going down to the wire.
Yes, you can see the way he's exhaling. He knows how important it is for him not to lose that game. And coming back from 3 goals down in the first half and down to making it 4-4 right now, that tells you a lot about this man's mental.
Well,
7-3.
Is there a rhymes
All
of
of a
Montana
sudden-
like they were saying?
All of a sudden, the game seems to have changed.
Well.
the complexion.
I'm going into the chat again. Prospect says, when it's Farouk versus Killer Freak, I will be there no matter what. Well, just keep following every weekend. Definitely when the fixtures do come out, you'll be able to tell when Farouk versus Killer Freak will indeed play their game. But just follow all of the updates. Of course, Cade Esports on Instagram as well are doing all of the updates as you can see them live when they go. So just keep tabs on that one. I'm sure you will not miss out on the action.
You can see that since the moment Farouk missed that chance with Ronaldo, it seemed as though Rhymes had taken the initiative to the next level. That's what happens when you miss chances. At any single point at this competition, you're not allowed to miss those type of chances because immediately your opponent is going to take the momentum and go take it to the next level. See, already Rhymes has 2 goals after that attempt.
What Farouk has done really well is preventing Rhymes from executing the over-the-top through ball. There were arguments over who was the better when it comes to over-the-top through balls. And I think Farouk has floored him in that category. We haven't seen too many of those attempts from Rhymes at all. Farouk has really prevented him from doing that. Cade fight his way through.
Oh, what a tackle that was. What a tackle. That was too neat from Farouk himself. And you know what we're talking about that, I mean, I was part of that conversation and we're just listening intently. But I think when we go back to it, when that argument I think is dead and done with now because Farouk actually scored 2 or 3 goals with the over-the-top balls, and we haven't seen Rhymes perform anyone effectively.
Indeed.
Here's Rhymes now. He has his sack. He has his own player lock option. Express into the net. Is that offside?
Just slightly offside, and I think that was that. With 15 minutes to go, 4-goal margin. Maybe it was a 3-goal margin. We can dream of something crazy, but I don't think this remontada is happening, people. We have another update. Remontada Adefola. It's the reason why some people consider him the GOAT. This time he starts the action on the right. That's it. Step over is just brilliant.
Them step overs from Adefola.
He turned it around, and what a way to keep your perfect record intact. Well, speaking of unbeaten players, Farouk goes in and he can't finish. But Adefola, what a guy. And I'm seeing already in the chat, say Adefola is a machine.
He is an absolute machine. And Farouk has that 8-3 lead now. He's going. But listen, let's talk about Adefola's step overs. They give me something else. They give me a different type of feeling. He uses them, he abuses them, but he abuses them so good that we love to see it every single time. Here's Rhymes now, trying to get the cut back. I thought he was going to go for that shot.
Someone said he wanted defending tutorials. I think right there, what Farouk just did, you could pick something from that. So immediately, Rhymes gets the ball. We all know he's going for the cutback. But what Farouk does is he gives him the space a little bit to make him think the cutback is not on. So immediately he's trying to go for the shot. But then Rhymes also trying to be smart and he's patiently waiting. But Farouk outsmarts him, still stays intact. And when the pass does come, he is in the passing lane to intercept. We've seen some truly remarkable FC as we are 9 minutes away from Farouk finishing off with an incredible, truly special win that we are seeing right in front of us. Rodri bullying his way through. I think this one sends a strong message to the rest of the crew. Farouk was here on the interview and he told me he's not going to drop points anymore. And I don't think there's any better response that he could have gotten. Well, Farouk, as we get to see his 8th goal that went, brilliant pass.
That one-time pass. I mean, the argument for it is now totally dead. Farouk's first time up throughs are the most dangerous of the two, and he has used it to score consistently over and over again. Here we have a pass, I think, being cued by one of the players, but whatever it is, it seems like Farouk is running away with this one. Adefola.
Oh, well. There is more drama, people. This one is not.
That's how you call it. Dribble shot down to the left corner. I love what I'm seeing. Game Just versus Adefola have given us the optics of an amazing game.
So far, we promised you surprises, but I think this is probably going to be the biggest one of them so far. There's still about 5 minutes to go in that game, and this one as well. But Farouk Manzo has definitely secured all of the 3 points that he desperately wanted. It's Adefola now who have to maybe come back from the depths of, I don't know where he is right now, but he's currently struggling to possibly. Adefola, we've got the update again. He's got yet another goal. We'll be showing you the goal as he went in. Like 6 goals to 5, I believe. As he gets another one. I mean, goals galore in both games.
Listen, 11 goals here. Something I love to see, something I love to watch. Both players giving a good account of each other, and I have to say big ups to both of them for doing the amazing best they could. Now, this league and this competition has, my goodness, look at that over the top ball. And this time around where he's.
Well, I just got into the comments a little bit. Someone was like, Adefola gave Josh Lukoze a boost. Come on now.
No, that was a very, very close call.
You've got to respect the hustle.
Absolutely. Both from Josh. Yeah, the game is not one of those where he was actually blown out of the water. Even though I think we have to blame Josh because he had that 3 goals lead up. I think he had managed that first half better. He didn't do that enough. I was talking to you off screen of how Game just came into FIFA. His first foray at all with FIFA was FC 23 ending /24. I mean, it was the last month of FC 23, FIFA 23 that he played, and then he actually started playing in FC 24. So for that guy to go from that moment, not even up to 2 years fully, to get into the playing top 16, let's give him credit where he's due. He's really, he's somebody to watch for in the future. He still has a lot of inexperience, bugging him, and he doesn't know how to manage the games as at when he should. But I think that's 1 or 2 things that can be fixed in the coming future.
That's an insane job, by the way. Credit to Game with Josh, but we are getting whether Adefola looks like he has sealed the deal. The remontada is complete, and you keep that record untouched, and it will be perfect. Farouk Manzo also grabbing all of those points. But on Rhyme's side of things, that means he didn't get any points out of all of the 2 games that he played today. That's a big disappointment, especially after how he started week 1.
I mean, yes, he will be very, very disappointed with himself, and rightly so, because he's one who we expected so much from. But I think also he has to take solace in the fact that he played some of the toughest people right now. So he has to take some solace in the fact that, okay, maybe he has now, maybe he didn't take any point, but he has taken at least the toughest games out of his system. Now going on to tomorrow, which is going to be day 2 of the week 2. Now he has so much still to play for. He can absolutely do something, and we're waiting for all of that.
For sure. Right now, there are only 2 perfect records in there. We'll get into the comments a little bit. Someone says he wants Adefola versus Killer Freak. Will surely come on. Just keep following everything that's happening. Says Adefola the GOAT. I mean, a lot of people agree with you. Adefola is an extraordinary player from Mesos. Machala one says Adefola top player. Indeed, he is indeed a top player. Abdul Rahman Fakwe, Adefola gave Josh Lucas 8 goals. That's what I told you guys earlier. But I think Josh really did well on that one. Prospects. It says, who's the number 1 ranked player right now in Nigeria? In your opinion?
Listen, that's what we are trying to find right now.
That's what we're trying to find.
That's what we are trying to find. Absolutely. But we can say, due to the game, the Cage 24 competition that happened last year, in which Killer Freak was the winner, we could say, let's give him that Killer Freak right now is the number 1. And you can also check that on Niger Game Evo's website, or you go to GameEvoTech.com, I believe. You go check the website, you can see the ranking as it is. But that was based on Cage 24 that happened last year. So we're trying to find out who right now
is the number 1.
We'll find out in the next 3 weeks. But it seems as though also Killer Freak is running away with that one.
Well. Just keep following everything that's happening as the poll will start for our last matchup. And I know our last matchup will excite you. The battle of the friends, as he likes to call it.
The battle of the dangerous
and Mitchell will be getting into action pretty soon.
Yes, sir. So I think the poll is up. Let us know, who do you think will be winning, Boyd, Mitch, or is it going to be a draw? Both players know each other very well. Let me tell you, both players have played each other multiple times, countless times. They also train together every single day. So, I mean, it's just one of those moments where you have to have two brothers being on opposing teams. But that's one of the things we love to see. So we want to see who is right. I think Boyd has had better competition so far. I think it might just be Boyd this time around.
That is a much 2 cents to what might happen in that Boyd Mitchell game. We live to see. We'll go for a quick spin around. When we are back, we'll bring you the last action of the day. Boyd versus Mitchell on our main featured broadcast.
Don't go nowhere. Stay with us.
That they are here to support the gaming culture, help players achieve what they want to achieve, bring out new players, check out grassroots players in Nigeria and support them to get to the next level. It's not just going to be doing tournaments, but they are definitely going to be building infrastructure to support the gaming ecosystem in Nigeria. And Game Evo is definitely going to partner with them on everything they are doing. And we are also trying to push in a narrative of using esports as using esports to start a career in Nigeria. So yeah, you can expect a lot of these things from Cade Esports and Gaming Records. We're definitely going to be doing a lot of building the gaming ecosystem in Nigeria.
So Game Pride is a community esports platform where gamers from all over the world can connect, learn, and earn. It's a platform that bridges the gap amongst gamers all over the world and creates an avenue for gamers to earn while doing what they love. It's an amazing partnership in the sense that when you say Cade 24 and Game Evo, you're talking about, in fact, Game Evo is a premier esports community platform, in Africa. So it's only normal for us, since we're more of a back-end platform that supports tournaments and bridges the gap with payments for gamers, it's only normal for us to come together and do something amazing. Game Pride is always there, will always be there. 2025 is going to be an amazing, exciting year for gamers and for the gaming community. There are going to be more tournaments, more collaborations, amazing features where both platforms can connect together and do amazing things. My name is Priest. I'm a PUBG Mobile live streamer, shoutcaster, host, analyst, and coach as well. I've been playing PUBG Mobile for 7 years, I would say. Yeah, 2024. I would say 7 years. And it's been an amazing experience. It's been an amazing journey. We're here live at Cade 24. You can see the vibes are elite, and there's a whole lot of action and fun going on in the city right now. So I'm glad to be here at Cade 24. It's been amazing so far, and I can't wait to see who's going to be the champion of Cade 24. I mean, it's the maiden edition, so I can't wait to see who's going to be the champion of Cade 24.
So what can Cade do to better integrate
to better integrate PUBG Mobile, I think PUBG Mobile should. PUBG Mobile should be a standalone event. If we're talking esports, PUBG Mobile is an esports title. It's predominantly an esports title, so I think it should have like its own standalone event. Like we have FC24 right now, we have Call of Duty, we have Free Fire, all going down at the same time. Right now, we have FC24 on display, the audience is engaged and we love to see that. But I think PUBG Mobile should be its own standalone tournament because of the fact that the community for PUBG Mobile, it's very, very competitive. And the players want to play in a very, very competitive environment. They want to play to the best of their abilities. They want to play on equal playing ground, a balanced playing field, where nobody has an advantage over the next person. So for the design of Cade 24, PUBG Mobile by design, by default, is 4 players in a team. And the official standard is 16 teams in a match. So that's about 64 players. And if for right now, for Cade 24's design, we have 2 players on site and 2 players at home. For me, that's not competitive enough. I think it could be more competitive if all of the players were on site or online. And then you'd have an amazing, production, live stream, all the bells and whistles, But so far, amazing turnout at Cade 24. I'm having so much fun. It's an amazing event. You can see, I can even see some of my guys there. They're enjoying themselves. I'm seeing some of the fine anime girls. So, it's a good vibe.
Well, it's been a long journey. I mean, we started preparation since April, and I mean, here we are in November, and the event is finally here. So it's been an experience from state to state, country to country, but I mean, I think I'm really, really proud of what we've done so far. So I would say this is like the first event that combined both grassroots players and pro players all in one place, having 11 titles at the same time, being hosted in the same place, different countries and different states in Nigeria. I mean, that's very huge.
Hi, my name is Nimaz. My experience at Cade has actually been fun. I've had fun, I've met people, and the tournament is quite exciting. It has been amazing. We've met a lot of people, we've had conversations about our programs and what we do. It really has.
And welcome back. This is going to be the last series of games for today. We have 2 games being queued up, one on stream, one off stream. We're going to be giving you guys updates as both are happening simultaneously live. We are in the heart of Lagos, Nigeria. This is the National E-Soccer League tournament being hosted by Cade Esports, brought to you by the Nigerian Esports Federation. I want to also say shout out to all our sponsors, Game Evil, Game Pride, Super Sports, Pulse Entertainment. Thank you guys for bringing this one to the screens of the people. And shout out to Sly, who came all the way from Ghana. He's been here back to back 2 weeks in a row, and all the team behind the camera. We cannot wait for this one. This is the one that we have all been waiting for. Boyd versus Mitch. How do you feel, man?
The battle of the friends. It makes sense in some way that it will be proper mind games in the sense that I've played you so many times. I train with you. I play competitively against you.
I know how you think.
I know what you're supposed to do.
I know where you're gonna go.
It can go two sides of the spectrum. It can go haywire or it can be KG. And we go into the poll and the votes are actually kind of split, and we understand.
This is the
that's
most,
how we also feel.
Yes, this is the most close. This is the closest poll we have seen
so far. All the ones that we've had, they've been one sided. But Boyd has 20 votes. 40% of those votes going to Boyd, and then Mitchell 53% of those votes, and then 3 guys also believe that this game is going to be a draw. But you're someone that has seen them through and through with their stats and all of that. How would you describe what their friendship has been like during this whole sports and how do you think the game will end?
You know what? Between the both players, I think they have this thing whereby they understand that while they are friends, while they are friendly, the competition is very rife. These are guys who even go as far as gambling with each other. They bet against each other consistently. So yeah, I don't think this is one of those moments where we're gonna have any sentiments playing so much of a part in this one. But I would say based off it, Mitch is the balanced player, while Boyd is a very attacking type of player. It doesn't mean that they don't have the defending, of course, Boyd. But I'm just saying, in terms of the way they set up, Mitch has that balance. Boyd has that attack. Now, this is where the mind games come into play very, very well. Mitch knows Boyd will always want to go on the counter, but Boyd also knows Mitch will be sitting back to hit him on those counters. So that's so crazy. I just want to see
the feel around.
Do you get what I'm saying? I just want to see. I see people predicting score lines. Someone say Boyd 4-2, and somebody else. JDM say Boyd 5, Mitch 2. Victor Abladoyi, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
A lot of people are expecting Boyd to pick up the win. Or is it because we saw him on broadcast beating game with Josh?
No. So, if you've been following Boyd consistently, you would know that Boyd is that guy when it comes to the attacking sequences. His problems mostly have been defending properly. But when Boyd is in his groove, the things he does with the game inside those areas, listen, it would even shock you. If you've seen him, you would consider his attack to be more potent than Farouk's one.
For Mitchell, I've actually seen him on hand, and in fact go deep into a tournament to win. And he actually won an international tournament back here in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I think he beat the Tanzania.
He had that crazy one.
Sahil. I think I was on court with you as well. So
yes,
it was insane seeing him do that. But Boyd has already shown us that in this league, there's nobody that you can underrate. We are underway in this one. Boyd versus Mitchell, the battle of the friends, as we like to call it. Money has been waiting and waiting for this one to kick off. Finally, we have liftoff. Boyd will be in the pink and the white. Mitchell going for the green with the little strips of green. The black with the little strips of green in there. There's Mitchell early on. That's Boyd. Boyd actually making a statement early on. Wow.
Can I tell you something that will probably make you go crazy? I don't know if he has changed now, but I know as at early this year, Boyd still do not know how to win time, and Boyd could not play a lock.
Wow.
That's how crazy this guy is. He could not play a lock, he could not win time, but he was dominating the channels consistently. And I told you, Mitch has not really had the best of tournaments so far. I don't know if that's going to play any part, because he said, I've seen Mitch attempt the true pass early on. Let's see if that's going to turn into something else.
When time that finish?
I don't know.
That's surprising.
Very, very surprising, to be honest. I don't know how he was able to do that. But then, I think the way Boyd started this game shows you his intent early on.
Everybody seems to be rocking with this new 4-2-1-3 formation. You can't blame them. It's working, but I'm always particular about who plays the camp position. For Mitchell, for Boyd, it seems like he's got that Messi item roaming around that camp position, and it's quite interesting because Messi has all of the attributes for a camp, and there he is, splitting another defense with the through ball, and he's got the pace to run away with it.
I was hoping he was going to go for the cutback, but
the angle looked favorable.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's another thing I would have to give to him there. Boyd himself, but he has another chance. Extra pass. Oh, that's how you begin the game. I told you, Boyd had this attack on lockdown. He is crazy with
and I think yourself in the comments, a lot of people believe Boyd will win this game. We saw 5-2, 4-2.
Here's where it gets interesting. The polls said Mitch was going to win, but when the people were making
the comments itself,
the predictions on scores was more favorable to Boyd. You know what? Yeah. Oh my goodness, that was out of that.
That was so close.
My job probably would have fallen off if that had gone in. But that's one thing. Boyd was the first person ever in Nigerian esports I watched play, and I had to go check on YouTube. I had to go check his gameplay on YouTube because I wanted to know before the advent of Killer Fake and Farouk Mamzo. I wanted to know what made these guys mind so thick. Now with Farouk, we know how he uses his metas, we know how he uses his player loss to create space. Boyd doesn't do all of that. That's one crazy thing about this individual. Every single thing he does is a little bit manual, so to speak.
Well, we have another game going on concurrently. Baji Jr. versus Bright. And Baji Jr. Under a little bit of pressure, but it's a lovely, lovely finish as Bright will open up the scoring in that one. Mind you, both players needing the win pretty early on.
I think that was Baji Jr. Who took the lead in that one. Here's Boyd again. He was going to go for the extra pass. I knew it. And Mitchell also knew it. And Mitchell had Van Dijk position.
You think the friendship aspect comes to play in that sense where
Absolutely.
he knows for a fact
in that moment
that this guy loves an extra pass.
In that moment, he knew that was the most likely thing Boyd could do at that point in time. And yes, there's one thing to know it, and there's another thing to actually block it properly. And in that moment, he was very, very lucky and was very, very active. That he was active to block that one. Yes, Boyd again with Lauren James.
Bright, who's leading by a goal to nil. Now Baji Jr. looking to respond or extra pass as easy as you'd like. He's back in the game, back on level terms in that one.
Yes, sir. That's 1-1 draw. Playing out, both players testing each other out pretty early on. Meanwhile, we have Boyd. Boyd is really, really dominating this beginning, the opening points of this game. We just got on an update that Baji Jr. is currently leading by 2-1, and that is 1 for Mitchell. That lob came out of nowhere, but I love it. I absolutely love it.
Shapeshifters have totally changed the dynamic of the game. In the sense that SC25, a lot of people rely on who has the playstyle classes. And we started with players having 2. Then they increased it to 3. Then Shapeshifters came, all of a sudden there's 4. There's even cards who have 5. It's just that for those cards, they come in the objective side of things or in the evos. And then for those ones, they are not allowed in this tournament. That's how come I'm not seeing 5 playstyle classes in the game. But even the 4, it just creates so much opportunities for you. Like the guy can have an incisive pass, a Trivela in there, a finesse pass in there, low driven, like so much that you could utilize. A guy like Olisi up top is truly, truly special with the passing playstyles and indeed the attacking playstyles, as we get to see Mitchell triggered the run from way back and a beautiful subtle finish from the chip shot. We haven't seen too much of the chip shot today.
Absolutely. I mean, the goalkeepers, kudos to them, have been right on top of things. They haven't really allowed that to become a problematic issue. But I've seen Boyd list 2 very, very interesting goals from that left flank. I don't know if that's going to be coming back to bite him in the ass soon enough, but these were goals that normally you expect him to win. And that's one thing about Boyd. He always struggles with this composure thing, especially when he begins to lose goals. That is the only reason why he is not being mentioned as one of the greatest that Nigeria has ever produced at the moment. He needs that composure and he needs those titles. And this is better opportunity, no better opportunity than this. So he has to ensure that he doesn't lose this one out to his longtime friend and partner in crime, Mitchell.
Well, speak to us a little bit about how that transition was from playing a heavy kickoff to now trying to play a heavy ultimate team. You think playing in 9-minute house is like a new system to them because they've been used to playing 6 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. How was that transition like from playing kickoff?
Absolutely, and now we have that left-footed shot nestled into the top left corner for Messi, and now that gives Boyd another 2-goal lead. Now, as we were saying, I think it totally has redesigned, or I don't change the scenery in terms of it. You see, earlier on, we are very used to 5 minutes gameplay, 95 rated kickoff, whatever it is. And now all of a sudden we go into 9 minutes half. This is something that we're not used to. And this is something that the UT players also are not so used to all the time. And most of the players were even found lacking in the sense that I remember talking to one of these pros over the weekend. I was like, how many minutes are you grinding when you're playing? And he was like, oh, they're still on 6 minutes. I'm like, no, but you can't be on 6 minutes.
You can. If you're about to play 9 here, no.
9 minutes. So you see, like, even by default, their go-to is 6 minutes, 5 minutes, So you have to change things. Sticking to the game, maintaining the composure over a 9-minute period is absolutely insane. And it's something that gives us a better opportunity when it comes to those international tournaments going forward.
Well, going forward, We look forward to our pros adjusting to this system much more. I think other pros are doing it. You see them grind a lot of Ultimate Team. If everybody can do it, it will definitely help in that regard.
I think I also want to give so much credit to the Cade Esports guys. They were the ones who were able to successfully, for the first time in Nigerian history, pull off back-to-back LAN tournaments where UT was being utilized properly. So, I mean, it took a lot of planning, a lot of structure, but finally they were able to get it.
I mean, the setbacks involved were so many. Especially, I remember the one at Cade 24. There was the internet setback, there was the power setback. Absolutely. It was insane.
There's so much that goes into making this work, and you have to give them that credit. This is 37 minutes into the game. And now everybody at this point in time is now getting used to it, getting a hang of it, of course. We can't wait to see it happen more and more. Again, almost 40 minutes, that's almost the first half of this one, and Boyd is running away with the lead. He's trying to get himself another one while his friend Mitchell is trying to come back a little bit into this one. Who is going to be
Ronaldo? That touch is just exquisite. This time straight at the goalkeeper. There's been a couple of chances that Mitchell has just not been able to finish off.
I mean, I think it's fair to say Mitchell has not been so precise with his position shooting in this particular game. I don't know if that's going to come back to haunt him. I hope not. But I think it was clear for all to see. Oh, that hit to ball roll. Very, very dangerous. Somehow, Boyd was able to survive that one. That sustained pressure.
Dumfries with a Bruiser Plus placed. I don't see a lot of people speak about Bruiser Plus these days anymore. It was OP. I remember a Abstam card had been released in the SBCs. Everybody went to finish that card because he had Bruiser Play Style Plus. And these days you don't hear it too many times. But I mean, once in a while it's still in the mix. Should that pass have come way earlier?
Yes, that should have been the first time up true.
Yeah, definitely. Once he triggered that run, that was what I was expecting. But he didn't end up pulling it off, and that's how come
I think it was more of him over anticipating the move. He probably figured that Mitchell had that red, and he didn't want to So that the whole thing where you waste your time and you buy your time, and sometimes it just decision making is a top tier skill on its own in FC24. You don't have the chance to sit behind and think about your decisions for too long. Everything has to be done with pace and with as much speed as possible. We are into the halftime. Boyd versus Mitchell. Mitchell is currently down by 3-1. We have 45 more in-game minutes to play. It's a long time. And we have, I think, Baji Jr., who's currently leading by 2-1. And I think he gets this one to make it 3. Correct?
He did indeed get that one to make it 3. He's somebody that desperately needs those points as well. It didn't go as planned for him on day one. Only in week 1 and week 2 he wants to right all of those wrong. The space opens up like the Red Sea.
Oh my goodness! I wonder why he didn't take advantage.
There was that one extra pass that he could have given. Absolutely. Or a through ball even.
This has not been the best of Mitch I have seen, and I think it's been very, very visible to even the blind that this is not his tournament so far. He has to do better. He has to wake up because this is seemingly running away from him as quickly as possible.
Certainly.
And that that came out of nowhere. We were expecting the cross somehow the way he shaped up, but oh my goodness, he missed it. I need to go into timeout corner because that reverse elastico gave him space like no other. But my goodness, how has he missed that?
It's inexplainable at this point. He's done everything right to the final finish. Boyd could have been looking at a 3-goal margin and could have been cruising at this point. But he just leaves that window of opportunity when Mitch is still pushing. Speaking of Mitch, there he goes. He can't win the ball off of that. Heavy tap from Hullet.
I mean, if that was
any game as we see.
If that was 4-1, that would probably have been game set and match for Boyd here. But right now, he still has to dig in for a longer period of time. He needs one more goal or two to give himself that confidence. We have seen players come back from 3 goals deficit consistently. So 2 goals means nothing in the grand scheme of things. And whatever it is he needs to do, he has to do it now.
We've seen such a seismic change of shift in some of the way these players have played. It's been a game of 2 halves. This second half looks a little bit more chaotic as compared to the first half. Finesse comes to, can't nestle the back of the net, but it's just been so different, and they've been contrasting halves so far. This half looks so chaotic. Everybody's just giving balls away. Mitchell can't hold on to it. Boyd can't hold on to it. And still, nobody capitalizes yet.
Whoever is going to score the goal, the next goal is the person who wins the midfield battle over the course of the next 10 in-game minutes. Of course, we have seen so much chaos in that midfield, end-to-end stuff. Yes, both players haven't really seen the best out of their 18-yard opponent's 18-yard box, but the midfield has been stoked with many options. So whoever it is gets to win that midfield battle. I think he is one.
What about that for a pass? A friend all the way around. He just can't get away from Dumfries though. Maybe the Bruiser Plus coming to play. And with his left back leaving, that opens the space for James Boyd to finish.
He gets it. Oh, that step over. So neatly done. And he's so neatly poised for him in that 18.
That opportunity was the perfect way to describe how the mind games work. So immediately Ronaldo started a step over. Boyd had triggered a run of somebody behind. So in your mind, trying to defend, back. You're expecting that guy to come and maybe an extra pass, but he still completed the full step over animation and got the shot near post finish. That's just brilliant from Boyd. 4 goals to 1 in a comfortable position now and can look forward to seeing out the next 30 minutes.
All Boyd needs to do is allow no mistakes to be made in the next couple minutes and he should be fine from here. You know, with this one now, he steps up even closer to his goals. He finished game week 1 with, I think,
there's
4 points.
I think 4 points, I believe.
And now he has 6 more points.
That's impressive.
As if this one ends the way it is.
That would be a perfect week 2, day 1 for him. That's very
that would be
impressive.
10 out of 12. I mean, that puts him in cruise control also and probably a closer range to the top 4 than the rest of the players.
I mean, this Bobby Charlton item is kind of a tricky one. I'm not too convinced by some of the things that I've seen, but also in some moments he's looked really good. But so far, James hasn't had it for me in that midfield area, so far kind of struggling a little bit in the Messi. Why did these step overs have looked really good? Like, it just brings a whole different dynamic to it. It's a skill move that not a lot of people are utilizing right now. We saw Adefola also bring it back to play.
Yes.
But when he's pulled it off, it's looked really good.
Yes, Adefola is the master of step overs when it comes to it, especially in Nigeria. I don't think anybody does a better step over than Adefola at that level. But also Boyd really utilizing it in such a crazy fashion. And or not just crazy, but a timely manner in this competition.
That through ball, the timing truly special, and he wants to go around the keeper.
I was expecting a pass. I knew that Lauren James didn't have enough distance to cover to go around the goalkeeper.
Mitchell's defensive work hasn't been the best in this game. I feel he's thrown so much caution to the wind where he's falling for every single bait that there is, and that's how come there's so many spaces for Boyd to exploit. Well, Mitchell
talk about going around the goalkeeper. Talk about going around the goalkeeper. Mitchell shows Boyd how to do it properly. And I don't know if that's going to kickstart.
Are we in for a chaotic 20 minutes?
Yes, I don't
know. From the French, I won't be surprised at all when the top comes. Dumfries get there first.
Great way to get everything slowed down, the momentum, slow it down a little bit. No way better than to give it to your goalkeeper. A little game management wouldn't hurt Boyd at this moment in time. Oh my goodness, 4-4. How did we get here?
Buddy Junior though, needing the goals to go with. That's a huge save. Do we get a goal from the corner? I do believe that we get across, comes in.
Who does that go for?
Badji over the top. And it's brilliant. Boyd, another chance to get 5. Spends it. We're into the last 15 in-game minutes of this one. And Mitchell can smell something in there. He beats his man all the way around. There's a brilliant pass. Messi couldn't find him. That effort could have been.
That effort was so crucial to the complexion of this game going forward. If that had gone in, the game would have been turned on its head. Absolutely. But he just missed that one out. And I think he has spared Boyd's blushes because going forward, Boyd now has the opportunity to cool the ball down. Take
of course, he is with possession of the ball now, so he dictates what happens in the next 2 to 3 minutes. And
I would say tap the ball around for a minute, force Mitchell to come out and then see if you could probably hit him on the counter. But listen, there's a reason why they are pros, and there's a reason why I'm just here with Slimer having a conversation with you guys.
Well, it's been very interesting watching two guys who know each other so well. You see the tactical battle going.
That's mind games, chess moves.
Exactly. Like I've seen multiple times where they've read each other's movements a little bit, especially with the extra pass. We've seen the through balls being read a little bit. It all comes down to this in the National E-Soccer League. Even friends become competitors. Even friends want to take points off of each other. They are no friends when it comes to National E-Soccer League. And Boyd and Mitchell are showing us that in these moments, all they see each other is as competitors going into the last 13 minutes of this one. Boyd holding on to it. That's an excellent through ball into Messi. Maybe a game management technique a little bit on here.
I totally approve of this. I totally approve of that one, except that terrible pass by Boyd there. I do not approve of that one at all. This is 79 minutes. Boyd has to find a way to survive. And yes, he does. I think this might be the end of it.
So that animation right there, it kind of happens to me quite a bit. When you're trying to finish off the ball roll scoop and you end up executing the ball roll, but the scoop doesn't come right after. That's what happens.
Yes.
That's what happens. And sometimes it ends up being not really good looking, but sometimes it can fall in your slot and it can actually be the defender, but it didn't happen on that occasion for Mitchell.
In cases where your opponent is anticipating what you're going to do, and if the scoop doesn't, the animation doesn't kick in, you might use that as a skill move on its own to probably do that. But that wasn't the option. Oh.
Well,
my. We didn't see that on screen because we were busy.
Is this the setup that could give us a crazy ending to us bid?
Could the 3% be
a
correct?
Day that we'll surely not forget within Nigerian esports history. 7 minutes ago, Mitchell in possession of the ball. Friends become foes, friends become competitors. Will he take points off of Boyd? Boyd, who's had so many chances to kill off the game, will now have some defending to do. There's Holet, the pass. I don't think it was good enough.
Yeah, I think it was
defender
accepted.
might have just stepped in there. But we are into the last final few minutes of the game, and it will have to be perfect from both sides. Boyd on the 10, the goal to shield.
That's it. And that is the end.
He was leaving no stones unturned.
That is the end.
He came here today with one mindset and one mindset only.
3
6 points out of 6. The man, Boyd,
absolutely
will pick it all up.
And he doesn't care and it doesn't matter that he's getting at the expense of his friend and partner in crime, Mitchell, because right now it's all man for himself. And it is 88 minutes. Why he has to wait for the next couple minutes, he needs to manage this one and ensure that there is absolutely no reason to allow Mitchell back into it. And then we have Mitchell trying to force things. But Dumfries is the man charged with stopping the attack from becoming any serious issue. And this time around, you can see that the ball management from Boyd is currently being activated. And he's at the opponent's place. Oh yeah, he wins himself a free kick. That ensures that it looks like he is running away with this one. This is just 1 minute extra time. He cannot get it. There is absolutely no way this one is going to be going anywhere near Mitch. Mitchell showing some sign of frustration by pulling down Boyd's players. I do not know how that's going to help his case at any point in time. But whatever the case is, in the last series of events, the last set, we have Boyd finally. And we had almost a near successful prediction by one of our online punters. Somebody went for 5-2.
Yeah, we saw a 5-2 in there. We saw a close one. But the Battle of the Friends ends in Boyd picking up a strong win like many of you guys predicted in the chat. It's been a brilliant day so far. We also got action from that Bright versus Budget Junior game. We'll bring you all of the updates when we do get the final result in that game. But we are not done yet. There's a final package for you. We get into the predictions a little bit. So there was indeed a 5-3, but it was actually for Mitchell to win.
Okay.
It went the other way.
Ghosty said
Boyd 5-3.
Wow. That's interesting. Also, I want to quickly attend to Prospect ABCK. Say, can we attend the live events? Absolutely, yes. All we need you to do is go to Cade Esports on Instagram and type, I want to attend now. When you do that, you could be in the running to be invited to our studios to come and watch the game live. I'll probably speak to us in the booth here. A gift should have been there if you want to know the real number one. That is from Abdurrahman Fakoya. That is very interesting. He said, so Olaito Kaleja say, I can't wait for the matchup. I believe he said between Freak, Fola, Farouk, and Rufai.
Wow.
We can wait also.
We've already seen Farouk and Rufai. And just judging from what that one was like, we can presume that the rest will be crazy. We get to see the poll once again. A lot of people
at the point it shifted in
it
favor.
shifted it. Maybe as the game kept going on, a lot of people
shifted.
found out that Boyd was doing indeed crazy stuff. It's been a special day right from the jump. It's been truly one to remember.
Yes.
Week 2, day 1 will give us chills and hopefully day 2 produces the same.
Absolutely. So from I and Slime Off, it's been an amazing time. While we wait for Tommy Day to come and give us his live and in-depth analysis of the goals and the defensive analysis, what to do, what not to do. You guys should go nowhere. That is going to be a cracker on its own. Every single time he has come up on our screen, it's been something interesting. And I think this time around, he has somebody that is a fan favorite to discuss some of the goals also. We're going to go on a short intermittent break. And when we come back, we'll have Tommy Day on screen.
I'm happy that I was able to turn up, for this set of youths that are in this ecosystem, the esporting system. And again, it's a further testament to the ethos of our administration under the leadership of our governor, Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, to ensure that we leave no one behind. We have several economies in the sporting activity. In Lagos State, we have 44 sporting associations. Esports is one of them, but it's not as amplified as the others. So my coming here again is to amplify this for the youths that are in this space, to see how we can collaborate, with the fantastic stakeholders in this space, just so that we can continue to give our youths a platform to showcase their talents. We say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. You guys have taken, a huge step here. At least you've been able, without, any support, you've been able to bring together 16 local governments out of 57 that we have in Lagos. So you've taken a huge step. So what someone like me needs to do as Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, who also oversees the the Lagos State Sporting Commission, is to see how we can amplify this and bring all of the local governments together. And I think we're already partners in progress. And we'll see Ifako Jai, the chairman of Ifako Jai, his representative is here. We've had serious conversations as to how we are going to amplify this so that we can all be part of the success story. So be assured that moving forward, you have government backing, government support. This is the reason why I'm here.
Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face.
If you're a big lover of FC, I don't think there's any point where you say you weren't entertained here at the National E-Soccer League. But that's not all on the menu. As you realize, there are people here with me that I'm sure you probably recognize the faces. Our tactical board guys here, play with Tommy Day, joins us, but there are two different hairstyles here. And today we've been particular about hairstyles giving magic. Is there magic in your hair?
No.
There's no magic in your hair.
I there's magic in I can't understand it. It's not first of all, this is your first LAN tournament.
It's been a wonderful season, almost 7 months of running.
I think we met via TikTok, right? You saw my live on TikTok, you joined. played, I whooped your phone.
Of course, Tommy, they had to say that.
Then for now, you're like, you like to run. Look, I know you. I feel like you're feeling like you have Steve. Being serious, and I want you to like own it, like say it with your full chest, like you think you're top 5. Only thing there's 3.
Wow, and who are those 3 people?
Who are the 3 people? Like, can you like? I want you to say
Very audible.
Call them the 3M. You call them the what? For laugh fun. So you think those are the only 3 players better than you? Obviously, it's FIFA. So I have a question for you. During your matchup with, of course, when he asked me this question, that if who do you think is going to drop point today? I said, look, it's not because no sentiment. I do feel like Ufa is the kind of player that anybody can drop. Really quickly, and I said, I think Farouk may drop.
Yeah.
And you went on to take a draw with Barry. Were you going into the match thinking you were going to be like, I want to beat you?
is a very long. Even if you are down by 4 in the first 20, while you are composed and you're creating chances, you're playing well, you have a chance to get back in.
Well, he said it easy, but it's much easier said than done. For me, I like the GOAT agenda. Last week, we started the GOAT agenda. Some people said we were here with Mr. Oga, and he was like, he put you in that bracket. Manny also put you in that bracket. He said, Farouk, Killer Freak said himself, what's your whole thought process on who the GOAT actually is within FC9?
It depends on what you are using to measure.
So, if there's a criteria for you, what would the criteria be?
The criteria would be longevity.
Okay.
And trophies won.
And trophies won.
And in terms of that, I tick both boxes.
Wow.
So indirectly, you're saying you are the GOAT.
I mean,
you're saying you are the GOAT.
Should I say someone else? Of course I am.
Cool. I have some questions for you though.
Okay.
My first question for you today is, if you're gonna rank the top 5 EFC players in Nigeria in their order, I'm not saying just top 5. I want them to be in their order. You think this is better than this, better than this, like that, all the way to number 5. I want your top 5 on stream.
I'm not going to give you that. I'll give you it. I'll give you 5 good players, but I won't give you.
Why don't you want to give us the top 5 in your order? Are you scared?
You're putting me on the spot here.
Oh, okay. Just give us your top 5. What are your top 5?
Myself.
All right.
John.
Okay.
Farouk.
Okay.
Rufai. And Mitchell.
You think Mitch is top 5?
Yes.
Wow. Were you expecting Mitch?
No, I wasn't. No, I'm the reason why I'm not expecting Mitch is I'm not talking about past achievement. I'm talking about currently. You really think currently he's top 5?
Yes, trust me, I do.
I think we'll visit the question some other time. But let's go to the next question. The next question that I really want to ask is so I'm sorry, I'm just stunned by the list you gave. I wasn't expecting Mitch as the number 5. Even though Mitch, I know is quite a decent player, but I wasn't expecting him to take the number 5 position, especially because he just lost to Boyd. And my question to you is this: if I was to take my EAFC career serious, I really want to get into the professional scene.
Don't tell me Tomine is asking this question.
I wanna take it serious for me. No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking
for you.
No, I'm asking for the public. I mean, I'm too good for that.
Fair enough.
I'm not doing that.
I won't lie. They're very decent player.
I'm actually very decent at the game. You see, Slimo, like I said, we'll revisit this after. We're going to have that match.
For sure.
But if I was going to take my my EFC career serious, let's say I'm just 21, trying to, because you've been in the game, you've been playing since you were 16, right? You've been going for tournaments since you were 16.
I was 15 when I started.
You were 15, and you've been winning your tournaments since what age?
That was since 2015.
Wow, amazing. So if you were going to advise me, take my career serious, I'm 21, what's the first thing, knowing that the mechanics of FIFA has changed over the years, what is the first thing I'm supposed to do? Am I supposed to join a group? Am I supposed to give more, like, time to the game? Because I know just giving hard work to the game doesn't necessarily mean your skill is going to get better. What are the 3 steps you could give the viewers right now if you want to get to your level from this level to another level in the coming months? What's going to be your advice? What's your advice going to be like?
Okay, first things first, I would like to put a caveat there. I won't lie to you, in as much as you actually do need to, there is this talent that you need to have to be at the pinnacle. I won't lie. So that is very important that you have that. And also you have to, play the game a lot more. Play the game a lot. Literally just keep playing the game. Things don't happen overnight. Where I am today, it didn't happen overnight.
Okay.
Like I said, 2015, that's a very, very, very long time ago, bro.
So you're saying that what if I have a 9 to? So that means you're saying if I have a 9 to 5 work, do you think I can still compete at the highest place possible in the game? Looking at where EAFC professional scene is getting to in Nigeria, is becoming more intense. Do you think I can mix the two together?
I'll be honest with you, I don't think you can. I don't think you can, because this is a job. You get me? This is actually a job. This is your profession. This is what you do. They earn money. You understand me? So you have to put in the work. Not be doing something else, then be doing this one. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, cool. Anyways, I do see that you're rocking the Cade Esports shirt. Does that mean you're signed to them?
Yes, I am. I'm a Cade Esports athlete.
So that means if you don't win, they probably will drop you or something.
What do you mean by if I
You
don't
have
win?
to win. That's what you're saying.
Like, why is the guy saying if I don't win?
Anyways, we'll be bringing the next person to your screen. I was just joking. Bringing the next person to your screen. We would love to see. Who would you love to see on the screen in Slime?
I know what. Just based off what he did today, maybe Boyd. I think it was.
Boyd, nah. I think Boyd. I think nah. I think not.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. I think we should bring Baji on screen because I don't think you guys have gotten a chance to know him well. Let's bring Baji to your screen. One of the top players in Nigeria, top, and I think he delivered today. He had narrow escape in both games. Yeah, but he did deliver. So we're bringing Baji to your screen now. All right, I'm back on your screen, and we have Baji Junior here. First things first, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to summarize up to the first question. I remember I saw you last week. This was not what you looked like.
Yeah.
I'm a Nigerian man, and I can't lie. There's some beliefs I have. What is the idea behind this tinted hair? Are you sure there's nothing?
No, it's a birthday look actually.
Today's your birthday.
Today's your birthday?
Yesterday actually.
Wow.
Well, should I sing you a happy birthday song?
Yeah, you can. I do.
No, I'm not doing that. Anyways, I'm not doing that. Anyways, so my first question to you is this: your first match today against Rhymes, you had a very tough match against Rhymes.
Yes.
Genuinely, I thought you were gonna lose the match, but you somehow found a way to win that match. He had a last chance where he could have scored you to make it a draw. And I saw you, I saw the look, I saw your face. I'm sure what you were thinking in your mind is probably, should I have gone for that last attack? Or should I have just held on to the ball or something? What exactly was going on through your mind at that moment? And when you did see that he spilled the chance, what was going on through your mind?
At that moment, the plan was to keep the ball with Cruyff, but I don't know, his Aloaran was so strong and he got the ball, then he went for the last attack. Looking at it now, I saw like Olise was free in the box, so I could have gone for the last attack, do the game and gotten higher goal. But I mean, you keep on learning every day. I think I won't try that again.
So you mean you're saying in that kind of position you should not have held on to the ball, but I feel most professionals would rather hold on to the ball rather than go for last attack.
Yeah,
You're saying you should have gone for the attack?
I've done it better. I tried to.
Do you think there's anything you could have done better there?
Yeah.
Or you don't think it's Aloarenda or maybe Rhymes just had the better defensive structure to take the ball off you?
Instead of trying to like dribble one player.
Okay.
I should have passed it. Just keep on passing, then back to my keeper.
Is this the first time you and Rhymes are meeting in a tournament? LAN?
No, Integral.
You met at Integral.
Yeah,
how did it go?
I won. 3-2.
You won?
Quarterfinal.
You won?
Yeah, I won.
Okay. Anyways, so Slime, I'm going to leave you. I think you might have a question for him.
Yeah, just one question. We've heard so much about the 3Fs and the big three. How far off are you from reaching that big three? Because a lot of people have idolized those three. How far off are you from reaching that level? In your opinion?
In my opinion, not far at all.
Not far at all.
It was very close.
You think you're very close to the 3Fs?
I think you've not played any of the three so far.
No, not yet. But
well,
tomorrow I'm playing for light.
So we'll see how far off you are from the one of the Fs, right?
That's no problem.
All right, guys. Baji on your screen here. Thank you. We're rolling off to highlights now. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you.
Gentlemen, what a packed event it has been. Of course, I and Slimo in the studio, we're about to wrap it up, but we cannot wrap it up without showing you guys what we have been doing throughout today. We just had Tomide and a host lot of other top performers and pros come here to discuss the entire outing today with you. How was that feeling? Like, you got to talk to some of them. I was off camera, I was hearing some of the things and I was laughing. Yeah, I was laughing.
Yeah, it's quite special to kind of pick their brain a little bit on what happens in those moments, especially Rufai, especially that last minute. We all saw how crazy it was, and just see what he was thinking about in that moment. I think Badji also was spot on. And then for like, just to hear his thoughts on what the GOAT debate was, and I mean, there's the fact that the players are very, very confident. Hopefully, they're as confident as that tomorrow. But we get to see what happened in the whole of today if you did miss out on any of the action.
All right, let's see what the leaderboard looks like at the end of today's matches. We had Killer Freak go up 8-2 against Mr. Oga. Imaji had that 3-3 draw with Blaze. Simply Uzo lost in a 16-goal thriller with NSA, while Farouk Mamzo and Rufai had that
definitely game of the day.
Game of the day had to be Farouk Mamzo.
There were so many contenders, but Farouk's game has to be in a serious contention for game of the day. Adefala picking up a strong win against Anif, 8-2. Badji Jr. made sure he started his day with a strong win, 6-5. That was also interesting.
Was also a very close.
It went down to the wire.
Yes.
Yeah. Boyd beating game with Josh by 7-4. Mitchell picking up all important 3 points, 9-4. That was for the first round of action, and then we went for the break. We went into second round of action when players had rested a little bit going into the round, and we'll see how things also panned out. Killer Freak, very important, win 3-1 against Blaze. We got to see it in the action. Blaze was the only one who actually gave Killer Freak his lowest scoreline.
That was a chink in the armor. So far, so good.
It was really surprising. Anderson beating Mr. Oga. That was possibly one of the biggest surprises so far. Rufai just blowing by Imaji, another huge surprise. And then Anife beating Simply Uzo by 8-3.
I mean, we now have the last series of the games. We saw Farouk beat Rhymes by 8-3. We did see that on the street. And we also saw Adefola versus Game with Josh. We did see parts of it because that was played off camera.
The big comeback,
But my oh my, what a game that was. A big comeback, a remontada for Adefola, which is why he's one of the conversations in who is the greatest of all time in Nigeria. We also saw Badji Jr. go 6-5. That game ended 6-5 against Bright. That was a very end-to-end game because it was a score me, I score you type of game. Till Badji Jr. was able to get that winner. And we saw on screen, finally, Boyd get the final C against his friend and longtime crime partner, 5-3 over Mitchell.
Well, that was a roundup of all of the action today, right from the start to some of the drama that we had. Rufai giving us the best of the action. Rhymes just missing by this minute details as we get how everything panned out on match week 2. We get to see what the leaderboard looks like. There are only 2 players with a perfect record as we currently speak. Killer Freak and then Adefola, both on 12 points. But look at that goal difference.
Yes.
24 goals.
9 goals difference is actually crazy.
Insane.
It is absolutely insane. At this level, no. Farouk Mamzo, Boyd, and Rufai both coming in a close second in terms of points with 10 points each. Rufai has the smallest goal difference of them, or Boyd has 9, while Farouk Mamzo has 11 goal difference.
Yeah, Badji Jr. will come in closely with those 9 points that he's picked up so far. Anderson, I was really impressed with his performance. Reminder, beating Mr. Oga, elevated him into the top half of the table. 7 points also in there. And then Rhymes, who just came up short after an impressive week 1. Week 2, day 1, didn't grab a single point. He's also leading on with 6 points.
I mean, he was going to be very disappointed about his outing today. He didn't get to have any points at all, even though he did face some tough opposition. But this is not the kind of guy you expect not to go home with something. And we see the second half of the table, the bottom 8. We see Anife with 6 points, Mitchell with 3 points, Game with Josh with 3 points, Mr. Oga with 3 points. Mr. Oga has the lowest goal difference there with -10 goal difference. Blaze Blaze, the guy who all of us was very, very happy to see on screen. He has 1 point. Image has 1 point. While Bryce and Simply Uzo are still chasing their points. They have 0 at the moment. 4 goals, 4 games played, of course, but then there's still so much action to play for. Each player is playing 15 games, which means at this point in time, they still have about 11 games to go. So it's not over for the guys who are in the second half of the table. They can still make it to the first half. Don't forget, this is not just about winning the league, it's about making it to the next level, which is the top 8. Whoever is the top 8 is going to be going next season in Division 1. Whoever is in the bottom 8 are going to be going down to the lower divisions. That's how Cade Esports has structured this league. It's going to be amazing. Trust me, guys. You don't want to miss this one. So much action, so much drama still to come. I and Slimo are going to be here tomorrow still, giving you guys the best of the best. Slimo?
Yeah, for sure. It's been an electric day. I hope you enjoyed the action right from the very start. First game, second game, third game. We had blockbuster action after action. It's been a pleasure being here. Tomorrow, same time. Catch us on your screens. Cade Esports YouTube channel. It's always a blessing doing this one with Mane. We hope we get to see you tomorrow. So same time tomorrow. You know the place to be. This one brought to you by Cade Esports National E-Soccer League. Stay safe out there. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.